Chapter 151. The Great Cataclysm. Several years ago, Liu Shi, who was still in her teens, was undergoing training within the DER division due to her age, while Liu Bian had already begun to take on assignments due to being a few years older than she was. Due to both of them being Yu Bu orphans, their relationship was quite amiable, and Liu Shi held a faint sense of affection towards Liu Bian, who acted like a brother to her. However, during a competitive mission, in order to obtain his position as a government special agent, Liu Bian purposely sabotaged and caused the mission of a friend of theirs to fail, at the same time causing the friend to lose their life. From that point on, her impression of him as the perfect older brother collapsed and shattered. The only thing left Liu Shi held towards Liu Bian was hatred, and a deep impression of him in her heart. This time around, Liu Bian sent her a message on his own accord, explaining what happened at that time while telling her that there was a different truth to what she knew. Ever since that time, Liu Shi had always suppressed her emotions. Even when she accepted the order to become the subordinate of the new disaster king, Ainz. Despite how close they seemed, she had not truly become a part of the disaster king's team. For Liu Shi, who loved Liu Bian as much as she hated him, she wasn't able to discard her past. That's why she now chose to follow her past and discard her present. However, as Ainz appeared in front of her at this moment, Liu Shi's internal guards all came crashing down. She had fully given up on her past to truly become part of the Disaster King's team. Liu Bian, who was still holding a sword against Liu Shi's neck, displayed a smirk, then became silent. Can this script get any more cliché? Killer J was munching on an apple as he retorted. At the same time, Negary also saw this thanks to borrowing Killer J's perspective. Even without thinking, the following course of events was quite predictable. In the beginning, Liu Bian was completely brainwashed by the leather jacket man, so when the chance to become a special agent for the government came up, he followed the orders of the leather jacket man to do anything he could to obtain it. As he resorted to unsavory means to sabotage his comrade, something unexpected happened and caused the other party to die. It was at this time that a thought of rejection appeared in his mind, causing the brainwashing to fade. All in all, he was most likely a villain that could be whitewashed. After this, the most likely course of events would be that Ainz winning against the leather jacket man through Liu Bian, foil his plan, and once again emerge as the savior of the world. Negary shook his head without a care. The man who had surgery to look like Yu Guangming had actually achieved the first stage of release. Combined with the unique properties of Dis's force, his strength wouldn't actually be lacking compared to Negary. But comparatively, Negary was a visitor from another world, and he had the erroneous property of the dragon of evil sin form. So even when he was being led to follow the destiny of this world, he still managed to discover and alter his course of action in time. On the other hand, this villain was a native of this world that had already been restrained completely by destiny. He might believe that he was fighting against it, but all he did was push himself closer to the verge with every move he made. If I'm not careful enough, I would also end up like him. Despite this thought, what Negary was about to do right now had nothing to do with the word careful. He took to the air as his body quickly morphed and changed, turning into a body full of germs. Under Negary's will, the germs in his body quickly started to change as well, transforming from the diffuse germs into the spiritual inception germs. The body made entirely out of spiritual inception germs first began as the body of a giant. Then it started morphing again as the spiritual inception germs twisted against one another and manifested as a strange-looking organ. Indeed, this incomplete, premature-looking object was actually an organ, not a monster or monster body part. On the whole, the organ looked similar to a heart with a few arteries attached to it. If someone was able to observe Hikaio's respiratory tract, they would find that it was full of miniature versions of this organ. The organ then started to shrink more and more until it exploded, turning into tiny particles that were spreading everywhere by the wind in the air. Huge amounts of germs were spreading to every area of this domain. Once a person was infected, they would feel their throats becoming itchy, followed by them having trouble breathing. They would then collapse, trying to press against their own chests and gasping for air. Only by pure chance would they breathe the correct way and take in some air to sustain themselves. Some particularly sharp people would soon notice the rhythm required to breathe, then change their breathing accordingly. This would be the first challenge, one that only those with the greatest adaptability would be able to pass. Once their breathing followed the correct rhythm, they would cause the germs attached to their respiratory tracts to activate and send the packaged information inside as electrical signals directly into the host's brains, providing them with the information related to the spiritual inception cultivation method. As for those who couldn't pass the challenge or were not lucky enough to do so, their faces would become flushed from being unable to inhale or exhale any air, suffocate, and die. Once the germs recognized their host to be dead, they would begin to mutate in a theoretically positive way. Negary had put all of himself into Soul's blood, which was in essence a type of virus. This included the information of every other kind of germ and virus in his possession. In other words, Soul's blood had become the core of his being. As long as the conditions were fulfilled, the Soul's blood would be able to evolve into any germs he had recorded. During such evolution, Soul's blood would also remove the information concerning other germs in order to prevent leaking too much information. After all, since Negary had decided to package his germs as products to be sold, there was no telling if anyone would try to read the hidden information contained within them. This acted as a protective measure of his business, and more importantly, of Negary's secrets. To create these spiritual inception germs, Negary had chosen to mutate his diffuse germs ever so slightly. For the sake of his plan, he had actually hidden a recessive strain of germs within these diffuse germs that, when certain conditions were met, would transform into the dominant strain. And the condition that Negary set was the death of the germ's host. As they were triggered, the recessive strain of germs became dominant, then started to quickly multiply within the newly deceased bodies, stimulating their brains with weak electrical pulses that reanimated the dead bodies. Because of this, those who managed to pass the first challenge soon noticed that the other people around them who turned red and collapsed earlier slowly started to get back up with black lines writhing under their skins. These people then swiftly howled and screeched towards the survivors. The sole instinct of these germs was to multiply and grow, but the biomass of a single body was nowhere near enough to satisfy that desire. Thus, the people whose bodies were filled with spiritual inception germs became the best source of food for them. Furthermore, due to these germs being mutated from spiritual inception germs, they had a strange sixth sense capable of recognizing spiritual inception germs. This was the second challenge that Negary prepared for these people. Disisforce material was limited. Even if Negary had been constantly stocking them more and more during this period, he still didn't have enough. Through the use of spiritual inception germs and disisforce material, as long as the individual wasn't too unlucky, they would definitely be able to achieve the first stage of release within a certain period of time, and this was nowhere near enough for Negary's needs. Things were too peaceful and too calm without motivation. How would these people strive their best to improve themselves and achieve the second stage of release as fast as possible? Chapter 152. Disaster King. These mutated germs were the most excellent hunters. They climbed to the roof of buildings or a hidden corner of the street and assimilated themselves just enough into their environments. In fact, some of them could even change their colors to disguise themselves as stairs, carpets, or any other mundane things. Being suddenly ambushed by these monsters was impossible for anyone to defend against. Their only possible outcome would be to helplessly become food. Because of this, the only countermeasure against these monsters was to discover them ahead of time. That would not be very hard in the beginning, as the monsters weren't used to their environments, but the longer they lived, the better they would become at hunting until they could perfectly blend into their surroundings. The ground could be a monster, a door could be a monster, a car could be a monster, even the streetlights could be monsters. Similar to how the monsters were able to sense spiritual inception germs due to mutating from the same source, Practitioners of spiritual inception who were infected by the spiritual inception germs should theoretically also be able to sense these monsters. However, in order to achieve this, they had to constantly improve their mastery of spiritual inception. Only by pushing their perception to its limit, and even beyond, would they be able to detect the existence of these monsters before they are attacked. Following that, Negary scattered the standard Force material weapons in his possession to various corners of the area. The information contained within spiritual inception, germs told their hosts very clearly that if they practiced spiritual inception to a certain limit, and they still couldn't obtain any Force material weapons, their souls would be destroyed by the Force contained within the spiritual inception germs. If they didn't practice spiritual inception enough, they would easily be killed by a hidden monster, but if they strived to improve and couldn't obtain one of very few Force material weapons, they would also die from spiritual inception. Faced with this dilemma, only those with true abilities would be able to exert their potential and survive. Only such people would be able to go beyond their limits and achieve the second stage of release of their origin. It was fortunate that Force existed in this world, as it was a different manifestation of the interference force that came from the soul. Furthermore, the soul that provided this power must have already achieved the third stage of release, or perhaps even higher. Since interference force in general and Force specifically were powers that were derived from the soul, it was the best possible material to help release one's origin. In a way, this was like having a senior cultivator bestowing his cultivation onto you to make you stronger, although that analogy wasn't quite accurate either. Within a secret room at the fifth domain, the lid of a coffin was abruptly opened. Negary had taken over this body and awakened from inside. As he left the secret room, Negary saw a huge amount of construction workers and machinery. After Yikong's building collapse disaster, quite a few places in the fifth domain were still under reconstruction. And since the majority of the fifth domain DER division's disaster team was killed by Yikong and couldn't be replaced right away, it was the perfect place to play any hidden hands. Negary's body continued to morph and grow, turning into a large dragon with 3 wings. He swiftly flapped his wings and took flight. If there were too few people at the second stage of release, it would hinder the progress of Negary's total evolution. He needed to continue spreading his spiritual inception germs, using a large enough sample size to ensure that there were enough people who achieved the second stage of release. Several fighter jets flew in from afar. Quite obviously, the government had understood what happened at the 7th domain and swiftly sent out fighter jets as soon as they discovered unusual movements within the 5th domain. Authority holder, please cease all of your movements. Someone was declaring to Negary using a megaphone on the ground. If you do not cease, we will be forced to open fire. His 3 wings continued to flap. The dragon of eternal sin's tail swung from side to side as the giant mouth in front of his chest opened wide. An overwhelming amount of Force gathered as a sound that could not be uttered by human vocal cords resounded within the 5th domain. Jaliost. The power of Drakatung, just like respiratory art, had gotten a lot weaker as he arrived in this world. Although it was still usable, its power had to be supported by himself instead of the entire world like in the Flame world. As Negary continued his research, he managed to combine Drakatung with Force, especially the syllable Jaliost that originally represented unstoppable power. This syllable had an amazing level of compatibility with Force's destructive nature. The very concept of unstoppable power manifested as shockwaves with the 3-winged dragon as its center. As the shockwaves swept through the fighter jets in the air, both them and the pilots inside shattered into pieces before being thoroughly decimated. The city below experienced a much weaker shockwave, but the hysteria could no longer be prevented. The citywide alarms had already been ringing since a while ago, causing everyone to rush towards the established emergency bunkers in panic. With another explosion in the air, the 3-winged dragon vanished without a trace, The howling wind carried tiny particles into the bodies of every human in its range. A middle-aged man was breathing heavily as he managed to make it into the emergency shelter before it closed. After entering, he simply followed the safety protocols and disinfected himself with the provided equipment. Although he felt a small itch at his throat, he assumed it was because of the disinfectant spray. After making it into the shelter, he cleared his throat and spat some mucus into a garbage bin before rubbing his throat. However, he only felt worse and worse as his breathing gradually became much harder. Feeling a brief moment of lapsed consciousness, he dropped down to his knees. The government employees at the shelter who had already been notified ahead of time hurriedly came forward. While wearing thick hazmat suits, they marked out a yellow line to prevent bystanders from approaching and started spraying the man with disinfectant powder. Before he managed to say a single word, the man was already knocked unconscious. Everything he came into contact with before he arrived was directly burned. The entire shelter was disinfected once again, including everyone inside after they underwent another health check. However, no one noticed that a small fleshy bud that was writhing in a small gap between the walls of the building had stuck itself onto a person's shoe and started to spread, taking advantage of Negary Inc.'s best-selling products and the many people who craved supernatural power that volunteered to do Negary's dirty work. They attempted to spread the spiritual inception germs in over 20 domains. Some people successfully trigger a mass plague. Others were discovered by agents of the government or the DER division and disinfected just in time to prevent the mass spread of the spiritual inception germs. Although, it was nothing but temporary prevention. Since the spiritual inception germs inherited the diffuse germs' terrifying adaptability, as long as there were enough surviving germs, they could quickly spread once again. Negary only spread the germs in a total of 3 domains, which were the 7th, the 5th, as well as his headquarters of the 6th domain. After Chang Zia led a large amount of the 6th domain's fighting forces to the 7th domain, there weren't many people left in their disaster team. Without Chang Zia being in charge and the sudden disappearance of 7, the 6th domain DER division was no match for Negary. Soon enough, the 6th domain was turned into hell on earth as well. Negary's disforce continued to boil and grew without stopping. The mass multiplication of his spiritual inception germs allowed his disforce to continue growing without limit. Soon enough, the quantitative change became a qualitative change. His authority fluctuation successfully evolved from grade E to grade F, promoting himself to become a disaster king. However, his authority was still otherworld invasion and not super plague. Chapter 153. Sisters, brothers, please subscribe to my book, Shameless Self-Promotion. TN. Yes, that is the title that the author gave to this chapter. This means that if the authority super plague really does exist, the holder would not be me. Negary calmly assessed the situation without any worry. After all, I've already caused the greatest possible plague in history. If my actions are still unable to promote my authority into super plague, then it could only mean that authority belongs to somebody else. Negary was constantly monitoring the proliferation of his germs. Or perhaps, the new disaster king might actually be born during this plague I cause. Despite how random the distribution of authorities is, within a world where the concept of destiny exists, all randomness will happen with certainty, and occurrences with the tiniest chance of occurring will surely occur as long as they are necessary. From the looks of it, the authority of super plague has already been determined by destiny, which should be this world's countermeasure against me. As Negary walked through the chaotic, messed-up streets, desperate cries and screams could occasionally be heard. Die, monster! This shout sounded from afar as a man swung his baseball bat to strike the zombie whose body was covered in black blood vessels. These zombies were the victims of the virus that mutated from his spiritual inception germs. Negary didn't specifically name them this way. It was due to the symptoms displayed during the initial stage of infection that made the infected appear like zombies, that they were called zombies. These zombies had wax-like skin that dripped as thick liquid to the ground. revealing the black blood vessels all over their bodies while the skin that wasn't dripping appeared completely bruised and black due to asphyxiation. Their teeth and mouths were clapping non-stop like fishes that couldn't wait for flesh to fall into them. They were waving both arms forward aimlessly, trying to grab whatever they could. Despite how silly they appeared, thanks to their bodies being entirely out of germs, the power they could exert was overwhelming. If someone was caught by one of these zombies, it would be impossible for them to escape with their own strength. Even a healthy young man at his prime wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat. The man with the baseball bat didn't seem very afraid, as he continued to breathe following the spiritual inception method. His senses were being heightened. His mental fortitude was also quite considerable. Otherwise, he couldn't have found and adapted to the correct breathing method so quickly after being infected. His shout from before was mostly to vent his emotions. After a while of observation, he noticed that these zombies had already lost their sense of hearing and were actually using some sort of other sense in order to recognize the lucky survivors. Being thrusted into a dangerous situation so quickly, if he didn't vent it appropriately, Chen Dai Zai felt like he might develop some sort of mental issue very quickly, which was detrimental to his own survival within this hellish doomsday. The baseball bat in Chen Dai Zai's hand continued to swing at the zombies. He found that although these creatures were strong, their bodies weren't very solid. In fact, they could be considered fragile instead. With every hit of the baseball bat, the sound of fractures could be heard all over their bodies. Sometimes if the zombie exerted too much force, they would even break their own bones. Because of this, after a short while of rampaging, some zombies would become helpless to do anything but slowly creep along the ground. Most survivors didn't want to waste their strength and clean up these creepy crawling things, and thus created the opportunity for the massive number of crawling zombies to transform into what later came to be known as the ground huggers. After they finished assimilating these bodies, the germs manifested a layer of slimy liquid that could undergo basic color changing to camouflage themselves. While avoiding the zombies' attacks, Chen Dai Zai swung his baseball bat onto the zombie's head, causing it to crack and splatter, defeating it. Cautiously watching the fallen zombie, Chen Dai Zai exhaled in relief. While the zombie was ragged and dirty, the brand name on his clothing could still be recognized, not to mention the fancy watch on his wrist that signified his status as a successful person while he was still alive. However, this once successful person had now fallen at his feet, while Chen Dai Zai enjoyed his qualifications to survive. After just a short period of time, Chen Dai Zai felt like he might enjoy this world. He was just a nameless nobody in society, but as disaster struck, thanks to his adaptability, he was the one who managed to survive. The information regarding the spiritual inception method in his mind informed him that as long as he could find a Dissus Force material weapon, he would be able to push forward to the next stage of spiritual inception and awaken his own superpowers. Thanks to this disaster completely messing up societal order, an insignificant nobody like himself might be able to become a VIP in the future. You truly have a lot of potential. This sudden voice startled Chen Dai Zai and caused him to almost swing his baseball bat behind his back out of reflex. Within my senses, your progress of cultivating spiritual inception is the fastest, Negary slowly stated as his terrifying aura crept up and surrounded Chen Dai Zai. Suppressed by this aura, Chen Dai Zai couldn't turn around. He didn't even have the courage to say a single word, only stand there and shiver while frozen by the fear. From the other party's words, they were extremely familiar with the spiritual inception method. In fact, quite possibly, this abrupt incident might have had something to do with him. As the one with the fastest progress, let me grant you a small reward. Unleash your ambition. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how much you would be able to achieve. Negary pierced his index finger directly into the man's heart from his back. His finger then broke off, morphed into a tentacle and fused with the man's body. At the same time, it also transferred a certain piece of information into his mind. As Negary pulled his hand back, his index finger had already regrown. He continued heading towards the next area to confirm the situation of the other specimens. Chen Dai's eye stood exactly where he was without moving a single bit. Only after Negary had gone completely out of sight did he collapse to the ground, his entire body soaked in cold sweat. For the rest of his life, he would never forget that stifling sense of dread and terror. Chen Dai's eye was clutching his head. During that incident just now, a piece of information appeared in his head almost the same way that the spiritual inception method did, which convinced him even further that the man behind him earlier was the one who created spiritual inception. The information he received not only told him of where to find one Dissus Force material weapon, but it also recorded the forging method of another type of weapon: biomass gear. Chen Dai's eye turned his gaze towards the constantly writhing zombies on the ground, thinking of the information regarding the virus within these zombies that he just obtained. The parasitic spiritual inception germs inside everyone's respiratory tracts, and the virus that turned these dead people into zombies were two sides of the same coin. Since the zombies were able to consume spiritual inception germs in order to strengthen themselves, as long as one knew the appropriate technique, they would naturally also be able to take control of the zombie virus using their spiritual inception germs. And the information that appeared in Chen Dai's head was exactly that. By taking portions of a zombie's body that had been completely consumed by the virus, through a branch-breathing technique of spiritual inception, he would be able to refine and mold this virus into various shapes and attach them to his body as biomass gear. This way, not only would he obtain the great strength of the germs, but he would also obtain a certain level of protection for his body. The zombie bodies were fragile because most of it had already been consumed by the virus, but by turning the virus themselves into biomass gear, its defenses would be enough to block handgun bullets without any issues. Unleash my ambition and look forward to how far I can go. Chen Dai's gaze gradually became firm as he looked at the zombie at his feet. Then let me show you. Chapter 154, if there are no brothers or sisters, genderless are good as well, even more shameless self-promotion. While Negary was going through how the germs were growing, the situation on Killer Jaitak's side reached a conclusion. Sure enough, the leather jacket man achieved his initial plan in the beginning. Through the altar he prepared, he used the protagonist Fang Zi as a key to gain access to the so-called source pool. There was a mention of the source pool with the Apocalypse Stone tablet. God distributed authorities to living beings of the world. All of his authority was stored within the source pool, while the God who had distributed his authorities went into slumber. Whenever someone suitable appeared, the source pool would distribute the authority to them, and the Dissus Force obtained whenever an authority holder exercised his authority also came from the source pool. It was basically another dimension separated from this one. According to the records within the ruin, the stronger an authority holder was, the more control they had over that dimension. The 10 authorities of Disaster Kings were just enough to fully connect to the source pool. As an avid fan of Yu Guangming, the leather jacket man had realized the scheme those people planned against Yu Guangming, so he hid within the ruins trying to find the necessary documents to save Yu Guangming. But that was also when the Yu-Bu earthquake occurred. And it occurred right above the ruins. As Yu Guangming exercised his authority to his limit, the leather jacket man borrowed Yu Guangming's power to gain access into the source pool for the first time, thus obtaining this ability of grand ideals, then luckily managed to escape at the cost of witnessing Yu Guangming's death. The next half of the leather jacket man's life would be spent on revenge. He wanted to take revenge against those people, against the DER division. Together with the records he obtained from the ruin, the leather jacket man joined survivors, which was still pure at the time, used grand ideal and began to organize his plan. An authority of the 10 Disaster Kings would only be just enough to gain access to the source pool and derive a bit of power from it, which wouldn't be that much of a loss to those people. Knowing this, he targeted Fang Zi, who was both a Disaster King and the one who held the title of King of People. Using his gigantic altar, he would be able to draw a large number of authorities from within the source pool. Everything went exactly as he planned at the start. Fang Zi walked straight into his trap. He came into the university that was actually the center of the altar in order to face him. At this time, Fang Zi's authority went out of control and acted by itself, drawing a crimson asteroid from outer space towards the Earth. This was the same situation that Yu Guangming ran into before. He started exercising his authority without meaning to, and his Dissus force automatically released its essence. Or as we know it, he achieved the first stage of release of his origin. Once the ritual was over, the most crucial piece to fight against the apocalypse, the king of people, would lose his life. The majority of authorities within the source pool, which was also the source of this world's power, would leak, and another great disaster would occur. This would be the thorough defeat of the people in power, and the leather jacket man's vengeance. The majority of Fang Zi's Dissus force was swiftly absorbed by the altar to access the source pool. If Fang Zi's authority didn't require time to come into effect, with the size of the asteroid that he summoned, this would have been a disaster on the same scale as the Yubu earthquake, if not even greater. It was during this period of time when the majority of his Dissus force was taken away, and he was spending a lot of effort to make sure that the asteroid would fall as slowly as possible, that he became completely drained. Falling from a mighty disaster king to an ordinary person that could be hurt by anyone and everyone. If not to ensure that the ritual persisted, he might have already been killed by the survivors' mob. At the crucial moment, Chang Zia arrived and drew the leather jacket man's attention. The leather jacket man held a deep grudge against this traitor who killed Yu Guangming, so he immediately ordered Wang Zhao and a portion of survivors' members here to attack Chang Zia. At this point, the heavily wounded Fang Zi suddenly used what seemed to be a mini-galaxy to break through the crowd restraining him and rushed towards the leather jacket man. Just as all things seemed lost, Liu Bian betrayed them and destroyed a portion of the altar. Suffering the recoil from breaking the ritual, he displayed a brilliant smile and whitewashed himself. Having regained a portion of his power, Fang Zi engaged in one final combat against the leather jacket man, used his newly awakened power called Star Force to defeat the leather jacket man, thus foiling this scheme. In Killer Jatak's own words, a crazed fan wanted to take revenge for his idol and incited a world-class threat. The Chunabiu brain-dead teenager relied on nothing but his protagonist aura while charging to his death to foil the plan. After the leather jacket man was defeated, his grand ideal lost its effects. But after being brainwashed by grand ideal for so many years, whether they were affected by such an ability was no longer important. A portion of them ran away while most were arrested. While the members of survivors who weren't too deeply involved were systematically incorporated into the DER division and government as supplementary personnel against the threat of the living dead, also known as the zombie plague that Negary caused. Among these people was a certain fatty who noticed that the maniac he introduced into survivors had vanished with no one recognizing where he went. At the same time, the research records and documents of the leather jacket man were all stolen without fail, the only thing that the DER division people managed to find was a strange, smiley face with a letter J incorporated into it. Fang Zi successfully stopped the summoning of the asteroid in time. His Dissus force had also grown considerably while also awakening his sole ability, Star Force. While it was called that, it had nothing to do with the stars in the sky. Its power wasn't too different from the spirit bomb where people raised their hands into the air, and very similar to the ability of the last god in the flame world. The more people that trusted in Fang Zi, the more people Fang Zi would be able to borrow power from. If he was a bit more Chunabiu, Fang Zi could even declare some shameless line like "You are all stars in my mind," and heart to the people in his team. In fact, it was when Fang Zi borrowed Liu Shi's power, or rather her authority, that he finally managed to defeat the leather jacket man. In a way, this was Fang Zi's power as a king. Although they foiled the leather jacket man's plan, the entire country was now caught in a calamity of the living dead. and it was continuing to spread to the entire world. In order to stop this calamity, the most urgent order of business was to locate the next disaster king to be born, Super Plague. Only by borrowing the new disaster king's power would they be able to defeat Negary as the Lord of Aberration. In other words, I became the next boss for Ainz and company to defeat. Negary was walking through a relief shelter while the shelter's security force rained bullets down on him. However, due to the terrifying layer of Dis's force protecting his body, all their bullets and attacks were rendered useless as a large amount of spiritual inception germs continued to spread into his surroundings. After confirming that most people here had been infected, Negary ignored the people who insisted on continuing to attack him. As he had claimed before, if it wasn't necessary, he didn't like to massacre the innocent. In the past, Negary might have vented his anger on unrelated people, but the current Negary no longer cared for such useless actions. After all, each infected person represented a step on the stairs for Negary to continue his advance. Negary ended up not killing a single person in the shelter, furthermore, even when the symptoms of the plague broke out later on. Due to having been prepared, not a lot of people died from being unable to breathe. After all, a few practitioners of spiritual inception had already come into contact with the government and handed the method over to them. After news of the spiritual inception got out, knowing that anyone could obtain superpowers through it, some people even snuck out of the quarantine zone into the infected zone, becoming infected on their own accords. All in all, the number of infected people only increased day by day. On the third day, the first person to achieve the first stage of release had appeared. Chapter 155, Biomass Gear. The first stage of origin release achieved in 3 days. If Granny Seal knew about this, she would have been so angry that she puked blood. Supernatural powers within the flame world had been weakened so much that every person who obtained it must have superior bravery, or a tough will, or happened upon a great opportunity, or had a unique constitution compared to others. In short, they had to be a cut above the rest in one way or another. As the only remaining witch in the flame world, Granny Seal began her supernatural journey at the age of 16, when she was still a beautiful aristocratic young lady. From the moment she discovered the notebook of witchcraft left by her ancestors in their closest, it took her a total of 10 years to achieve the first stage of release and become a qualified witch. For the next several dozen years, she continued to be stuck on that first stage. In order to obtain the resources necessary to reach the second stage of release, she basically spent every bit of effort, both physically and mentally, as well as countless years of planning and counter-planning, only to fail at the very end. Meanwhile, people in the disaster world only needed to be stimulated by Dis's force for a little bit to achieve the first stage of release within 3 days. Furthermore, if Negary's calculations were correct, it would only take a month at most for the first person to achieve the second stage of release to appear. Since the spiritual inception germ was one of the foundations for their cultivation, as they continued to practice spiritual inception, the soul virus hidden within the germs would unknowingly infect their souls, turning them into a part of Negary. In this way, after the number of people who achieved the second stage of release reached a certain amount, Negary would be able to use them as the foundation to completely renew the quality of his soul, breaking through that seemingly impossible limit. The first person to achieve the first stage of release wasn't Chen Dai Zai who drew Negary's attention, but rather someone else. It wasn't because he was slow or anything. Chen Dai Zai was actually trying to suppress his progress of spiritual inception right now. Otherwise, he might not be able to obtain a Dis's Force weapon in time. In order to create biomass gear, he had to hunt a certain number of zombies, endure the disgust of having to cut up zombie organs to extract the mutated virus inside, then pour that black virus all over himself. As he used the derivative breathing method of spiritual inception that Negary bestowed him, the layer of liquid slime-like virus started to envelop Chen Dai Zai like a living creature, penetrated his body, ate away his flesh, and swiftly assimilated his body. followed by an intense devouring consciousness that attacked Chen Dai-Zai's mind. Damn it! That person didn't mention anything about this being so uncomfortable. Clutching his head, Chen Dai-Zai collapsed, writhing in pain while enduring the attack of the collective viral consciousness on his mind. In reality, creating biomass gear wasn't quite as simple as described. If all you needed to do was gather enough mutated germs and use the derivative breathing to mold it into equipment, biomass gear would be too inexpensive. The hardest part about creating biomass gear was fighting against the collective consciousness of the viruses. The main function of the derivative breathing method was actually to bridge the consciousness of both parties. In this situation, there could only be one of three outcomes. First case, the collective viral consciousness would devour the mind of the person, thoroughly consuming them. The mutated zombie virus would mutate once again to manifest stronger monsters. Second case, the person's willpower was strong enough to completely overpower and defeat the collective viral consciousness, thus dominating the mass of viruses with their minds. By flexibly gaining control of the mass of the virus, the perfect biomass gear would be created. Third case, the consciousness of both parties would fuse halfway to form a symbiotic relationship where both sides would influence the other. How great this influence would depend on the individual willpower. In the end, Chen Dai-Zai was too impatient. His willpower couldn't completely destroy the consciousness of the viruses. But as a person judged by Negary to have potential, he wasn't weak enough to be fully consumed by the viruses either. Because of this, during their struggle for supremacy, their consciousness began to fuse halfway and formed a symbiotic relationship. When Chen Dai-Zai stood back up, he was now wearing a black skin-tight bodysuit. In order to facilitate the use of the spiritual inception breathing method, the suit formed a mask on his face that made him look like a demon from afar. After the symbiotic relationship was established, Chen Dai-Zai had officially obtained a biomass gear. His biomass gear had a strong devouring characteristic that could consume other creatures to replenish the host's vitality. At the same time, it could consume the genes of those creatures in order to evolve and strengthen itself. However, in exchange, using this ability would affect the host's sense of self. Furthermore, if he was able to thoroughly destroy the viral consciousness in the future, in exchange for losing the devouring ability, his biomass gear would essentially become a part of his body, capable of coordinating with the ability he awakened from releasing his origin. The symbiotic form was, in nature, the evil path of cultivation. While it can rapidly increase one's strength, it also carried the side effect of influencing one's mind. And the complete domination form had greater potential to grow while also being safe. It was hard to say which form was superior, and it was because he took on the symbiotic form that Chen Dai-Zai lost so much time. When he finally made it to where Negary told him there would be a Force weapon, he found that someone had already taken it. Due to his symbiotic relationship with the viral consciousness, Chen Dai-Zai's human sympathy became comparatively duller while his aggression got greatly increased. If it was his previous self, he would most likely accept that he was unlucky and try to search for other Force weapons. After all, even if he knew beforehand that there was a Force weapon here, that didn't mean that it automatically belonged to him. However, his current first thought after discovering that someone had arrived before him was to find that person and take his Force weapon back. This was due to the influence of the viral consciousness. Naturally, Chen Dai-Zai noticed this influence, but he didn't care. In this time of chaos, people with this sort of personality might actually be fitter to survive and achieve greater success. Touching a burned-out campfire on the ground, he discovered that some warmth could still be felt, which meant that the other party hadn't left this place for long. Most likely, that person immediately tried to achieve the first stage of release right here after he found the Force weapon, which meant that he could still catch up if he hurried. With his biomass gear, Chen Dai-Zai obtained a greater sense of cognition through using it in combination with spiritual inception breathing. He could now perceive the spiritual inception germs within his respiratory tracts, and faintly sense other people who carried the spiritual inception germs within their bodies. You want to run away after stealing my things. Chen Dai Zai kept up his heightened senses through breathing and chased after his target. Around 3 areas one away from that location, a middle-aged man was holding a standard longsword forged from unique materials in one hand, while also holding onto the hand of a 12-year-old girl with his other hand as he cautiously made his way through the city. Sensing the metallic feel of the longsword on his finger, the connection he felt with it through his soul caused him to feel considerably more assured. His progress with spiritual inception cultivation was quicker than average, together with his accidental discovery of this Disas-Force weapon just in time for him to achieve the first stage of release. It could be said that he was quite fortunate. Lan Shan. The middle-aged man muttered his daughter's name. His gaze looking at her became firm. "I will definitely protect you, the little girl nodded, seemingly a girl of very little words. Ever since her mother's death a few days ago, she had become like this. In case someone forgot, this world divides its provincial areas into domains, which consist of multiple areas. You can think of an area as a city district. Chapter 156. Rays of Light. The middle-aged man looked at his emotionless daughter and felt his face stiffen. It all happened on the day that the disease broke out. His wife, his daughter's mother, couldn't survive the infection. She wasn't able to recognize the breathing rhythm in time, so she suffocated and became a zombie. Due to the trauma of her mother's death, his daughter Lan Shan was afflicted with depression. If this was still a peaceful society, he would be able to find her a decent psychologist to help her cope and gradually return to a normal mental state. However, in this apocalyptic hellscape, within this heavily infested area, where would he find such a person to even start her treatment? There would surely be some in non-infected areas, but from what he learnt from radio transmissions, the government had fully closed off every infected area, forbidding both entry and exit for any person. While that was the case, it was quite simple for those who wished to enter. All they needed to do was bribe the soldiers a little bit in order to be sneaked inside. After all, it's hard to prevent everybody from courting death. On the other hand, a person from inside the infected zone wanting to get out was a lot harder. There was a formal way to do this, of course, as long as you could prove yourself uninfected through a series of rigorous tests and undergo disinfection. You could return to the peaceful zone, but any infected would be beaten unconscious and sent back without mercy. Not even soldiers or officers dared to perform any shady maneuver regarding this. The upper echelons had issued very clear directives regarding how unforgivable such actions were. Regardless of what rank you are, if any infected person is found outside of the infected zone, every personnel involved will be shot and killed on the spot without going to military court. In other words, it was next to impossible for them to leave the infected zone at this point in time. The middle-aged man couldn't do anything except interact regularly with his daughter and hope to find some way to help her escape from her trauma. "There's a supermarket up ahead. Let's go find some food." The middle-aged man held his daughter's hand tightly. As he wasn't good with words, he could only forcefully change the subject and bring his unresponsive daughter to the supermarket ahead of them. It had only been a bit more than 3 days since the incident, so food and other supplies were still relatively plentiful, but not too long later, food would become a precious resource. Perhaps I should gather a few people, form a base and cultivate some edible food. While eating a slice of white bread, the middle-aged man had such a thought, but he didn't really have a specific plan or course of action in mind. After all, he was originally just a blue-collar worker. He didn't really understand how to manage people. This sensation is a zombie approaching us. After the middle-aged man achieved the first stage of release, not only did he obtain an origin ability, but his origin also started to derive more power for his soul, increasing its quality and greatly heightened his senses of perception. The roof of the small supermarket was directly broken through as a man dressed in all-black clothing slowly stood up. Under the demon-like mask, A pair of wild, beast-like eyes aggressively eyed the middle-aged man, staring at the Disisforce sword in his hand. "It was you who took what belonged to me, wasn't it?" As the dust spread, Chen Dai Zai's mask slowly parted to reveal his face. A human. The middle-aged man wielded his sword and shielded his daughter. The other party was covered in something that gave off a thick aura of mutated germs, but as he spoke and revealed his face, he was also giving off a human aura. "I didn't take anything from anybody. I even traded the food in this supermarket with money, even if the owner isn't currently here." The middle-aged man could clearly sense the malice coming from the other party and tried to explain. If possible, he didn't want to get into conflict with anybody. "That Disisforce weapon in your hand is mine," Chen Dai Zai stated. "That was prepared for none other than myself. But you took it from me when I was just a bit slow. You're joking, aren't you?" The middle-aged man's expression became displeased. Disisforce weapons are clearly first come first serve. Who would prepare these things for anyone else? That was nothing but a weak excuse to steal my Disisforce weapon. From how he came in by breaking through the ceiling, as well as the strange, skin-tight bodysuit around his body, the middle-aged man recognized that this wasn't someone to be trifled with. If the other side demanded anything else, he might have already given it up without a fight. In fact, before he formed a connection with this Disisforce weapon, he might have actually given it to him without hesitation. However, now that he had formed a connection with the Disisforce weapon and even achieved the first stage of release, once his connection with the Disisforce weapon was severed, there would be severe consequences. He wouldn't necessarily die, but if a weapon attached to his soul was taken away, it would be the same as suffering a heavy cut on his soul. His origin ability would be rendered unusable, his soul fallen to an incredibly weakened state. In this apocalyptic environment, falling into that kind of situation would be no different from death. The middle-aged man didn't want to die, not to mention, how would his daughter survive in this hellish environment if he died? Drawing the Disisforce longsword from its sheath, he pointed it at Chen Dai Zai and signaled his daughter to hide somewhere far away, then spoke with a serious expression. "Leave, or I will show you my power. So, you really have released your origin, huh?" Despite having guessed this ahead of time, Chen Dai Zai still felt a faint sense of regret. He obtained the biomass gear forging method from being the fastest progressing practitioner. So if he had been the first to release his origin, he might have gotten another reward, right? "Then there's no other way. Regardless of what happens, I want that Disisforce weapon." Chen Dai Zai had a general understanding of what would happen to those who had their Disisforce weapons stolen away, but he didn't care. The strong would prey on the weak. This was the same in both their previous civilized world and this current apocalyptic world. The only difference was that the civilized world had rules to obscure its vicious nature. Chen Dai Zai's mask moved on its own and once again covered his face, slightly crouching down. With the support of his biomass gear, he shot like a cannonball towards the middle-aged man. Since he managed to achieve the first stage of release so quickly, the middle-aged man wasn't a slouch either. The heightened senses brought by his improved soul allowed him to perceive Chen Dai Zai's movements and hurriedly dodged away. The sword in his hand slashed at Chen Dai Zai without form or technique. In the civilized world, both of them were normal people who hadn't been through any official combat training, so their fight would naturally not have any strategy or technique to speak of. Relying on his excellent senses, the middle-aged man evaded Chen Dai Zai's attack, then slashed the other party once in his panic. As the middle-aged man didn't know any swordsmanship and had acted in a hurry, he couldn't exert any force and caused basically no damage to Chen Dai Zai, who had biomass gear to protect himself. As Chen Dai Zai saw the gash on his armor gradually healing itself, he calmed himself down. He thought the first person to achieve the first stage of release would be some sort of impressive fighter, but it turned out he was only an amateur as well. In a fight between amateurs, the one who had the better defense had the natural advantage. After he confirmed this, Chen Dai Zai continued to rush towards the middle-aged man, causing the middle-aged man to start feeling cold feet. I'm not used to it yet, but I can't do anything but use my origin ability now. As the middle-aged man held the longsword tightly in both hands, rays of light began to appear from it. Chapter 157. Amateurs pecking one another. The standard longsword in the middle-aged man's hand started to change. The originally straight blade turned into a T-shape, basically a morphing to have a longer handguard that curved backwards in order to protect the wielder's hands. The sword's shape changed. Is this a unique characteristic of a soul-bound weapon activating its power? Chen Daizai stopped his advance and cautiously observed the middle-aged man, only to see the man charging straight at him while wielding his strange T-shaped sword. Feeling a bit indecisive, Chen Daizai chose to retreat. Thanks to his armor, both his strength and speed surpassed the middle-aged man as he dashed through the sports section. Chen Daizai randomly picked up 2 tubes of tennis balls. He then threw a tennis ball straight towards the middle-aged man to attack him, who instinctively tried to avoid it. But the tennis ball had already been sliced in half and landed on either side before it even reached him. Did he swing his sword just now? Seeing the split tennis ball, Chen Daizai continued to run while throwing another tennis ball in his hand towards the middle-aged man. Sure enough, as the ball approached the man, it was directly cut apart, while the middle-aged man only held the T-shaped sword in his hand without swinging it at all. After using his ability, he gained an invisible layer of protection around his body that cuts anything that approaches him apart. Chen Daizai might be quite a talented fighter. Although his combat skills were garbage, and his fighting prowess wasn't particularly awe-inspiring, his combat senses were accurate. After engaging in combat, he was able to keep his calm and quickly analyze the other party's ability while estimating both sides' advantages and disadvantages. Once he was a bit more experienced, he had the potential to become a strong combatant. This kind of ability shouldn't last for very long after all. It hasn't been that long since this man obtained the Dis Force weapon and released his origin. Chen Daizai calmly assessed the situation. First, I'll kite him around using my speed advantage. Once he's tired and his ability loses its effectiveness, I'll go on the offensive. Although, there's a faster way as well. Chen Daizai's gaze briefly glanced at the sullen girl who stood a bit away from their battle. That girl seems to be this man's daughter. If I'm able to catch and use her as a hostage, this battle will end a lot quicker. You scum, what are you trying to do? The middle-aged man immediately noticed Chen Daizai's gaze and loudly cursed him, quickly increasing his speed as he charged towards Chen Daizai with his sword in hand. Chen Daizai broke through the wall of the supermarket and declared with a grim voice from underneath his mask. There is indeed that method, but don't worry, I won't resort to that. I can utilize any strategy in battle, but using the family members of other people to threaten them can't be called a strategy, Chen Daizai slowly spoke. Defeating you and taking back my Dis Force weapon is the only thing I'm after. I'm not interested in harming a fellow human. Glancing at the middle-aged man's slightly relaxed expression, Chen Daizai silently felt a small bit of triumph. His words just now managed to weaken the man's fighting spirit. He was purposefully leaving a path for him to escape, like encircling an enemy with only 3 generals instead of 4. This way, he successfully prevented the man from resorting to certain desperate measures. Although his kiting tactic was working, it wasn't very easy for Chen Daizai to do so. Firstly, the other party wasn't that much slower than he was. Although the main advantage of achieving the first stage of release was obtaining an origin ability and a greater soul quality, the releasing of origin also somewhat improved his constitution. Secondly, his opponent's ability to predict his movement was incredibly accurate. The middle-aged man was able to predict where Chen Daizai was about to run, so if he made just a single mistake, he would be caught up without fail, and Chen Daizai wasn't confident that his biomass gear would be able to defend him against the man's ability. Thirdly, Chen Daizai's biomass gear was combat effective, but it also had considerable consumption. At this point, he could already feel the biomass gear screaming in hunger, so he would have to eat a very hearty meal after this fight in order to replenish himself. "Oh no, I can't keep this up." The middle-aged man was breathing heavily as he felt his head aching in pain. Just as Chen Dai Zai had predicted, having only just obtained his origin ability, he couldn't utilize it for a very long period of time. His ability was called Blade of Protection. After activation, everyone behind his sword would fall under its protection, and any act of aggression would be met with automatic counterattacks from the sword. But if I give up now, what would become of Lan Shan? She's still too young. How would she survive in this world? The middle-aged man's eyes were already bloodshot, his head aching so much that he could feel it breaking apart. But as he thought about his daughter, he could only persevere. How could he still be so insistent when there's no hope to be seen? Chen Dai Zai silently complained in his mind. The feeling of hunger coming from his biomass gear was becoming increasingly more severe, to the point that it had begun to affect his mind and movements. He could clearly tell that the man would soon collapse, while he appeared completely unfazed from the outside. So how could the man still keep this up? Is it because of his family? Chen Dai Zai gritted his teeth, contemplating retreat. If he persevered any longer, the biomass gear might just go on strike and put him into a dangerous situation. A Force weapon might be precious, but this wasn't the only one. If the other party could actually continue, then the correct decision for him right now was to retreat. The middle-aged man glanced at his young daughter hiding in the corner with a slightly lonely expression. His thoughts already becoming blurred, the events of the past 3 days flashed through his mind. His wife couldn't survive the attack of the virus and was turned into a zombie, then mindlessly attacked their daughter who was right next to her. Fortunately, the middle-aged man managed to arrive just in time. In order to protect their daughter, he had to kill his wife who had turned into a zombie at the time. This already left an irreversible trauma in their daughter's heart. So if her father, what if he were to fall right in front of her as well? Would that not cause her mental scars to worsen? To protect my family, this was the only wish of this middle-aged salaryman who had suffered throughout his daily life. Because of this, his ability was the Blade of Protection. However, just as he was able to kill his zombified wife in order to save his daughter, his ability had a certain hidden side to it. Wielding the T-shaped sword in his hand, he pointed it straight at Chen Dai Zai. In order to protect his family, a sword that was originally just to protect could also be turned to hurt others. The middle-aged man abruptly swung his sword forward, then powerlessly fell to the ground. The air was split apart. An invisible slash came flying and struck Chen Dai Zai on his chest, cutting through the jet-black bodysuit to reveal the soft flesh underneath. The slash then continued forward, ripping his skin apart and splattering his blood everywhere, causing Chen Dai Zai to scream in extreme pain and desperation. In the end, his combat experience was still too lacking, unable to predict that the other party's ability could change, leading to him suffering a heavy injury. Even worse than that was the fact that his biomass gear was broken, causing a maddening pang of hunger to attack his psyche. Whether it was to replenish his vitality or to repair his armor, he needed a large amount of food. The supermarket right next to them had already been raided a few times by other survivors, so its food supplies had already dwindled quite a bit. Due to this, the closest source of food suited for his needs was the man right in front of him, and the symbiotic biomass gear was already urging him to take action. Chapter 158. Birth of a Disaster King. Negary knew about Chen Dai Zai's fight. Even the fact that he entered the symbiotic form with his biomass gear was part of Negary's plans. Among the infected, Chen Dai Zai's constitution was especially suitable with the spiritual inception germs, and had the potential to become a powerhouse. However, due to his life in modern society, a lot of his edge had already been shaved away by reality, causing his personality to deviate towards being gentle. Fusing with the viral consciousness of his biomass gear would help Chen Dai Zai become more competitive. However, after this battle began, Negary immediately realized that something was wrong. Although he planned for Chen Dai Zai to enter a symbiotic relationship with a viral consciousness, He didn't purposely plan for him to lose his Disys Force weapon and became unable to advance. In fact, Negary favored Chen Dai's eye enough to give him the location of a Disys Force weapon that was especially well hidden, enough that it normally wouldn't be found. And yet, such a well-hidden Disys Force weapon was accidentally found by a middle-aged man, who managed to connect with it and release his origin at a strangely rapid pace. All coincidences are inevitable. All of Negary's actions in this world had been under the assumption of that statement being fact. Negary didn't know much about this middle-aged man. Although he was the first person to achieve the first stage of release, it was actually more accurate to say that he was the first person to find a Disys Force weapon. In order to create an artificial level of difficulty for these people, all Disys Force weapons were either hidden away or placed in treacherous spots, which meant that both time and abilities were necessary for anyone to obtain any of them. There were quite a few people whose progress with spiritual inception was considerably faster than this middle-aged man, including the 3 domains that Negary personally spread the spiritual inception germs, as well as the other domains spread by his secret subordinates. The total number of people affected by the spiritual inception germs had surpassed 100 million. At this point, there should be around 30 million infected, with around 3 million of them who managed to adapt and became spiritual inception practitioners. With so many people, there was no way for Negary to personally observe each and every one, so he only chose to pay attention to a few with particular potential, and had made considerable progress. The middle-aged man's progress was only middle-upper level. Together with his age that had basically settled the potential of his soul, Negary didn't pay much attention to him in the beginning. If the middle-aged man had coincidentally obtained any other Disys Force weapons, Negary wouldn't have taken any notice, but the exact one that he came across was the one that Negary selected for Chen Dai's eye. So something is trying to use this middle-aged man to contaminate a piece that I picked out. Negary scowled and sensed Chen Dai's eye's current movements. Chen Dai's eyes had gotten bloodshot. The hunger transmitting from his biomass gear had gotten so bad that his consciousness completely lapsed. The armor around his body started to become animated. What was originally a bodysuit started to morph and change like a living, slimy creature, even extending feelers and tentacles towards where the unconscious man had collapsed in order to grab him. However, what use is that? Negary started thinking. The most intense emotion of that middle-aged man was his will to protect his family. If Chen Dai's eye allows his biomass gear to consume the middle-aged man, it's very likely that he's going to be contaminated with this emotion. This should be meaningless, since Chen Dai's eye doesn't have any family members to protect. These emotions would simply fade away after a short time. Negary analyzed the situation, which means the most likely scenario is that he starts to direct these contaminated emotions towards the little girl. With the sense of guilt from devouring her father and the contaminated emotions, Chen Dai's eye would definitely regard this little girl called Lan Shan to be an extremely important person to himself. Negary's eyes flickered and interfered. Chen Dai's eye abruptly collapsed on one knee while clutching his heart. It felt as if someone had just put a finger in and stirred his heart up, causing him to tremble in cold sweat. His mind started to regain its natural clarity. His armor had also gotten unprecedentedly docile. Realizing what he was about to do, Chen Dai's eye hurriedly picked up the Disys Force weapon that had returned to normal. From the drained soul power he sensed within the sword, it shouldn't take a lot of time for him to completely cut off this weapon's connection with the middle-aged man. Having obtained his Disys Force weapon, Chen Dai's eye swiftly left the area without minding the survival of any other people. Perhaps due to the battle just now, or perhaps due to other reasons, the supermarket suddenly collapsed, causing the rubble to completely bury the middle-aged man. Standing afar, the little girl watched as her father was buried with tears streaming down her face. As she quickly ran in front of the collapsed structure, she appeared incredibly powerless. An enormous amount of Disys Force began to manifest out of nowhere, filling the gigantic infected zone. Negary's gaze flickered. Having created the infected zone, Negary was constantly accumulating more Disas force without stopping, but just earlier, the flow of Disas force was abruptly split and delegated to another person. So that's what it was. That little girl is the holder of Super Plague, isn't she? Negary was walking towards a certain emergency shelter when he felt the signs of a new disaster king being born and turned towards that direction. If I did not interfere just now, Chen Dai Zai would have turned into the protector of the new disaster king. Negary turned away and continued up the stairs with a pondering expression on his face. However, why was the chosen disaster king a little girl with a severe psychological issue? There should be countless people with much greater potential, and yet such a little girl was chosen instead. Is there something I don't know about the selection process of authority holders? Negary had such a thought. It could clearly be seen just how much the other party counteracted his abilities by the fact that over half of the Disas force that was supposed to go to him was taken by her authority right after she had just appeared. If a more fitting host had been chosen, Negary would have found it considerably harder to deal with them. But when the host was just an immature girl with personal trauma, it was almost as if Negary was handed an opportunity. Negary flung open the gates of the emergency shelter with his bare hands. Over 100 million people had been affected by the spiritual inception plague, but the number of people that actually got infected was only 30% of that. The main contribution to this was this world's well-established shelter bunkers that allowed the majority of civilians to quickly get to safety. Even if some people had germs lingering on their hands or feet, as long as they hadn't been infected, the disinfection procedure that everyone had to go through successfully killed off those germs. And so, for the past few days, other than observing the progress of spiritual inception, Negary had been traveling from shelter to shelter and breaking them open to increase the number of infected people, a huge batch at a time. Should I send someone to kill her while she still hasn't fully grasped how to use Disas force? After pondering this seemingly sensible solution, Negary shook his head. If he actually did such a thing, the results would be inevitably predictable. The D.E.R. division, the government, and perhaps even the entity behind this world's destiny didn't wish for the newly born Super Plague authority holder to die. When he purposely tried to track Fang Zi's location, although he couldn't get a hold of their exact position, he still managed to discover Fang Zi's group to be quite near Super Plague through the eyes of the infected. Some stalling will be necessary. I will have to send a few people to halt their progress and buy myself some more time. Negary's body started to morph and turned into a large three-winged dragon, then swiftly took off. Chapter 159, Stalling for Time. That direction? While riding in a modified jeep, Fang Zi abruptly looked up. His eyes were sharp, almost as if he could see through the scenery from far away. As a disaster king and someone who had achieved the first stage of release, Fang Zi's perception was extremely strong, immediately able to find the epicenter of the reaction right as the first Disas force fluctuation manifested. After pointing to the exact location on the map, he sat down in the jeep with a heavy heart. Fang Zi had already fought Negary once before. Now that he had time to think about it, the flow of their battle at the time was completely dictated by the other party, and that was when his Disas force was still vastly inferior to his own. After some analysis from the D.E.R. division's experts, his authority should have already been promoted to grade F, becoming a disaster king just like him. If the two of them fought again, assuming that their Disas force were at the same level, Fang Zi found himself helpless to win against him even with his newly acquired Starforce ability. The D.E.R. division had also shown him footage of his three-winged dragon form destroying their fighter jets. That ridiculous presence and overwhelming destructiveness wasn't something he was capable of. Wang Yuan's essence is that of a super virus from another world. Unless we have the help of the disaster king Black Death, there is no real chance for us to defeat him and return this world to its original appearance. Fang Zi fell into thought. Disaster King Black Death was another name for the disaster king who held the authority Super Plague, based on one of the most famous plagues in human history, the Black Death. Because the infected zone was completely covered in the spiritual inception germs, those who came into the infected zone in search of Disaster King Black Death were all authority holders. Authority holders had the ability to destroy any spiritual inception germs that came into their respiratory tract with their Disas force, and ensured that they wouldn't become infected. Let us speed up. Disaster King Black Death had only just manifested and is unable to use Disas force. They might run into danger in such an environment. Chang Zia pushed up his glasses and commented, as the Sixth Domain had completely fallen into chaos, as the section chief of the Sixth Domain DE. Our division, he was naturally to blame. Furthermore, Seven, who sneaked away from her responsibilities, was nearly brought to military court. Naturally, if Seven hadn't come to help Chang Zia when he was fighting against Wang Zhao in the Yubu University battle, he might not have won against the other party and made it in time to help Fang Zi defeat the Leather Jacket Man. We're already going very fast. The authority holder of traffic jam was the one at the wheels. Now that the entire city had fallen into a half-paralyzed state, he was the only one capable of finding a route without any blockage in this huge domain. If he still couldn't find a path, then they would forcefully make one. With a press of a button on this modified military jeep, 2 guiding rails appeared on either side of the jeep with a couple of small ballistic missiles equipped. Sitting on the passenger seat, Seven took aim through an electronic device and fired, blasting a number of cars that were blocking the road ahead of them away. The modified jeep continued through the flames, quickly making its way towards the point marked on the map. Several terrifying zombies were also swiftly moving through the streets, some of which had even taken on the appearance of liquid that was constantly moving on the ground, as well as other zombies with even stranger mutations. For example, a few zombies had grown a pair of black crow wings, flapping as they made their way towards where they were being directed. Another zombie had attached itself onto a bicycle and had almost fully fused together with the vehicle, leaving only a thin mass of germs pushing the pedals forward, making it look as if a ghostly bicycle was making its way through the collapsed streets. Under Negary's summoning, having adapted to their environments, the mutated germs were not on their way to attack the little girl Lan Shan, but rather to get into the way and prevent Fang Zi's group from being able to reach her. Negary was sure that if he actually sent monsters to attack Lan Shan right now, Fang Zi's group would miraculously make it there just in time to save her. In fact, under the effects of his protagonist aura, this maneuver would somehow fix Lan Shan's trauma as well. Just a cup of meaningless chicken soup would fix her right up and gain Negary another powerful foe. In this world where even the smallest chance occurrence could happen with inevitability as long as it was necessary, that would be nothing but child's play. With a slight wiggle, a street lamp abruptly turned into liquid and fell onto the roof of the modified jeep. Under Negary's interference, this mass of liquid germ began to change its property and gained the characteristics of metal-eating germs. As the ear-screeching sound of metal being consumed resounded from above, Fang Zi looked up to see the warped roof of the car. He knew that Negary had finally begun to act. Disas force surged forward from his body to disintegrate the germs as well as the roof of the car. However, immediately after that, a small bump on the ground abruptly shot up to the bottom of the car, sought out every small gap it could find and started to destroy the vehicle from the inside. Damn it, the mimicry of these things is ridiculous. Before the germs shot up towards the car, none of the people on it had managed to discover the disguised germs at all. They simply had poor compatibility. The only person in the car that could briefly sense the germs was Fang Zi, who had achieved the first stage of release. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to drive. An authority holder's ability was mainly to destroy. If you wanted them to create or prevent a disaster under their control, they'd naturally be able to do it. But the only person who had an authority that had anything to do with vehicles was Traffic Jam. After being attacked by a mutated germ, this jeep's journey had essentially come to an end. The group had no choice but to stop the car. Seeing how badly the underside had been eaten through by the germs, They could only give up on this jeep and look for bicycles in order to reach where they needed to. While riding on the road, a fire hydrant abruptly moved and turned into a mass of liquid as it attacked Liu Shi on her bike. A mass of force surged forward and smacked this mass of liquid away. Under the intense heat property of the force, the germs completely lost its activity. The burnt germs gave off an extremely nauseating smell when they thought of the fact that this creature that looked like a mass of liquid used to be a human. They felt even more nauseated, but also further solidified their faith of defeating Negary. On their way, they continued to suffer the attack of various germ creatures that disguised themselves as mundane things on the road. Although they could easily dispatch these creatures with force after detecting them, they still needed to locate them first. For this reason, they couldn't help but slow their pace and carefully observe their surroundings in order to prevent themselves from suffering another ambush. If they still had their car, even if the road was blocked, they'd be able to reach Disaster King Black Death in just half a day. But after being forced to give up their car for bicycles, it took an entire afternoon for them to make 1/3 of the journey. It's already getting late. Those monsters' camouflage ability would only become even more terrifying at night, Chang Zia said with a serious expression. Furthermore, we've been on constant guard for the entire afternoon. Our spirits won't last at this rate. We need to rest. What's the current situation? Due to the continuation of this large-scaled plague, both Disaster King Black Death and Negary still gave off a constant force fluctuation. Wang Yuan had been constantly moving about, but Disaster King Black Death had stayed in a single place without moving. Fang Zi reported after briefly sensing. Then, let's find somewhere for us to rest for the night. As the group randomly picked a hotel to enter, Fang Zi felt like something amiss as he entered, although he was unsure if it was only his imagination. Chapter 160, Traffic Jam Online and Waiting to be Named. Who are you? As they entered the hotel, several people gathered with their weapons ready in hand. 2 to 3 of them even had guns. Consider us the search team. Chang Zia wasn't panicked, nor was there a need for him to be, and curtly replied, "Someone entrusted us to enter the 7th domain to find a survivor and ensure their safety. Simply that." After cautiously observing Chang Zia's group for a while, they lowered their weapons, but still kept their guard up and said, "The 2nd floor is our area. If there's no issue, please do not approach the 2nd floor. We don't wish for there to be any conflict." After that, the group slowly retreated to the 2nd floor without minding Fang Zi's group any longer. Those 2 were probably police officers, regretfully. Chang Zia didn't say what he felt regretful about. In theory, the police should be the ones to maintain peace and order when there was a disaster, but after finding out that they themselves had been discarded by the government, being able to protect their own people was already quite decent of them. This hotel doesn't seem too bad, right? The group of 8 followed the stairs up to the 3rd floor, where everything was left neatly and orderly, as if someone had maintained this hotel even during this disaster. Within the dimly lit corridor, everyone carefully observed their surroundings while walking slowly on the soft felt carpets, watching out for any mutated germs creatures that might abruptly spring to attack them. Xiao Ba Fu carefully knocked on the frame of a painting with his dagger as they walked past, only to see that it tilted a bit from becoming off-center. The coast is clear, no issues found. After a systematic check of the 3rd floor and confirming that there were no issues, they picked out from double rooms that were right next to each other and delegated night guard duty among themselves. However, no one seemed to notice that the tilted painting had become centered once again, as if an invisible hand had moved it. Around 8 to 9 p.m., another group of people arrived at the hotel. It was almost as if this hotel had some sort of magic. Those who walked by this area would notice this hotel without fail as they felt tired and wanted somewhere to rest. Perhaps it was due to them being used to the living conditions of modern life, when having to choose between resting in a hotel or among a bunch of rubble. A hotel where everything was neat and tidy naturally became their first choice. Among these 2 rooms, Zhang Zai Jai, Xiao Ba Fu, Traffic Jam, and Zhang Wei were in one room, while the other room had Chang Zia, Fang Zi, Liu Shi, and Seven. Lying on the bed, Zhang Zai seemed to be dreaming of something unpleasant. He originally gained his authority pothole due to being a victim of one such disaster. And right now, he was having the same sensation of being sunken in while lying on the soft bed. Traffic Jam and Zhang Wei were silently performing their night guard duties. The two of them were also feeling incredibly tired, having to fend off those mimicking mutated germs creatures since noon. "I'll be going out for a smoke." Traffic Jam reported in a low voice to Zhang Wei before going out to the hallway and lit a cigarette. As the nicotine cleared his mind somewhat, he was about to make his way back inside when he abruptly lost his footing. The ground itself had turned into black mud and pulled him down while emitting a unique frequency to suppress the fluctuations of Traffic Jam's force. The ground gradually returned to silence, manifesting as the soft felt carpets once more. A hand proceeded to burst out from below with surging force, trying to destroy the black substance, but more of the substance swiftly gathered around the hand, completely suppressed the force fluctuations with their own unique frequency before soundlessly swallowed it up again. While standing guard in his room, Zhang Wei felt something amiss. Traffic Jam's smoke break had gone on for a bit too long. When he was about to call out and wake the two sleeping people up, the ground abruptly moved, manifesting tentacles that instantly wrapped around him, restraining his arms, legs, mouth, and nose to prevent him from making any loud noises. His force surged forward to strike the tentacles, but couldn't damage them too much. These tentacles seemed to have a certain level of force resistance, capable of mitigating the majority of the damage caused by force. Even more terrifyingly, any and all force fluctuation was completely suppressed. Originally, authority holders of the government had undergone training to become extremely sensitive to force, capable of snapping out of their sleep if they sensed even a faint hint of force fluctuation. But now, these black tentacles had the same property as a force suppression device, capable of masking force fluctuations. They only had their superiors to blame for this, as they traded several secret research materials with Negary for various benefits. Among them were the force sensing technology and the force material forging technology, both of which had been used by Negary to supplement his spiritual inception method. However, there was also the force stabilization technology, which was actually the method to manufacture force suppression devices. While this wasn't used for his technique, Negary still kept it in mind, as he knew technology to mask and hide force fluctuation would always come in handy. Zhang Wei intensely struggled in order to cause a bit of commotion, but to no avail as he was eventually swallowed by the ground and vanished as well. Following this, the two beds in the room were slowly taken over and sunk into the ground as well. The descent was gradual, but as they got close enough, tentacles sprouted from all around the bed to restrain their bodies and mouth, pulling them as well as their beds down below. Only Zhang Zai managed to notice anything due to his authority, but couldn't react in time before the tentacles grabbed and restrained him. In the other room, Fang Zi and Liu Shi were responsible for night guard duty. Fang Zi scowled, as he felt this level of silence to be somewhat unnatural and uncomfortable. "I'm going to check the other room, try to be careful," Fang Zi said in a whispering voice, then went out to the hallway. The dim hallway without lights didn't affect Fang Zi's vision. After achieving the first stage of release, he obtained an overall better physique. While standing in the hallway, he kept feeling that something was out of place and decided to knock on the other room's door. Not getting a response even after a while, Fang Zi's expression changed, and immediately used his immense force to break through the door and was greeted by an empty room. Muttering "oh no" to himself, he hurriedly returned to his own room by blasting the door open, only to see that the other side of the door wasn't a room but instead black flesh. When Fang Zi's force attacked the black flesh, the expected complete disintegration didn't occur. He did take out a huge chunk of the flesh, but couldn't completely destroy it, not to mention, it was rapidly regaining its shape. The entire hotel began to come alive, the hallways morphed and twisted, the items inside strewn all around. Numerous tentacles extended from every imaginable angle and reached towards Fang Zi. Fang Zi's Force kept on pouring out of his body and destroyed the black tentacles as well as everything around them. With a sizzling noise and blue smoke, the masses of broken tentacles were reabsorbed by the black flesh below. The hallway gradually shrunk smaller and smaller. This entire hotel is a huge mutated germ creature? Fang Zi heavily scowled. After determining a general direction, his Force surged forward again to blow open a path and immediately leapt out from the hotel. Chapter 161. The Second Confrontation. Landing in a small alley, Fang Zi's Force surged as he carefully observed the hotel. What was originally a neat hotel building started to morph and finally turned into a huge muddy monster. The monster's body was jet black with various trash sticking out from various points as it wildly swung its tentacles. In front of his monster, Fang Zi almost seemed like a small ant. The monster's outer surface started to move and twist, seemingly to face Fang Zi head-on. One of its tentacles began to morph and transformed into Negary's naked upper body. Wang Yuan? Fang Zi called out Negary's name in this world with a chilling voice, his heart sinking. His unique characteristic of being able to move himself to wherever there were enough germs was too terrifying. Having this characteristic, Negary was naturally unbeatable in this world, which was also why they were in so much of a hurry to find Disaster King Black Death. So, still a bit lacking. Negary didn't care about Fang Zi's expression of hatred. There were always a lot of people in the world that hated his guts. It didn't matter if the protagonist of this world happened to be one of them. Just now, Negary attempted an experiment to see if he could actually kill Fang Zi. If he had actually been restrained inside the body of a monster with a certain level of Force resistance, even Fang Zi would find it hard to escape, which made it the perfect chance to kill him. The results? Almost as if he was alarmed by something, Fang Zi left his room ahead of time. As soon as he noticed something amiss, he immediately sprung into action. When he found that he couldn't save his companions, he immediately broke the encirclement to escape. During this entire process, if Fang Zi had missed any beat, he would have been completely restrained without any hope of escape. It's still okay, I can still sense them. Fang Zi was utilizing his origin ability, Star Force, in order to confirm this. Among his companions, there were those who trusted him fully, which allowed him to borrow their abilities any time he wished. It was through this connection with them that he confirmed that they were indeed inside the body of that monster, and that their lives weren't in danger. The two of them didn't waste any words since their hostility for each other was already clear. The Force in front of Fang Zi's body surged and split the air apart, combined with Force at his back that also pushed him forward. He vanished for a split second, before reappearing in front of the giant monster. His right fist clenched tightly, equipped with a Force material glove. It fully carried Fang Zi's power and heavily struck the monster's body. Everything in front of him was immediately destroyed, boring a giant hole through the giant muddy monster's body, ripping it in half. But the two halves then swiftly clapped together like a pair of hands and squished Fang Zi. The mass of black substance shifted again. The originally condensed surface changed again as a huge cave-like hole was blown open from inside. Fang Zi leapt out from inside and took flight thanks to the immense Force surging from his back. Under this terrifying power, a typhoon had manifested. The flow of wind displayed the shape of the originally invisible Force as a pair of gigantic butterfly wings that covered half the sky. It was such a vicious amount of power that changed the shape of the air itself that allowed Fang Zi to hover this way. The transparent butterfly flapped, then abruptly swung downwards. The shape suddenly changed into a barrage of sharp arrows that rained down on the giant muddy monster below. Under Negary's control, the muddy monster began to writhe. manifesting 7 bags of flesh from inside that were controlled by tentacles to receive Fang Zi's Dissus Force attack. Seemingly sensing something, Fang Zi forcefully made his Dissus Force change their directions. One of the tentacles coiled around itself and brought the sack of flesh closer to its body before shooting it towards Fang Zi with the force of a cannonball. At this point, Fang Zi could naturally control his Dissus Force to completely disintegrate this spinning sack of flesh, but he instead gradually slowed down the momentum of the bag of flash without damaging it by finally controlling his Dissus Force. When the cannonball-like sack of flesh made it in front of him, Fang Zi covered himself in Dissus Force before catching it. Unable to fully kill the momentum, he was sent crashing backwards through a tall building, fell on the rooftop of another building, and drew a long mark on it with his body. When his Dissus Force surged again to split the sack of flesh apart before disintegrating it, Liu Shi was revealed to be inside. Just now, if Fang Zi hadn't controlled his Dissus Force to slow this thing down, his Dissus Force would have killed his own comrade. As for the 6 remaining bags of flesh, if there were no surprises, then they should contain his 6 remaining companions. Embracing Liu Shi, Fang Zi's Dissus Force surged again and shot him into the sky like a missile, leaving countless scratches on the ruined rooftop. His Dissus Force swiftly destroyed the building that he crashed through before, then shot the wreckage towards the muddy monster. Fang Zi's authority was asteroid collision, so its properties wear impact and high temperature. But at this moment, the properties of his Dissus Force was forward movement and control, the exact same as Liu Shi's Dissus Force, who was in his embrace. This signified that Fang Zi was borrowing Liu Shi's abilities through his origin ability. Through Fang Zi's enormous Dissus Force, Liu Shi's low-grade authority was boosted to an unbelievable degree. The pieces of the destroyed building were turned into stray bullets under Fang Zi's control, shooting at incredible speed towards the muddy monster on the ground. Randomly hitting one of his comrades inside the bags of flesh would fall under a stray arrow incident, and since he was borrowing Liu Shi's authority, it was impossible for that to happen. The muddy monster swung its tentacles to knock the flying pieces of rubble away, only to find that they were highly unusual, almost as if they could change their trajectory at will. Just as a huge piece of rubble went through the muddy monster's tentacle, a mass of Dissus Force that carried the broken property erupted in a flash. Fang Zi, who had Liu Shi in his embrace, leapt out from the piece of falling rubble and cut off every tentacle that contained a sack of flesh. Fang Zi's Dissus Force changed its property once again in degradation, causing the sacks of flesh to quickly deteriorate and melted into pus, revealing the people inside. Sensing that everyone was only unconscious, Fang Zi stood out to shield them as his Dissus Force returned to its original property. Looking down on the muddy monster, a red dot appeared far in the sky, booming like thunder as it descended. Negary turned around to see a meteorite gradually growing larger, or rather, gradually approaching him. After flashing a swift smile, his body turned back into muddy water as his soul left this area. The incandescent meteorite crashed into the muddy monster's body with extreme temperature, unleashing an incredible amount of light and heat. The mass of germs was completely wiped out by the heat, while the force of the impact caused the few intact buildings that remained in the area to collapse as well. Fang Zi sighed in relief. This battle could be considered a small victory for him, having saved all of his companions while also killing that giant germ creature. However, their journey had been delayed once again. Watching the scene of carnage around him, Fang Zi smiled bitterly. Chapter 162. Like how you saw that flower, and like how I met you, his personality model also changed. This was Negary's evaluation of Fang Zi during this battle. Compared to his previous self, the current Fang Zi was considerably more careful and mature, and also more fitting of his status as a disaster king. That should be enough to stall for time. Negary had just arranged a few more mutated germ creatures to ambush Fang Zi's group on their way forward, and Negary had already expected to not gain anything from the battle tonight. In the first place, Negary didn't intend to kill those supporting characters. Otherwise, as the protagonist, Fang Zi might have exploded and used the death of a supporting character to once again break through his limits. It was for this reason that Negary returned the supporting characters to Fang Zi without hesitation. However, while he didn't kill them, he did infect them with some minor diseases through his germs. It would take around 2 to 3 days of rest for them to return to health, which served to stall for even more time. During this period, another spiritual inception practitioner finally managed to achieve the first stage of release, and this number was rapidly increasing as well. Furthermore, there was another person who had begun to approach the second stage of release. Hikayao was it. She was the first ever practitioner of spiritual inception and officially released her origin for the first time just last week. But now she was already ready to release it the second time. This speed, what else can I say other than as expected of the female lead? In total, she had only been infected by the spiritual inception germs for a bit more than a month. If Negary still had the emotion called envy, he would surely feel insanely envious right now. To promote the quality of his soul to the second stage of release, he had to spend untold amounts of effort and wits, while humans that still have their origin could rapidly advance as long as they had the means to. Initially, remnant souls might have the advantage of being able to grow stronger with any qualms, but once they truly ran into a bottleneck, they would need to spend astronomically more effort compared to humans in order to advance. In fact, there wasn't even a path to advance for them in the first place. Negary wasn't envious. Envy was easily one of the most useless emotions for a strong entity who wished to become stronger, while he still kept a bit of it to keep himself grounded. It wasn't much. He continued to control and direct his monsters to various places, attacking those with potential in order to stimulate them into improving themselves more rapidly. At the same time, he gradually started to leak the biomass gear forging method around the survivors. In reality, this was another way for him to stimulate progression. Even a perfect biomass gear without viral consciousness was still, in essence, germs that were under Negary's control. The longer these people kept their biomass gear on, the faster their subconsciousness would be influenced by Negary. They would grow addicted to the feeling of becoming stronger, slowly becoming more ambitious. On the other hand, the little girl Lan Shan who held the Super Plague Authority continued to remain next to the collapsed supermarket. She didn't say anything or do anything at all, and simply stood there silently. Quite obviously, her mental instability had worsened. Like a person with an extreme level of autism, she had become fully enclosed within her own reality while ignoring everything else around her. Since her father brought her to this place, she would naturally need her father to take her away as well. While ignoring the fact that her father was dead, Lan Shan stayed here, waiting for him. She's completely unfit for combat. Negary could already guess the script that would follow. Fang Zi would reach Lan Shan, break through the walls she erected around her heart, then borrow her power through his origin ability Starforce to defeat Negary. With how she currently is, I can risk probing her once Negary made his decision, then rechecked his own soul for influences. After confirming that there weren't any issues, a mass of germs slowly gathered not too far away from where Lan Shan was, eventually forming Negary's body. Randomly grabbing a set of clothes for himself, Negary started making his way towards Lan Shan. With her Super Plague Authority, it was simple for her to take control of Negary's current body with a single thought. She even had a certain level of control over his alternative soul virus form. If the one who held this ability was the current Fang Zi, Negary would find it incredibly difficult to win against him. In fact, he might be defeated and fall under his complete control instead. Negary slowly approached Lan Shan, making preparations in case she abruptly controlled him. But Lan Shan remained completely motionless as she sat hugging her knees next to the ruined building, completely ignorant of Negary's presence. She was simply staring at a small scarlet sage flower that tenaciously grew from the cracks of the collapsed wall. Soon enough, Negary arrived next to Lan Shan. Having not eaten anything for an entire day, she appeared unbelievably frail at a glance, No one would believe that this was one of the 10 disaster kings. What do you think is the meaning of life? Negary softly asked with a hint of probing in his voice. The materials and atoms that make up the body are nothing but the same atoms that exists within every other aspect of human daily life. Other than that, there is only the deeper hidden existence of the soul. Negary said, almost talking to himself. The combination of a true spirit as well as the energy derived from it is generally called the soul. Perhaps there are other things that I do not know of as well. Someone once told me, the true spirit is the connection of a human with the rules and principles of the universe, the origin of all humans, the initial force. Humans are connected to the universe, and life is connected to the universe. You and your father, you and me, what might seem like completely unrelated matters all have a deeper level of unseen connection, like how you saw that flower, and like how I met you. The presence of the dragon of eternal sin completely enveloped this entire area, removing the possibility of interference from destiny. Negary reached his hand out to Lan Shan. I need your ability. Do you want to come with me? Finally, Lan Shan reacted, hugging her knees more tightly. She looked up at Negary. From where she sat, the sun had just risen. The gentle, warm rays of light peered out from behind Negary and shined on Lan Shan, at the same time making Negary's figure seem extremely great. Lan Shan looked up at Negary and his outstretched hand. Her authority super plague allowed her to clearly sense Negary's thoughts at that very moment. Every word he spoke was true. He truly needed her ability, and this thought was clearly displayed for her to see. Since she was needed, she was entrusted with a meaning to continue living. There was no such thing as a life that truly wanted to die. There were usually two types of people who committed suicide. The first were those whose thoughts were overwhelmed by intense emotions. This could be rage, sorrow, despair, or even glory like Allahu Akbar. The other type were people who lost their meaning in life. Since no one needed them and they couldn't find a meaning to their own lives, they naturally chose death. Lan Shan stared straight at Negary, then slowly reached out her small and weak hand to take Negary's hand. Her vision then became blurred as she fell unconscious, having sat here for an entire day without sustenance. Her human body couldn't withstand it. Catching Lan Shan before she fell, Negary smirked. It was clear at this point that destiny couldn't control everything. The origin of every individual originated from a higher existence, which meant that each individual also had the chance to break free of their worldly destiny. Even if that chance was minuscule, it still existed. And regardless, since Super Plague now follows me, I hold a lot more initiative compared to before. Chapter 163. Transitive. Negary was holding Lan Shan's hand as he led her along the ruined street. Several days ago, this place used to be a hustling and bustling district full of life and vitality. But in less than a week, the entire city had essentially become a dead zone with very few living creatures to be seen. You understand? All of this originated from me. Negary casually admitted to all his actions. Since matters like these weren't something he could hide even if he wanted to, it would be better to just admit them from the start. I spread the spiritual inception germs and created this cataclysm. Negary continued. The cataclysm changed you, making it so that you became extraordinary. Specifically you and not any other person. Perhaps there are connections that I do not understand related to this, Negary slowly explained. Our lives, our everything is under the control of this connection. I want to understand what this connection is and control it in return. That's why I need your help, Lan Shan. Use your ability to help me. Increase the spread of this plague. Lan Shan nodded without opening her mouth and only uttered a small sound from her throat as the response. Following that, her immense Disis force began to surge, fully exercising her authority of super plague, causing the multiplication and positive mutation of all spiritual inception germs in the world to rapidly quicken. The infected zone quickly expanded. The previous means of disinfection that were effective were now useless against the newly mutated spiritual inception germs. In a single night, the world fell under the control of germs. The first domain, the center of governmental authority, a location that used to be full of the most influential people on the planet. Following the spread of the germs, this place had also become as desolate as other places. The world entered an era of self-preservation. Large numbers of people filled the various emergency shelters as they lived under strict hygiene management. Still, at the location of the Apocalypse Stone tablet, Minister Chang had a solemn expression on his face, the same as the other faces on the screens in front of him. Should I say, as expected of the Lord of Aberration. One of them chuckled. I can't believe he went off the course of the Apocalypse Stone tablet so quickly according to previous analysis. The Great Plague should have broken out over a month later, followed by the appearance of Disaster King Black Death a month after that. With the course of events being pushed ahead an entire month, all of our preparations have been messed up. Even Disaster King Black Death stands on his side now. Minister Chang pushed his glasses up. Isn't this exactly what we needed? A person on another screen spoke up with a serious tone. After all, if we followed the original progress, even gathering all 10 Disaster Kings wasn't enough to stop the apocalypse. We needed a variable, and the Lord of Aberration is that variable, the king of people that represents the virtue of the world, as well as the Lord of Aberration who represents its error and variable. Only by combining their powers can we truly go against the apocalypse after so many tries. We've finally seen hope indeed, so many tries. Minister Chang pushed his glasses up again and rubbed his temples. However, this would also be the only chance. There's no telling if we'd be able to run into otherworld invasion again, so this truly will be our final hope. At another location, Fang Zi's expression turned grim. Not too long ago, he felt the disforce fluctuations of Disaster King Black Death and Wang Yuan overlap, which meant that Disaster King Black Death had most likely been restrained by him. Without disforce, Disaster King Black Death couldn't win against Wang Yuan with just their authority alone, huh? Chang Zia pushed his glasses up. We don't have enough information, and our communication with the outside world has also been cut. Ever since the battle of that night, while Fang Zi managed to save his companions, their food, electronic devices, as well as other things had all been destroyed, completely cutting off their communication with the outside world. It was because of this that they didn't know about the expanded scale of the plague. Otherwise, they wouldn't have assumed that Negary had defeated Disaster King Black Death. However, Black Death's disforce fluctuations haven't disappeared, which means that they're still safe and we still have a chance. Chang Zia rubbed his temples and spoke seriously. We have no time to waste, but what about your bodies? Fang Zi looked over his 7 companions. Other than 7, the other 6 had all been afflicted with various diseases through Negary's germs. Although they'd be able to rid themselves of the germs very quickly through using disforce, their bodies would still remain weakened for a very long time. Let Zhang Wei use his authority on us. Things should be fine as long as it doesn't worsen, quickly coming to a consensus. The group resumed their rescuing journey. Negary held Lan Shan's hand and quickly arrived at a small gathering of survivors within the infected zone, although the situation inside was a bit unusual. Chen Daizai was sitting on a chair with his disforce weapon in hand, the disforce weapon drawing the eyes of every survivor here. However, no one tried to attack him to steal it, because those who were hysterical enough to try had already been turned into a pulp of flesh and blood right next to them. After successfully stealing this disforce weapon just a day ago, he sated the biomass gear's hunger through regular food. Spending an entire night, he successfully erased the middle-aged man's connection with the weapon, formed his own connection with it, and achieved the first stage of release, after which his ambition grew. He could confirm without a doubt that among the survivors in this area, his cultivation process was first-rate, combined with the strength of his gear. It wasn't a stretch to say that he was truly the strongest. Since he had strength, he immediately thought to supplement his shortcomings, and a lone individual in this apocalyptic setting had too little room for error when they didn't have ample backline support. From now on, I'll be in charge of this place. Any objections? Chen Daizai spoke clearly and curtly, his left hand brandishing his disforce weapon. You should understand. The zombies are mutating even as we speak. Your survival will only become tougher as time goes by without a powerhouse to lead you. None of you have any way out. Only under my command would you be able to face various threats and gain the opportunity to obtain Force weapons. You should feel it too, no matter how much you try to suppress your spiritual inception progress. It's still slowly but surely inching towards your limits, Chen Dai's eyes smirked. And I have the way to resolve that issue, reaching his hand outward. Chen Dai's biomass gear started to morph and shift into a black substance. I don't have Force weapons, but I have something to replace Force weapons, and that is biomass gear. After briefly explaining to them what biomass gear was, Chen Dai's eyes slowly continued. After I released By Origin, my ability became intertwined with both my Force weapon and biomass gear, allowing me to discover the similarities between biomass gear and Force weapons. The material for biomass gear and the spiritual inception germs are in fact two sides of the same coin. They themselves contain Force, which means that they are also a kind of Force material. There is only one issue. The fact that they are living beings makes it hard to turn them into your symbiotic weapon. However, with my ability, that is no longer an issue, Chen Dai's explained. My ability allows the human soul to undergo a deeper level of symbiosis with other creatures, allowing biomass gear to also become Force weapons. The only drawback is that you will require more training to achieve the release of your origin. Under Chen Dai's stick and carrot, the majority of the survivors here decided to join Chen Dai's as his subordinates. Only a few who were more ambitious decided to leave. Standing from afar, Negary was holding Lan Shan's hand as they watched this unfold, then asked, "Do you hate him for what he did? Do you want to kill him?" Lan Shan nodded, then shook her head, answering him in her tiny voice. "He's still useful to you, my lord, then let us go." Negary gently stroked Lan Shan's head before heading for another location. Chapter 164, That Which Will Come. Asterisk, the first step of preparations has reached an ideal point. Asterisk, sensing the situation within the infected zone, Negary nodded in thought. The ability obtained from the release of origin was, to a great extent, dependent on the attribute of one's origin. But it was also dependent on the state of one's soul, personal willpower, as well as various circumstances related to one's physique at the point of release. For example, Negary, most likely, Wang Yuan's origin contained the attribute of domination, combined with his cause of death being mutated germs, resulted in the pseudo-release ability that Negary obtained to be virus manipulation. There were many other similar examples. That was also why the origin ability of each individual seemed specifically suited for themselves. Even though Negary had stockpiled quite a bit of Force weapons, compared to the number of people who were forced to practice spiritual inception, it was nowhere near enough. Germs that contained Force could be considered a kind of pseudo-Force material. But due to them being living creatures rather than items, an individual would need to either undergo a deep level of symbiosis with these germs, or completely overwhelm the consciousness of the germ, thus taking them over with their own consciousness, in order to use them as a bridge the same way Force weapons were used. This was the real reason why Negary came up with biomass gear. From the beginning, biomass gear was supposed to be the secondary path to releasing one's origin. However, even though Negary had already come up with the general idea and created the derivative breathing method necessary for biomass gear, there was a need to experiment with the exact method for undergoing symbiosis with the germs, as well as taking over the germs with the human consciousness. One of the reasons why Negary regarded Chen Dai's so highly was due to his origin naturally having the soul attribute. It was also because of this reason that he was so quick to adapt to spiritual inception, a cultivation method deeply associated with the soul. Sure enough, Chen Dai's successfully created his own biomass gear, then awoke a corresponding ability under Negary's silence guidance. Because he used his Force weapon as a conduit, Chen Dai's ability was named Soul Blade. He was able to change the form and nature of his Force weapon so that it no longer affected the body, but directly acted on the soul instead. Through Soul Blade, he could graft the soul of one creature to the body of another, allowing them to form a symbiotic relationship. Using Chen Daizai's origin ability to experiment, Negary was able to obtain a large amount of data regarding symbiotic souls, slowly but surely formulating the biomass gear cultivation method, which in turn gave more chances for spiritual inception practitioners to advance. Perhaps later on, two factions will form, one being weapon released, and the other being gear released. Negary briefly envisioned what could happen later on, then no longer paid any attention to it. Lan Shan was still walking behind Negary, slightly tilting her head to look up at Negary's relatively towering figure. Through the Super Plague Authority, her understanding of Negary could be said to even surpass her understanding of herself. She was able to read and understand Negary's every single thought, even the information hidden inside his germs, their mutations, their usages. She knew all of it. Furthermore, she could follow the track of the so-called soul's blood in order to draw out some of Negary's memories. His past, his goal, the information he recorded within. She was able to find out everything. For that reason, she was fully aware of his initial confusion and anxiety. She knew of his fear and dread of vanishing, and she knew his determination to slowly change himself, as well as his personality of trusting no one but himself. She even knew about more than 10 of Negary's countermeasures that he prepared against her at this moment, and as she understood it, there were even more that she wasn't aware of. Step by step, she followed behind Negary. Despite how well she understood Negary, she couldn't clearly understand herself. Should she hate Chen Daizai? Indeed, she should, because his action of stealing the Force weapon caused her to lose her father. Should she hate Negary? Perhaps she should. Because Negary was the one who spread the spiritual inception germs for the sake of his ambition, and he was the root cause of her current situation. Should she hate the destiny of this world? Perhaps she should as well. Because it was this world's destiny that caused her father to accidentally discover the Force weapon that Negary prepared for Chen Daizai, and it was also destiny that made that supermarket collapse. However, when Negary reached his hand out to her, telling her that she was needed, she still reached her hand out in response. Her mother turned into a zombie and wanted to kill her, and her father killed her mother in order to save her. This trauma completely destroyed her incomplete perception of the world. She understood that her father only made the right decision, but she couldn't accept that truth, so she shut herself away within her own mind. When her father died as well, she finally felt that her existence no longer had any meaning, and since she didn't know what to do about herself, she chose to sit there and waited for her death. Negary needed her, thus giving her a new meaning. After seeing Negary's memories, she agreed with Negary's philosophy. Negary didn't need a meaning to exist, because he was the meaning for others' existence. You could say that she was contaminated by Negary when she came into contact with him, perhaps even brainwashed by him, or that she had only seen the greatness of Negary, thus deciding that he was her meaning of existence and followed him. I am too weak. I'm only a human. Since I don't know what to do with myself, all I need to do is simply follow Lord Negary. Let's go. My base is up ahead, Negary softly told her. Lan Shan had already told him her abilities, so Negary understood that she knew and understood all of his thoughts. In a way, Lan Shan was the one who could counter Negary the best, but also the one who would empathize with Negary the easiest. It can be said that Lan Shan is now another righteous of mine. My Lord Noah emerged from the base, greeting them. For the past few days, after Negary put the Cataclysm plan into motion, he had been stationed in this base. Rather than calling it a base, it would be better said that this would be Negary's main battlefield. There were numerous of Negary's arrangements and experiments inside this building, and he would need to face Fang Zi in this place, or rather, face destiny in this place. Lan Shan, follow my lead. Use your ability. Negary smiled as he walked into the base. With Lan Shan's help, the possibility of Negary winning against destiny would increase by quite a bit. At least, with Lan Shan's control over germs, he might be able to simulate his dragon of eternal sin form to a higher level. His base started to shift. The outside material changed and manifested a force field that enveloped the entire structure. The two waves of originally immense dissus force fluctuations were completely suppressed. Fang Zi, who was still on the move, abruptly scowled. Just now, the dissus force fluctuations of both Wang Yuan and Disaster King Black Death vanished at the same time, coupled with what he learnt from the monster hotel they ran into before. He understood right away that they had gone into the same environment. The last place that their fluctuation showed up was here. Fang Zi took out a map and pinpointed the location, then felt his heart becoming heavy. That place was his previous home and where Hikayo was currently staying. He volunteered to go on this trip into the infected zone in search of Disaster King Black Death. One reason for which was because he truly wished for the world to return to normal. But the other reason was that he wanted to ensure that Hikayo was safe. However, it seems like Hikayo has fallen into his hands. Regardless, Wang Yuan must be defeated. Fang Zi clenched his fists tightly and renewed his determination. Chapter 165. Fright. More and more people were becoming spiritual inception practitioners every day, coincidentally, just as the biomass gear method of achieving origin release began to spread. Several people had even gone out on their own accords to kill mutated germ creatures and gather material for biomass gear. It was a very interesting shift in position between hunter and prey. Naturally, some hunters would occasionally lose their lives as well due to lack of strength, not to mention the fact that some mutated germs creatures had evolved to a ridiculous degree. It took a lot longer for Fang Zi to make it back to his previous home than he expected it would take. The primary reason being that there were all kinds of enemies that appeared to obstruct their path. For example, a mutated germ creature that hid inside a bicycle that, when no one noticed, ambushed the traffic jam authority holder from behind and took control of his body, then led them down the wrong path. It wasn't until a while later that Fang Zi noticed that something was wrong and saved him. However, by that time, they had gone severely off course and needed to spend a lot of time to return to the correct one. For another example, a mutated germ creature that evolved the ability to create hypnotic sounds that covered an entire block that caused them to unknowingly walk around in circles for a prolonged period of time. Only after they managed to find and kill that mutated germ creature did their sense of direction finally return to normal. There was even a mutated germ creature that disguised itself as a survivor. Taking the appearance of a 12 to 13 years old little girl, it took advantage of their sympathy and asked them to help it find its so-called father, taking up a lot of their time. If Xiao Ba Fu hadn't accidentally discovered that it had no bones, not even Fang Zi would have managed to tell that it wasn't human. In short, these mutated germ creatures evolved into all sorts of forms with myriads of abilities and obstructed Fang Zi's group every step of the way. Aside from mutated germ creatures, they also had several run-ins with spiritual inception practitioners. All of these practitioners achieved release through biomass gear, obtained unusual powers, and attacked Fang Zi's group. They were either deluded by Negary and fought in order to obtain more power, or straight up fell under the control of their biomass gear. It wasn't until Fang Zi managed to defeat a certain spiritual inception practitioner, persuaded him to see the error in his ways, and had him join their group that their journey became smoother. Using the practitioner's natural ability to sense mutated germ creatures, they managed to avoid most of the obstructions on their path. Otherwise, a trip that was supposed to take half a day would have been prolonged to half a month at worst. Even so, by the time that Fang Zi reached a location he was familiar with, it had already been over a week since he last sensed Disaster King Black Death's dissus force fluctuations. Sometimes, pure strength simply couldn't resolve every issue. If one could not flexibly utilize their strength, it would only result in spending a lot for very little in return. And that was exactly what Fang Zi was doing. Considering strength alone, he was terrifyingly strong, easily one of the strongest people in this world, But even someone with such strength was obstructed for days on end by some insignificant germ creatures. This was part of Fang Zi's shortcomings. Naturally, he was also constantly maturing, improving himself, making up for his weaknesses, and continuously growing stronger. So we're finally here, Xiao Ba Fu sighed in relief. Running into so many strange abilities and creatures, this journey had been nothing but exhausting, both mentally and physically. Yes, we'll soon face a final battle against that guy. Chang Zia glanced at the worried Fang Zi and consoled him. Wang Yuan wouldn't try to hurt Hikayao, although I don't clearly understand his goal. It is fact that he needs these infected people to become stronger. We can definitely win against him and rescue Hikayao. I understand. I'm just considering what means Wang Yuan might have set up and how to counteract them. Fang Zi nodded and replied. This should be far enough at this point. A long-haired man spoke up in a gloomy manner. My abilities are no longer needed here, and I don't have the courage to go any further. This person introduced himself as Luke, a spiritual inception practitioner who released his origin through biomass gear. Due to forming a symbiotic relationship with his biomass gear, he was brainwashed by Negary to attack Fang Zi's group, causing them quite a bit of trouble. In the end, he was defeated by Fang Zi, then got his brainwashing removed somehow by Fang Zi and regained his sanity. To express his gratitude to Fang Zi's group, he used spiritual inception to act as a guide and led the way for them. Otherwise, Fang Zi's group wouldn't have made it here so quickly. You don't understand what I went through when I was under his control. My morals, aspirations, dreams all became twisted and turned into him. I could feel it at the time. I had fully committed myself to follow that person, regarding him as the meaning of my life. Even now, after you've awoken me, I still feel a deep sense of fear towards him, afraid that if I faced him again, I would once again consider him the meaning of my life. Luke's expression started to warp, his tone rapidly quickening. His body was constantly trembling, his tone could no longer be distinguished between frightful or excited. It was as if there was another myself inside my body. He was constantly talking to me, telling me that following that person is the true meaning of my life. It's okay. It's all over now. Fang Zi gently consoled him. On one side, both Xiao Ba Fu and Zhang Zai Jai had gloomy expressions. They recalled when they had first met Negary, the sensation of fear they felt as they were practically dominated by his presence, as if they had become nothing but food. Good luck to you. I hope that you'll be able to defeat him, Luke spoke in a low voice. Thanks to Fang Zi's consolation, he managed to regain his senses, but from this slightly gloomy complexion, it was clear that he still hadn't escaped from the shadow of Negary. Luke turned around and quickly left. If not to repay Fang Zi, he would have run as far away from this place as possible. As he walked through an abandoned street, he cautiously used his heightened senses to check for any possible mutated germ creatures that might appear. Although he had released his origin, there was no telling when some random monster might appear out of nowhere with some ability, ambush, and kill him. All of a sudden, he felt his body stiffening. A terrifying presence had appeared around him and evoked his lingering fear. His biomass gear constantly vibrated to create inaudible sound waves that echoed back to him whenever they crashed into something, creating a 3D model of his surroundings in his head. This was his origin ability, the same as a bat's echolocation, but significantly stronger. He could attack others through the biological effects of ultrasonic waves, forcibly cause their body temperature to rise rapidly, if affected long enough. This could even cause a cavitation effect and make them explode on the spot. He couldn't detect any enemies around him at this very moment, but the lingering sensation of fear that still plagued his mind and continued to haunt him. Come out. I'm not afraid of you. I won't surrender myself to you. I won't dedicate myself to you. Luke madly shouted, causing several items around him to undergo the cavitation effect and explode. You should not be afraid of me, because I am your life's pursuit. A voice gradually resounded in his ears, causing Luke extreme fright. His biomass gear started morphing by itself, manifesting as a person with an extreme level of charisma. Otherwise, why would you refuse to give up your biomass gear even now? So let me have a look at how exactly you gave up your life's pursuit. His finger pressed against Luke's head, directly went through his skull and came into contact with his brain. Luke's soul was swiftly held in Negary's hand. Chapter 166, Purple Vines. Is this the place? Lu Tongwon carefully glanced around their surroundings, especially cautious while staring at the ground to watch for anything that might jump out. Yes, Fang Zi had a complicated expression as he observed this foreign yet familiar scenery in front of himself. After becoming a disaster king, he rarely ever returned home anymore. He would either be using the Dare Division's training grounds to hone his skills with Disses Force, or traveling from place to place, constantly on the move. There wasn't anyone home to wait for him anyway. However, now that the entire world had undergone this disaster, his home had also changed completely. The original small residential district was now covered in purple vines, which was full of almost black heart-shaped leaves. Watching these purple-black plants, everyone felt a certain ominous feeling emanating from them. In fact, sometimes they felt like these purple vines weren't actually plants, but some other sort of living creature. Things like these are better off destroyed, Fang Zi declared after staying silent for a while. Stand behind me. His Disses Force madly surged forward. The purple-black plants were first disintegrated before being burnt by the high-temperature property of the Disses Force. With a fearful high-pitched screech, the vines rapidly moved and madly swung about. A black dot slowly rose into the air from afar, seemingly the source of these purple-black vines. As she hovered above, she spread her arms wide. The seemingly endless purple-black vines manifested as her dress, exuding both magnificence and ominousness. Akaio! Fang Zi hurriedly stopped his Disses Force, watching the girl who had manifested as the master of the vines in both shock and anger. She was indeed Hikaio. Her upper half seemed to be perfectly normal, albeit her skin was a bit pale and her visage seemed a bit vicious as she wielded a standard longsword in her hand. However, from her waist down, her veins had literally popped out of her skin, extending and growing into these vines that were constantly swinging in fury, trying to attack them. Damn it, why did she turn into this form? Fang Zi protected himself with Disses Force, so whenever the vines struck him, they would instantly be disintegrated. However, with every vine that broke, the vines near Hikaio's hips would visibly move, seemingly pulling out more of her veins to manifest even more vines. Each of the vines here were derived and were directly attached to Hikaio's body. Fang Zi then recalled how he destroyed the mass of vines earlier as well as Hikaio's ear-piercing screech of pain that followed. Wang Yuan! Fang Zi roared in anger and directly leapt into the sky, heading straight towards Hikaio. Countless vines immediately followed him and weaved to form a giant net in the air, trying to stop Fang Zi's advance. If he used his Disses Force, he would naturally be able to destroy this entire net. But as her painful screech from earlier was still fresh in his mind, Fang Zi had no choice but to temporarily retreat. The group of 8 could only back out from the small residential district, watching from afar the vines spreading and covering it again. Hikaio, who was hovering in the air, slowly descended, her expression smoothened before she disappeared into the mass of vines. Origin assimilation. Chang Zia curtly pointed out the reason for Hikaio's current state. This situation had already appeared in Yu Guangming, Yikong, and even Fang Zi himself. Those who released their origin would also be corrupted by that origin, causing their rationality to slowly collapse and shift infinitely closer to their origin. For example, Yikong's origin was collapse. When he released his origin, he was completely corrupted by his origin, finally turning into a fragmented monster that would perpetually collapse. In Yu Bu, Fang Zi also underwent the same phenomenon. Having been trapped by the leather jacket man's ritual altar, he subconsciously exercised his authority constantly while the immense Disses Force forcefully released his origin, at the same time shifting him to become closer to it. If Liu Bian hadn't interfered with the ritual in time, combined with a certain factor of luck, his rationality would have shattered right then and there. And now, Hikayo's symptoms were exactly the same as origin assimilation. Not to mention, her rationality had been reduced to almost nothing, leaving only a bit of essential instincts behind. There's still a chance to save her, Fang Zi was heavily blaming himself. As he knew that there was a conspiracy in Yubu, for the sake of Hikayo's safety, he didn't take Hikayo to Yubu with him. Originally, he assumed that she would be safe thanks to the personnel here, never expecting Negary to incite this great cataclysm. From then on, his contact with Hikayo was cut off, only to reunite when Hikayo had already turned into this nearly mindless monster. Hikayo's ability was Sword of Life. Through her sword, she was able to command plants to grow and spread following her orders. Whenever she used this ability, a vine would appear and coil around the blade of the sword. And now, when she had undergone origin assimilation, what it manifested as was also vines, which meant that Hikayo's origin was related to vines. Other than the upper half, every other part of her body had already turned into vines. Furthermore, the more vines that were destroyed, the faster she would undergo origin assimilation, until Hikayo finally turned into a vine monster that had lost everything about herself that was human. Now, let me see how you are going to resolve this issue. Negary sat neatly in the darkness, his gaze peering through everything in order to watch Fang Zi's choice. In the beginning, Hikayo was still healthy. In an apocalyptic setting, her ability wasn't weak. Combined with the aid of the guards that Fang Zi assigned to her, she was more than capable of dealing with any danger. However, the more she used her ability, the closer she became to achieving the second stage of origin release. Finally, as Lan Shan used her authority to greatly boost the spiritual inception germ's growth, Hikayo officially underwent the second release of her origin. Compared to the first stage of release, the second stage of release was considerably more dangerous as the influence of origin on people grew to a terrifying degree. If the one who achieved release was a combatant who had undergone enough training and mentally prepared themselves, it should be enough to avoid being assimilated by the origin. However, Hikayo's ability advanced too rapidly, and this advancement was mostly due to outside circumstances, which led to her willpower being greatly insufficient to resist against the assimilation of her origin, and resulted in this disaster. Naturally, part of this was also due to Negary's influence. Among the documents that Killer J took from the leather jacket man, there were quite a bit that was related to both authority holders and the Apocalypse Stone tablet, as well as quite a bit of knowledge regarding supernatural altars and rituals that used Dissus Force to achieve origin release. Using that knowledge, Negary guided Hikayo to become the halfway origin assimilated monster that she currently was. Can you give up your companions, Fang Zi? Negary didn't believe that the so-called protagonist aura could be used without a limit. Even the power of miracles must be limited, otherwise, destiny would be invincible. Following common sense, Hikayo's rationality had already reached the verge of collapse and was practically incurable. In order to save Hikayo, Fang Zi would need to create a miracle. And by forcing him to consecutively exhaust the power of miracles, Fang Zi's protagonist aura would weaken, creating an opportunity for Negary to take action. Of course, there was also the chance of Hikayo simply losing her life, and Fang Zi explosively exerting himself in his rage. Wan Lu Tong is the newly named authority holder of Traffic Jam. His name literally means open path, which is the exact opposite of his authority chapter 167, expansion of error. If Fang Zi was the kind of protagonist who would kill his girl to prove himself, then doing this would only allow his protagonist aura to accumulate more power. But that didn't fit Fang Zi's character style at all. From what was observed from his current personality model, Fang Zi should be a harem protagonist. Hikayo, Liu Shi, perhaps even Lan Shan were supposed to be part of his harem, and this is also a kind of error, an error with fate. Negary could feel his dragon of eternal sin form gradually growing stronger as time passed. Ever since he noticed something wrong with himself in Yubu and immediately kicked the Great Cataclysm plan into action. He had been able to feel the expansion of his error characteristic. This showed that he had already veered off the course determined by destiny, and that there was now an error in destiny. Due to the Great Cataclysm occurring ahead of time, Fang Z's and the D.E.R. division's actions had been constantly a step behind, allowing Negary to reach and obtain Lan Shan, causing the error to expand further. And because he now had Lan Shan's help, he made it so that Hikayo achieved the second stage of her origin release ahead of time, once again expanding the error. Destiny had the power to correct things, manifesting through the protagonist who was closely related to Destiny and allowed him to make the impossible possible. But this power was definitely not omnipotent. If I use my new ability, I might be able to salvage her rationality. Fang Zi watched the purple vines that covered the residential district from afar, contemplating. But how to actually approach her is an issue. Instinctively, she will use the vines to obstruct everything that tries to get close to her, but destroying the vines would only quicken the pace of her collapse. We need to think of a way to approach her as close as possible, while causing the least amount of destruction to her, Fang Zi muttered. From a rational point of view, I highly discourage you from trying to save her. Not only would this take too much of our efforts and time, but we would also need to handle the risk of failure. Chang Zia spoke as if to douse him in cold water. If you want to save her near-collapsed rationality, you will also need to face the corruption from her origin as well. Your origin isn't the same as hers. If you face such corruption arbitrarily, you would be more likely to become corrupted yourself and cause your rationality to collapse as well. Chang Zia pointed out the most serious issue and pushed his glasses up. You need to understand your own responsibilities. But if I can't even save a person right next to me, how would I ever have the ability to take up any responsibilities? Fang Zi spouted an argument that only made sense on the surface, then reached his hand out to Chang Zia. Help me, Chang Zia. Help me, Chang Zia. These were the same words that Yu Guangming said to Chang Zia all those years ago. If I were to lose control, then kill me. Perhaps Yu Guangming had already realized something back then. That's why he gave me his long blade and why he apologized to me. I didn't have any choice but to kill Yu Guangming all those years ago, but now I have a chance to actually save someone. Chang Zia could only smile bitterly, then rubbed his temples. Hikayo can only act on her instincts right now, so she wouldn't use her vines to completely prevent everything from approaching her, only things that are dangerous to her. And since she's a spiritual inception practitioner, she can sense the Disis force that we give off. You mean we shouldn't use Disis force? Lu Tong asked from one side. Earlier he tried using his authority to clear the path, but after some of the vines were affected by his authority, more vines swiftly gathered to replace them. Then you would become her food. When those vines came alive just now, I saw quite a few bones on the ground, Chang Zia replied. To approach her without causing damage to the vines, you need to become something beneficial to her, thus make her approach you on her own accord. What does a plant need? Sunlight? Water. Hearing Chang Zia's conjectures, Fang Zi tried thinking about it from another direction. And also heat of suitable temperature to be exact, Chang Zia gave his answer. Is that so? And if I expose my Disis force, I would be considered a threat, Fang Zi sighed. Taking a deep breath, Fang Zi's body began to give off more heat than usual. The Disis force was acting from inside his body, allowing it to exert a considerable amount of heat without leaking any fluctuations. Although his authority would naturally protect his body from being hurt by his own Disis force, in order to allow heat to radiate from his body, Fang Zi neutralized a part of the authority's protection and allowed the heat property to affect him. His body started to flush red, constantly radiating heat as he walked into the vine-covered area. The vines quickly moved around, slowly approached Fang Zi and coiled around Fang Zi's body. Soon enough, Fang Zi was brought in front of Hikayo by the vines. I'm sorry I was late. Fang Zi embraced Hikayo and activated his newfound power. How absurd. As he watched this happen, Negary chuckled in amusement. Never mind how much sense that speech about plants requiring heat actually made. One needed to keep in mind that Fang Zi had just used Dissus Force to openly attack the vines just too long ago. Hikayo's current state was one where her rationality collapsed, not her memory, and yet she allowed Fang Zi to approach her so easily. This level of cheating couldn't be any more obvious. However, Negary didn't really care. The more he went against common sense right now, the more severe his theoretical expenditures might be, and the greater chance Negary had to go off the course of destiny. Seems like Fang Zi will be able to resolve Hikayo's issue, Negary thought. And that would only be better for him. Not only would this expend Fang Zi's power, but it also served to allow Hikayo, who was walking on the path Negary created, to truly enter the second stage of release. Furthermore, Negary could now obtain important data regarding rationality reconstruction from the germs inside Hikayo's body. Weakening the enemy while strengthening himself, this was the true meaning behind Negary's arrangements. I will also need to make preparations. Soon, Fang Zi will arrive. Something seemed to move inside Negary's body before going silent again. Although the error within destiny was growing bigger and bigger, it was still a long shot for him to be able to escape from destiny. If the records on the Apocalypse Stone tablet were to be believed, he would be sealed by Lan Shan, or rather, Fang Zi, who borrowed Lan Shan's ability. After that, it will be the birth of the Temporal Displacement Disaster King. This would be the final Disaster King to appear, whose birth would also signify the advent of the so-called Apocalypse. The records on the Apocalypse Stone tablet stopped here. There weren't any records of the final results of this fight against the Apocalypse. Negary lightly scowled, as he found this Temporal Displacement Authority to be very interesting. Among the 10 disasters, other than the first one, Heaven Collapse, which he didn't understand if the meaning was supposed to be literal or not. Only temporal displacement was unclear as a disaster. Things like asteroid impact, continental sinking, super plague, and such were possible disasters, all of which the authorities were formed as the disasters occurred. So what about temporal displacement? Would a time-related disaster need to occur for this authority holder to actually manifest? Or perhaps, I interpreted the Apocalypse Stone tablet wrongly. Negary recalled the various unusual occurrences in this world. Perhaps a temporal displacement had already happened, and that Disaster King had already been born. After all, it is temporal displacement. Chapter 168, The Evil Eye That Stares at Me. Just as Negary had expected, Fang Zi managed to salvage Hikayo's rationality in the end. This was a new technique that he created, branching from his origin ability, Star Force. In a moment of trouble, his Star Force was able to borrow the abilities of others, while at the same time utilize his massive Dissus Force to push that ability to its every limit, far surpassing what its original owner was capable of. However, the condition for using this ability was that the owner must fully trust him, and only when they've opened access to their authority to him would he truly be able to fully utilize their abilities. Whenever he activated his ability, it would form a mental connection between him and the original ability user, asking them if they would lend him their power. Essentially, he would send his truest thoughts to the other party in order to obtain their support. Using this side effect, Fang Zi created a mental attack technique. By forming the mental connection, he would be able to send his own consciousness into his opponent's mind, clashing with their consciousness, and revise them. It was through this technique that Fang Zi attacked Luke and revised his consciousness that had been corrupted by Negary. Regretfully, he only dealt with the symptoms and not the source. So long as Luke still craved the power of the germs, Negary's influence had the ability to revive itself in Luke at any point, after which he was killed, and allowed Negary to learn of Fang Zi's abilities. On the other hand, Hikayo's consciousness was a lot more dangerous compared to Luke, who was only corrupted by Negary's influence, as she was corrupted by her own origin, and was undergoing origin assimilation. Despite facing the sheer information overload of her origin, Fang Zi managed to explosively exert his powerful willpower, forcefully removing that corruption, and salvaged Hikayo's rationality from the verge of collapse. More importantly, Borrowing the influence of another origin, his own origin achieved the second stage of release, greatly boosting the power of his star force. The purple-black vines slowly wilted away, as Fang Zi landed in the small residential district with Hikayao in his embrace. The full scenery of the residential district was now visible to them, revealing several black tentacles attached to the largest buildings within the area, at the center of which was a huge black flesh cocoon. The flesh cocoon was slightly twitching, as if nurturing something inside. "Be careful, that thing is very dangerous," Hikayao weakly muttered. "Even back then, I didn't dare to use it as food." As she said that, Hikayao displayed a sorrowful look of self-blame. Because of her sudden mutation, the many people who originally stayed around to protect her had all become nutrients for the vines. "It's okay, that wasn't your fault, it is Wang Yuan's. I will take revenge for their sake," Fang Zi consoled her. Fang Zi then turned his attention towards the huge flesh cocoon. His expression turned serious. "That guy is Wang Yuan inside that flesh cocoon. Or perhaps that flesh cocoon is Wang Yuan himself. Should I try to destroy it first?" Just as Fang Zi's Dis's force slightly fluctuated, the flesh cocoon had already morphed. A hole opened right in the middle of it, where a voice resounded from deep inside. "Jaliost." The intense Dis's force caused even the air to warp, so Fang Zi focused his Dis's force directly in front of his body to protect himself. As the two masses of Dis's force clashed, their destructive powers were fully displayed. Under the pressure of Dis's force, the air manifested into typhoon-force wind that ravaged their surroundings. Light itself seemed to have been affected by these two masses of Dis's force, as the scenery around them appeared almost illusory during the clash. Fang Zi's body was sent flying backwards. Negary's Dis's force wasn't quite as strong as Fang Zi's, but Negary was clearly superior when it came to control, not to mention that Fang Zi was still holding Hikayao in his embrace. "Take care of her." Fang Zi let go of Hikayao, after which she leapt up to receive her and landed at another location. On her way, she also tossed a few arrows that drew streaks of light as they flew towards the black flesh cocoon. From the hole of the flesh cocoon, Negary stepped out, wearing a full black suit and casually flicking the arrows away with his fingers. Under the support of the tentacles, the flesh cocoon slowly rose into the air. The hole in the middle of it gradually expanded. A glassy surface appeared from behind to fill the gap, giving off the impression of a huge eyeball that watched over everyone from above. "Wang Yuan!" Fang Zi shouted, unable to contain his anger. Dis's force surged beneath his feet to make it seem like he stepped on thin air as his figure became blurred and shot straight towards Negary. His Dis's force started to converge and gather around his body. As fellow disaster kings, the difference in their Dis's force levels shouldn't be too great. Releasing it in mass quantities like he did before would only serve to scatter it. Against authority holders with lower energy grades, a disaster king's Dis's force was basically incomparable, so he could release it as much as he liked. But since that wasn't the case compared to other disaster kings, it made a lot more sense to gather it instead. As huge amounts of Dis's force gathered around his body, the high-temperature property of Fang Zi's Dis's force caused the air around him to become warped. From afar, he looked like a person burning in invisible flames, or rather, a human-shaped meteor, incompetent, angry shouting. Negary's outer appearance didn't change as much as Fang Zi did, if at all. With a light hop, he avoided a collapsing cave-in on the ground and twisted his body. The entire body's worth of germs moved according to his will, and threw a punch to match Fang Zi's Dis's force material gauntlet. Fang Zi borrowed the force of the clash to retreat. A small hole had been broken through on the gauntlet on his right hand, where fresh blood flowed. The bone in Negary's middle finger had also broken open as the tip of a sword shot out from within. If Fang Zi had reacted even a single step slower, the entire sword would have shot out all at once, pierced through his hand, then his head. That kind of special Dis's force weapon again, Fang Zi felt heavy in his heart. During his first battle against Negary, Negary's Dis's force was far below his, but managed to completely curb-stomp him through the use of a dagger that could sever his control over his Disses force. And the sword that just shot out from Negary's hand was clearly made of the same material as that dagger. Fang Zi's Disses force fluctuation slightly changed, instantly healing the wound on his right hand. Some of the withered grass in his surroundings started to bloom, then explosively grew into vines that reached towards Negary. As Negary's Disses force vibrated, all the plants that approached him were turned into fine powder, but more wild grass continued to grow all around the residential district, obscuring Fang Zi's group and concealed them, trying to hide to look for a chance. The giant eyeball behind Negary slowly turned, pointing the glassy pupil towards the ground. Interference force is the power derived from the soul, which can manifest in many ways. Unless I'm wrong, the so-called Disses force is nothing but a variation of interference force, and so is mental powers. The eye is the window to the mind, so a glass surface that mimics a pupil should be able to gather the power of the mind. Negary spread both arms outward, silently declaring in his mind, "Second experiment of the protagonist aura commence." Some sort of light began to gather at the gigantic eyeball, then turned into a ray of light that shined all over the ground. The light didn't cause any damage to anything on the ground, not even a single blade of grass moved from it, but the numerous people below all simultaneously experienced an illusion. Chapter 169. Exhausted feeble ones, crawl under my foot. It had been quite a long time since Negary last used his interference force. After all, his soul quality had stagnated and stayed around the peak of first stage release at most. It was nowhere near as powerful as Disses force. However, Negary's research regarding interference force had never stopped, as interference force was the true power derived from his soul. The most basic manifestation of interference force was similar to telekinesis, capable of interacting with other objects like an extra limb detached from one's body. But if the interference force was slightly altered, it could also manifest as mental power capable of affecting other people's minds and creating illusions. Furthermore, if his interference force grew strong enough, he would even be able to alter reality like Aldridge did, manifesting his own domain as something like Seal of the Empire. While Negary's own interference force was weak, he actually had a huge amount of resources that he could utilize. As the infected zone grew larger and larger, more and more people were becoming spiritual inception practitioners. What was originally 3 million people had grown to be 10 million people, over 200,000 of whom had already released the first stage of their origin. All of these people were infected by Negary's soul virus, forming a connection with him. When necessary, Negary could use this connection to take these people's soul essence and replenish himself. With the aid of 200,000 people's worth of soul essence, even if Negary's soul couldn't qualitatively grow to the second stage of release, he was still able to gain immense power through the sheer quantity of soul essence. However, Negary didn't do that. He merely took a relatively minuscule amount of soul essence from these people in order to sustain his own expenditures. If Negary truly let himself go and absorbed all of the soul essence, he might be able to gain immense power, or perhaps even use sheer quantity to induce a qualitative change. But the Negary of that time might just become a completely irrational being. The soul essence of humans contained information, memory, emotion, experience. And the soul essence that Negary absorbed would always require careful selection to make sure that the next would always be better than the last. Furthermore, the majority of people in this world were under the influence of destiny. They were all limited within it, greatly influenced by it. For some, even their thought process was under the guidance of destiny. If Negary arbitrarily absorbed soul essence, he would be easily caught by that destiny and become a pawn for it to control. At the same time, having such a huge amount of resources and not putting it to use was a waste, which resulted in today's plan, the Omniscient Eye. This giant eyeball contained a device that Negary created for the sake of storing soul essence, the inside of which was full of memories, thoughts, and emotions. A normal person coming into contact with even a little bit of this would instantly become schizophrenic and thoroughly go insane. Since it was impossible to utilize this massive soul essence in a normal way, Negary turned it into a giant interference force derivation machine. By using the glass lens as the point of focus, the chaotic information contained within the soul essence would be channeled and manifest as an imaginary illusion domain. Combined with the wild grass that had grown even taller than a normal person, this unique illusory domain was created. And everyone in the area was instantly pulled into the illusory domain. Negary was the owner of this illusory domain, although he didn't fully create this through his own interference force thanks to his connection with the omniscient eye. Negary held a unique authority. He had the ability of true sight, as well as being able to see his illusory self. Within the illusory domain, channeled by the chaotic information, Negary had taken the appearance of a large spider, with the only difference being the spider's head had been replaced by his upper body. At the same time, the tall grass within the area had grown unimaginably tall, as if everyone had truly been turned into insects. At the same time, the DER division people caught within the illusion had their senses affected by the domain. They now saw themselves as fat green caterpillars with their own respective faces. So, this illusion was manifested from the combination of passive herbivore beliefs, the wish to always be sated until death, the dissatisfaction with the status quo, together with the grassy terrain within this area. Through the omniscient eye, Negary had an overall view of this illusion's composition. The core idea of this illusion was, if this world was full of things to eat, then there would be no need to work and no conflict to be had. This thought manifested in the illusory domain, turning everyone into grass-eating worms who slept around their food of choice. Just by opening your eyes, you could see ample food to be consumed. If you happen to consume everything in front of yourself, just turn around to see even more food. If I have the ability to, I should construct a biological supercomputer to manage the chaotic information within the omniscient eye's soul essence. The information currently being channeled through the illusory domain is nothing but random chaotic noise. With management, all of this information can be used for my own benefit, creating a single centralized human databank. This huge amount of interference force would also be usable in more ways. Negary shook his head. That level of biological supercomputer was nothing but an idea, a theory, one that would require a lot of effort in order to create. Right now, his illusory domain's main use was to further research the use of Fang Zi's protagonist role, as well as the way destiny would alter reality to correct its script. This would serve to aid Negary's escape from the course of destiny. Damn it, this grass smells so good, I feel an impulse to eat it where the worms were gathered. There was a blotch of dew barely stuck to a huge leaf that dangled right in front of the worm with Lu Tong's face. His human instincts were doing its very best to suppress this impulse as his body anxiously wiggled. Can everyone still use their abilities? Fang Zi frowned. Earlier, he had just borrowed Hikaio's ability to greatly promote the growth of the entire residential district's grass. But now, even as he tried to use that power, he couldn't sense anything happening at all. Not to mention, he had been turned into a ridiculous worm. Did we actually turn into worms? Xiao Ba Fu tried exercising his bone fracture authority, only to see a big wound abruptly burst open on Zhang Zai Jai's fat body right next to him, some liquid spilling out. Please don't try and use any abilities for now, and don't move either. Chang Zia hurriedly called out, stopping Fang Zi from trying to act. Chang Zia's body wiggled a bit, instinctively wanting to push his glasses up, but only ended up with him wiggling his body twice. After realizing this, he could only give up on that idea and told everyone. We haven't actually been turned into worms. Only our senses have been warped to manifest this absurd illusion, most likely. We're still right where we were before. Wiggling our worm bodies would only end up as our real bodies crawling on the ground. The smell of grass being alluring is nothing but our senses being fooled, even if we don't sense our abilities activating in this place. That doesn't mean that we aren't actually using them. A single careless eruption of Dis's force is enough to completely wipe us out while we are unprotected. For that reason, we'd better use Dis's force only to protect ourselves using our muscle memory, and nothing else. Chang Zia concluded his analysis. However, if we can't escape this state of distorted perception, we will run into danger very soon. Chapter 170. Confronting what the heart earnestly seeks. Before we were turned into worms, that fleshy eyeball gave off a large amount of light. I assume it was this light that caused our perception to become messed up like this. Chang Zia recalled the situation at the time, where the eyeball floating in the sky let out immense light that shined on the ground below. When they reawakened from that light, they had already turned into worms. Let's first move towards the border. Perhaps our perception would return to normal once we leave the range of that eyeball, Fang Zi said in a deep voice. Also, help me pull Zhang Zai. Originally, this grassy field was supposed to conceal them, created by Fang Zi through borrowing Hikaio's powers. He didn't even consider that it would end up trapping them inside. The group started moving towards a certain direction, but other than grass, all they saw were other worms. These worms all had distinct faces as they greedily consumed the green grass around themselves. When Fang Zi's group tried to ask them the way, all they got in response were dry, completely nonsensical answers. The price of meat went up again. We won't be able to afford meat anymore. We can only eat grass. A worm with the face of an auntie was consuming grass non-stop as she muttered some incomprehensible words. Eating grass will make you grow stronger. Eating meat is heresy. A worm with a bald-headed face was preaching to a group of smaller worms, then bit off a huge chunk of grass. Despite being a soft-bodied creature, that worm somehow grew masculine outlines. I'm telling all of you right now, you're all actually living on top of my head. I'm the creator god of this world, the god of the great grassy plains. A worm with a miser-looking face had a yellow blade of grass in its mouth, calling out to everyone around. This is my great general grass. Anyone want to have a taste? Ha, a world without monsters, full of food, and without strife. How great this is, an old worm sighed emotionally. This is truly heaven. Worms of all shapes and sizes filled this imaginary world. Only Fang Zi's group, who weren't eating grass, appeared completely out of place. Despite being eaten so much, the grass would always instantly regrow. No matter how far Fang Zi's group tried to go, they still couldn't leave this area. If there really was no other way, through muscle memory alone, Fang Zi could exercise his authority and summon an asteroid, the impact of which might be enough to completely destroy this illusion. However, as their senses were messed up, there was no way for him to determine the size, trajectory, and aim of the asteroid. Without any computation, the asteroid might end up killing them instead. It was the same with using Dis's force. Randomly releasing a lot of Dis's force would only end up with casualties from friendly fire. Fang Zi shook his long worm head. Having a worm's senses was still interfering with his own perception, but with some time to adjust, he had managed to separate himself from this chaotic perception. After all, he had achieved the second stage of origin release. If he had the appropriate mysticism knowledge, this level of illusion wouldn't have affected him in the first place. However, everything came to him too quickly. When it came to utilizing his soul's power, he might not even reach the level of a witch's apprentice, but the essence of his second stage of release still existed. Thanks to this, Fang Zi quickly noticed a few differences. Some of the things in front of his eyes had transformed into different sceneries altogether. They were individual thoughts, thoughts that weaved and combined together to form this ridiculous world of worms. I got it. To get rid of this illusion, we need to cause the foundation of this world to crumble. And since thoughts are the foundation of this world, we simply need to change the thoughts. Fang Zi quickly told everyone what he found out and soon came up with a solution. Then we need to deny their thoughts. With so many worms around them, they could only try to convince each of them one by one. Eating wild grass isn't good for you. You want to eat meat, just that your financial situation doesn't allow it. Running away from your problem isn't right. You can try to work and improve your living conditions. Furthermore, trust in the government. Social standards will only improve over time. You won't fall to a state where you can't even eat meat. Fang Zi tried convincing the anti-worm. But the anti-worm was still muttering the same thing, that meat was too expensive. She can't afford meat, so she could only eat grass. Fang Zi moved his worm body and touched this worm, only to see a completely different scene from far away. Within the chaotic city, law and order had thoroughly collapsed. Those who had released their origin became the ruling class, hoarding resources for themselves, while the government had completely given up on the infected people. They now consider gems, jewels, gold, and other precious metals to be currency, while zombie germs that could be refined to create biomass gear became a precious commodity above all else. Lucky survivors who were originally civilians like this auntie here weren't brave enough to fight, and since she wasn't good-looking, she couldn't even sell her body in exchange for goods. For survivors like her who could only hold themselves up in safe zones, they truly had no choice but to eat wild grass to survive day by day. Don't worry, we will surely defeat the origin of this calamity, end this great cataclysm, and return the world to normal order. After Fang Zi sincerely transferred this thought, the anti-worm finally vanished. Everyone else also felt their surroundings to change, as if some sort of limitation had been released. They could now faintly sense their human abilities and do things that worms couldn't do. The worms no longer needed to wiggle on the ground bit by bit. They could move around through leaping, using various means to convince the other worms to give up their thoughts that had created this illusion. The muscular, bald worm was weak, so he had been constantly treated badly and bullied by others. He wanted to become stronger, but didn't actually have the means to do so, which ended up with his notion of eating grass to grow stronger. The miser-looking worm didn't have to eat grass every day, but he also didn't have the courage to go out and fight, so he holed himself up inside a safe zone. His daily expenditures up to now had been earned through his wife selling her body, which caused him to feel regret, anger, and shame. He couldn't win against his fear of monsters, but couldn't give up his previous living standards in order to eat grass either. The old man worm was currently alone without anyone to care for him. His body was already giving up on him, and there weren't too many kind people in this apocalyptic setting who'd be willing to take care of an old man, so he could only stay in place and wait to die. Besides these people, there were numerous others who gave birth to various thoughts in this place. Due to their own circumstances, they had thoughts that were more or less related to worms that fed on grass. Each of those thoughts forged the foundation for and became a part of this illusory domain. Fang Zi's group could only try to change these thoughts through their own influence, encouraging these people to change themselves. As they released more worms, Fang Zi's group found themselves capable of using more of their powers. While Fang Zi was having some success trying to persuade a feeble teenage worm to be more courageous, he noticed that the worm started to tremble, then went back to eating grass without a care for Fang Zi's words. As he turned around, he saw a large spider in his vision, with its head replaced by Negary's upper body. Immediately when he saw that, Fang Zi knew who he was and what he represented in this illusion. A spider represented the hunter, the dangers of the end of the world, the fear of monsters, the suppression of the strong over the weak, and an entity that these worms dare not retaliate against. Chapter 171. A beautiful dream built on lies. As the wielder of the omniscient eye, he obtained this spider body, representing the fearful thoughts within this illusion. To the weak-willed, the spider was the germs infecting the outside world. To the powerless, the spider was the suppression of the strong over the weak. To the feeble, the spider was might. They were powerless to resist these people, and could only live on with these wormy thoughts, while this illusory domain was created on the foundation of such thoughts. For that reason, the weak people were represented as powerless weak worms that couldn't do anything. Only the might that they could not resist was represented as the spider. Fang Zi's group realized this, and so they attempted to exploit it. By changing the thoughts of these people, This illusory worm world would become full of holes, allowing them to regain their senses and break through this ridiculous illusion. They did succeed somewhat, but as soon as Negary appeared, their efforts became completely meaningless, as the weak people choose to surrender to Negary's fear and return to being a worm. You are creating a beautiful dream for these people, telling them to try their best, to believe in others, to improve themselves, to retaliate. And yet, this would do nothing but cause their despair to become even worse. In reality, these people were laying in the grass, their brows knitted tightly as if experiencing some sort of nightmare. Negary didn't try to act. He could actually sense that if he truly went in for the kill, something else would surely come to interfere, which would in turn ruin his preparations. The main use of this illusion was to conduct a test. Unless Negary assumed incorrectly, the final thin veil behind the protagonist aura would soon be pulled away. Only by confirming this conjecture would he truly have a chance to resist destiny. You told the bullet to let go of his fear and take this chance to retaliate, thus truly obtain freedom, Negary said. But you only told him to retaliate without telling him how to retaliate. The weak that arbitrarily tries to retaliate against the strong would only be beaten down for good, as they would lose what little value they had as a plaything. Explaining so, Negary waved his hand to summon a picture that showed the bald-headed young man from before in reality. He seemed to have been affected by Fang Zi's group encouragement within the illusion, so he tried to retaliate as he was bullied, only to have his neck simply broken by the bully equipped with biomass gear and get tossed aside. Sooner or later, his corpse would most likely be picked up by those who had gotten fed up with eating grass. You told the weak-willed person to grow brave, that he can't keep relying on his wife selling her body to live, but you ignored that his entire life had been dedicated to teaching other people without the skills to survive in the apocalypse. When he finally mustered the courage to go outside and search for resources, he was killed by a monster, leading to the woman who sold her body to earn their livelihood to lose her will to live as well. Another picture appeared next to Negary, showing a relatively well-kept older gentleman in glasses. He had ignored the pleading of his wife, who was covered in wounds, to join the scavenger group, only to be killed by a monster who disguised itself as a book while he was careless. After learning of this, his wife also lost her will to continue living and chose to commit suicide. You told the old man to trust in others, that there are good people in this world, and that he should look for help. Yet you forgot that there are so many more people who hold ill will than there are those who hold good ones. A picture appeared to show the old man, who was led by some people into a secluded alleyway and turned into a literal pot of meat and bone broth. You told the woman that you'd make sure that the world returned to its original order by defeating me, so she went around spreading this belief, calling everyone to live in peace and share their resources. The people around assumed her to be insane and excommunicated her from their shelter. A picture showed a woman wandering through the ruined streets, muttering to herself, he promised me, then finally got ambushed and killed by a random mutated germ creature. For you, what you declared might be the truth. The bullied should resist, those who are looked down on should be brave and strive for greatness. But for others, these are nothing but lies. You conveniently disregarded their limitations, telling them to change their minds, crafting them an ever-wonderful dream. And yet, that beautiful dream was built on what were essentially lies for them. Not exerting themselves means that they wouldn't need to face despair. For the lives of such people, living through one rough day means having many more days to live through, rough or not. Step by step, Negary walked towards them. His words pierced their hearts like the blade of sharp knives. Perhaps we made a mistake. Perhaps we did forget a few things, but the biggest error here was always you, Fang Zi declared as he watched the pictures. Wasn't it you who created all of this in the first place? Those people may be weak, feeble, and powerless. They may fall into a tough situation right now, but they haven't given up on their lives. They haven't given up on living. They may be worms right now, but people can't always be worms. They all have the same thought. They all want to triumph against this apocalypse, to allow the world to regain its original form. That is their common shared desire. You've miscalculated. Wang Yuan. Humans can grow. Fang Zi roared towards Negary as his worm body appeared to be glowing. Your mistake was to underestimate us, and to underestimate humanity. Negary suddenly noticed that the omniscient eye had lost its control over this illusion. In other words, he had lost control over this illusion. On the contrary, the interference force that made up this illusion was being absorbed by Fang Zi, turning into the glow around his body. Borrowing the property of soul essence, Fang Zi's connection to these people became unprecedentedly clear. The huge amount of soul essence that was being stored inside the hovering omniscient eye was being forcefully siphoned towards Fang Zi. The glow formed a transparent crown above his head as the illusion around them gradually crumbled and collapsed. I will end you right here, Fang Zi declared as he struck Negary with his fist, now infused with both Dissus force and the brilliant glow. The Dissus force destroyed Negary's body, while the glow destroyed the soul within that body. Everything slowly faded away. The tall grass that was made to grow tall quickly withered, and Fang Zi felt indescribably glad as he lowered his fist. Within the illusion, when he found out that he could see other people's thoughts when he touched them, he had already thought about executing a technique like this through his origin ability of borrowing the power of others. By borrowing this property of the illusion, he transmitted the thought of triumphing against Negary to everyone and resonated with them, calling them to harmonize with him, thus allowing him to borrow power from their souls, which granted him the ability to damage the soul. The most troublesome ability that Negary had wasn't his strength, but rather the property of his soul that allowed it to be transferred at any time he wished. So having gained this ability to damage the soul, Fang Zi took this chance to defeat him once and for all. So that is how it is Negary's voice emerged again, causing Fang Zi's expression to turn grim. Chapter 172. The ideal state has been marginally achieved. Another Negary was standing below the omniscient eye, as if the one that Fang Zi destroyed earlier was someone completely unrelated. Besides him, the other three people in his base also stood up. The hovering omniscient eye started to morph. As it no longer contained soul essence, its structure gradually changed and returned to its purest golden liquid form, soul's blood, then hovered behind Negary. Negary stood facing Fang Zi. Having finished his test with the illusion, he could now understand what the so-called protagonist aura actually was. Naturally, there were still finer details that he didn't know about it, but he understood what he needed to understand, and that was enough. It seems a battle would be necessary after all. Negary slowly approached Fang Zi, picked up the sword that he had dropped earlier and rushed at him without wasting any words. Both Killer J and Noah also moved towards their own targets. Only Lan Shan remained where she was, closely observing Negary. That's impossible. I'm sure that I destroyed your soul just now. Fang Zi unleashed Dissus force from his hand to parry Negary's sword and unhesitatingly retaliated with a punch, his face glum. After connecting to so many people within the illusion, Fang Zi seemed to have automatically grasped a lot of things, now fully capable of utilizing his interference force, permeating it into every bit of Dissus force he unleashed. While Negary's sword originally had the ability to cut off his mental connection with his Dissus force, the weapon would now be interrupted by Fang Zi's interference force before it could reach his Dissus force. At the same time, Fang Zi's Dissus force was also constantly shifting and moving, ensuring that Negary's sword couldn't break through. Negary's sword constantly thrust forward like falling raindrops in a storm. The raw strength of his body's viral constitution combined with his Dissus force imbued the sword with incredible destructive capabilities. Furthermore, Negary's sword skills were unmatched, simply because he had consumed more expert sword users than other people had even met in their entire lives. Every bit of force he used was just enough, striking at points where Fang Zi would have used to exert his own strength, forcing Fang Zi into a restrained state. From the perspective of pure strength, Fang Zi should be stronger than Negary. After all, not only did he have the same disaster king-level Dissus force, He had also reached the second stage of release and received the improvements that came with it. And yet, the current situation was one where Negary was completely overpowering Fang Zi. If not for the Disis force that protected his body, he would have been killed by Negary several times over. Wang Yuan. Fang Zi once again roared Negary's alias in fury, as if that would actually bring him strength. His combat experience was improving at an inhuman rate, the property of his Disis force constantly changing like a flipbook. While defending, it would change to Hikaio's plant attribute and gain immense vitality. Whenever there was a short window of opportunity, it would change to his own authority that contained the force of impact and high-temperature property. And even the authorities of others. Bone fracture, which had the breaking property, pothole, which had the sinking and abrupt crack property, stray arrow, which allowed him to control projectiles while attacking from afar. Constantly using so many diverse abilities, fluidly should have allowed Fang Zi to be practically unbeatable, and yet he was mercilessly suppressed by Negary. Negary's utilization of power, ability to read humans, as well as his selection of stratagem far exceeded what Fang Zi would ever be capable of. Your next words are, "Why am I still inferior to you?" Negary suddenly declared as he shifted his body and delivered a kick onto Fang Zi's chest. "Why am I still inferior to you?" Hearing the words that he subconsciously uttered, Fang Zi's face went pale. As his Disis force was released for a split second, Negary's figure flashed and appeared immediately in front of Fang Zi. A white flash appeared in his vision, causing Fang Zi's pupils to dilate. Fortunately, Fang Zi only lost focus and control of his interference force for a split second. The Disis force in front of his body exploded and sent him flying backwards. Blood cleanly flowed. Another wound had been inflicted on top of Fang Zi's forehead at almost the exact same position as the first, except this one was tilted left instead of right. An old wound and a new wound, the two of them overlapped to make an X, as if to deny Fang Zi himself. Humans were creatures that constantly received and processed information from their environment. Since the very beginning of this battle, Negary had been using both his actions and inaction to guide Fang Zi's thoughts, sowing subconscious suggestions, then triggered them through his words. A Z. Liu, she had been constantly paying attention to Fang Zi's situation, so she immediately noticed as this happened and hurriedly tried to rush towards him. A bright red glass blade immediately appeared behind Liu Shi's back and stabbed her without hesitation. However, numerous vines quickly appeared and coiled around Killer Jaitak's wrist, preventing him from delivering the killing blow. Liu Shi finally recognized the danger. Her IQ once again went online as she rolled forward and avoided the dagger from Killer Jaitak's other hand. "Trust in a Z, this is his fight." Hikaio's tone was filled with nothing but worry, but still declared that. "That brat looks like he's going to die soon. Would you two beauties be interested in volunteering as my second and third mistresses?" Killer J glanced around the battlefield and asked. Zhang Wei and Lu Tong were also here, staring coldly at Killer J. Meanwhile, Noah was also holding off the 4 people from the DER division by himself. Liu Shi turned around and glared at Killer J full of killing intent. This guy was exactly like an annoying fly. No matter how they tried to attack him, he would still be able to detect it ahead of time and casually avoid it without trouble. It was 4 against 1, but the 4 of them were the side being held off, and if they made just the slightest mistake, the dangerously glowing red glass blade in his hand would mercilessly thrust at them. "Seems like I'll have to resort to my secret move." Killer J smiled brightly, wielding a blade of killing intent in both his left and right hand, followed by a third blade of killing intent that appeared between his teeth. He then shouted the name of the technique in a physically impossible manner. Ogi Sanzen Sekai. TN. Roranoa Zoro's 3-sword style ultimate technique. Killer Jaitak's body then started spinning on its own like a miniature tornado. The blades striking the air produced countless shishi sounds that subconsciously caused the people here to produce even more killing intent against him. On the other side, Noah coldly stood and observed the 4 people from the DER division, asking them, Aren't you worried? You should know the current Fang Zi doesn't have even the slightest chance of victory. If we're talking about worry, shouldn't you be more worried for yourself? Chang Zia's long blade turned and swung at Noah. My lord pronounced, blades cannot approach my body. An invisible force abruptly manifested to block Chang Zia's attack, and Noah's voice continued. My lord pronounced, gunpowder will lose their effect. Seven had just pulled the trigger, only to find that her gun didn't react at all, giving her no choice but to draw a dagger and rushed at Noah. Xiao Ba Fu stood on the backline, constantly exercising his bone fracture authority. His relatively weak Dissus force also surged towards Noah. Meanwhile, since he received friendly fire earlier and had now broken bones, Zhang Zai could only hide in a corner, waiting for an opportunity to effectively use his pothole authority. Grabbing Seven's hand by her wrist with one hand and parrying Chang Zia's long blade with the other, Noah displayed an expert level of close combat capabilities while maintaining his ever-natural expression. How weak! Who actually gave you the courage to challenge my lord? Chapter 173, Explosive Growth. Fish Liang won. It was definitely Fish Liang on the other side of the battle zone. Killer J stopped spinning and casually replied to Noah's question, causing everyone's eyebrows to knit further. Chang Zia pulled his long blade back, stood a bit further away to observe Noah, then turned his gaze towards Lan Shan, who stood outside the battlefield. Is that girl Disaster King Black Death? Why is she on the same side as Wang Yuan? Was she brainwashed? Chang Zia's expression was grim. Not only was Negary powerful, he also had that nearly unlimited regeneration ability. Fang Zi's attack earlier completely shattered Negary, but it didn't affect Negary's main body at all. If we use our hidden cards, it probably wouldn't be hard to defeat Negary, but capturing him, or even taking control of him, would be extremely improbable. After all, in order to quickly end this nearly worldwide great cataclysm, we need Negary's cooperation, or at least Disaster King Black Death's help. As he glanced at Negary, who still exuded a critical sense of charm with every movement, a thought flashed through his mind. Even if we use our hidden cards, can we actually defeat this person? This monster? Negary didn't care to think about the various random thoughts of others. He simply continued closing the distance with Fang Zi while wielding his sword. Fang Zi's chaotic Dissus force clearly showed just how anxious he was on the inside. I became a Disaster King, but I've never given up on training myself. After going through such training, I will definitely not lose against a monster like you. Fang Zi looked up, ignoring the blood that trickled down from his forehead. For the sake of those suffering from this calamity, I will triumph against you. His personality model changed again. Negary's eyes flickered, updating the data regarding Fang Zi's personality model in his mind. As long as the data continued to be infallible, everything Fang Zi would or would not attempt to do was completely within Negary's grasp. Simply put, the equation of the human being called Fang Zi had already been solved. Negary knew exactly which change in variable input would result in what kind of output, and the only variable at this point was the protagonist aura. This thing would constantly change Fang Zi's personality model, which made him unpredictable. But after Negary had constructed a model for the protagonist aura to a certain degree as well, he once again fully grasped all of Fang Zi's possible changes in his hand. This was essentially turning two single-variable equations into one multivariable equation. Of course, in reality, this type of personality model formula was a lot more complicated than that, as there was so much that one had to keep track of. I will definitely defeat you. Fang Zi's fighting spirit surged again, becoming even greater than his previous peak stage, then charged at Negary with his fist enveloped in a terrifying layer of Dissus force. Ha ha ha! Negary laughed and avoided Fang Zi's attack. He then held his sword forward, grabbed the tip of the sword with his other hand, then snapped it. The blade of the sword shattered into countless fragments, heading straight towards Fang Zi, who couldn't put up his guard in time. In the blink of an eye, Fang Zi shifted to Liu Shi's authority, causing the broken fragments to miss his body and not interfere with his advance towards Negary, skillfully displaying his prowess as a fighter, no longer the amateur from before. As the sword fragments stabbed into the cement road, they were still vibrating, as if the fragments still had some sort of connection to one another. Finally, Negary was feeling a bit of pressure while fighting against Ainz, especially when his powers exceeded Negary's own. Glancing at the unknown flickering light in Ainz's eyes, Negary focused his thoughts. This unnatural rate of growth should also be a basic part of a protagonist's treatment, It hadn't been even 3 months since Ainz obtained his supernatural powers. No matter how talented he was, even if he constantly trained himself day by day without rest, his combat skills could only grow to be decent at most. And yet after his first battle with Negary, his combat capabilities had practically skyrocketed. After receiving that mark on his forehead and making a Chunabiu-type speech, his close combat skills went through another rapid growth, surpassing even grandmasters who meticulously trained themselves for several decades, improving by leaps and bounds at a time. All sorts of close combat experience and understanding were fluidly flowing through Ainz's mind and body. He was once again using a new application of his origin ability through the connection he formed within the illusory domain. It was the same ability of borrowing power, except the power this time was their combat experiences and skills. The skills of thousands, 10,000s of survivors were currently being imbued into Ainz's muscles. The majority of them were just regular civilians, but there were also many martial arts practitioners and enthusiasts, as well as retired and active military people, after all. These kinds of people were more likely to survive in an apocalyptic setting than not. Over 100 types of traditional and non-traditional fighting styles were being borrowed by Ainz. They were both practical and impractical, but they were being borrowed all the same. Ainz quickly adapted to each and every one of them, absorbing the parts that were truly usable and changing them to fit his own needs, incorporating them into his own style. Every part of his body, his fist, forearm, elbow, knee, and feet all became the strongest possible weapon imbued with his Disis force. The high-temperature property was perfectly utilized in every strike. Ainz's kicks and punches started to carry flames of extreme temperatures. Each of his movements warped the air, causing the trajectory of his strikes to become even more uncertain and unpredictable. As their fists clashed, their Disis force also crashed into one another, resulting in thunderous explosions. His sense of hearing had practically become useless. Ainz's eyes greatly dilated, his body tightened, the Disis force on his hand warped and twisted as he abruptly threw a punch. The air itself seemed to be burning up, the waves of heat struck towards Negary and the layer of Disis force protecting his body. Ainz's Disis force had been stimulated to its very limits, seemingly melting through Negary's Disis force with its power. As Negary endured the heat wave, a large hole opened up on its own accord right in his chest, allowing Ainz's fist to pass through. Seizing this opening, Negary moved forward and struck the side of Ainz's head with his elbow. Disis force protection wasn't perfect, especially when their Disis force was of similar power. It was impossible to fully defend against every blow. The strike caused Ainz to feel considerable discomfort, as there was a constant ringing by his ears and a wet sensation around his nose, most likely a nosebleed. Ainz's body tilted backwards and instinctively retreated one step to regain his balance. He crossed both arms in front of himself and focused Disis force around them in order to guard against Negary's follow-up attack, only to see that Negary threw a single punch, then opened up his fist and pulled back. The scattered sword fragments on the ground abruptly took flight, stabbing through Ainz's back. Some particularly large fragments even poked out through his chest. The abrupt pain caused Ainz's mental focus to falter, but he wasn't a simple mob. Recognizing the dangerous situation, he forced his mind to retain clarity and jumped back, utilizing the pothole authority at the same time to cause the ground under Negary's feet to sink and prevented him from pursuing. Fang Zi then pounded his own chest to send the sword fragments flying, once again changing the property of his Dissus Force to He Kaio's ability, and used the vitality of plants to heal his wounds. However, this injury wasn't the same as the scratch on his forehead earlier, as a kind of foreign power had already begun to madly ravage inside his body. One Fish Liang is a Malaysian singer who's really popular in China with many mainstream love songs, chapter 174. Again and again. The property of Negary's Dissus Force was invasive, borrowing the short time period when his sword pierced through Fang Zi. Negary infused his own Dissus Force into Fang Zi's body, which was now madly ravaging him like the worst kind of virus imaginable. Why? Fang Zi was feeling frustrated. He had clearly gotten so much stronger. His strength had clearly surpassed Negary. His skills and techniques had also been explosively refined and surpassed numerous people in this world, and yet he still couldn't win against Negary. At first, Negary chose to use a human body to fight against Fang Zi, then proceeded to only act and fight as a human would. Because of this, when Negary abruptly changed his method of attack, Fang Zi, who had fallen for his psychological trick, simply couldn't react in time. Even though Fang Zi's strength had surpassed Negary, as long as Negary had grasped all possible variables, as long as Fang Zi hadn't surpassed the upper limit of strength and reached a point where he could completely overpower Negary. Negary could guide him step by step towards the outcome of defeat. Negary wasn't in the mood to explain this to Fang Zi, to tell him about his psychological tricks and knowledge. There was no need for him to flaunt or brag about these matters, as victory was the best proof of their effectiveness. 7. Chang Zia had constantly been paying attention to the situation on Fang Zi's side, so he couldn't help but reveal the hidden card at this point in time. I know. 7 pursed her lips and took a deep breath, after which an immense Dissus Force fluctuation surged from her body. When Yu Guangming's authority went out of control, after he was killed by Chang Zia, the authority of continental sinking had already been born, the one inheriting it being 7. It was also because she obtained this authority that she managed to survive the earthquake. However, due to the trauma in her heart, 7 had an aversion to using her own authority, barely using even the Dissus Force with the vibration property that came with it. Having noticed that the situation was changing, Noah immediately retreated and took distance. But 7, who had revealed her identity, didn't have the mind to care about Noah either. Because even as Negary noticed 7's Dissus Force surging, he didn't stop his advance in the slightest. He simply focused Dissus Force in his palm and continued rushing towards Fang Zi. In Fang Zi's current state, his uncontrolled Dissus Force couldn't possibly defend against Negary's attack. Negary actually didn't take into account that 7 would be the disaster king of continental sinking. After all, there were so many survivors of the Yubu earthquake. Anyone could have inherited continental sinking, but so what? Should he have felt shocked after learning this fact, shout out loud impossible, and stop his advance, leading to them reinforcing Fang Zi in time and ending up in his defeat? Negary wasn't one of the idiots whose minds were affected by the protagonist aura. The Dissus Force in Negary's hand was focused more than ever. The nails on his fingers were made from a unique strain of metal-eating germs that had been fed and nurtured with a unique metal alloy. This type of germs was now capable of breaking through any type of special metal alloy. No hesitation, no mercy, no emotions, Negary's hand simply pierced through Fang Zi's head. The Dissus Force surged and caused Fang Zi's head to explode. With an immense explosion of Dissus Force, a crimson star became visible above the atmosphere as it descended onto the planet. Liu, Shi, and He Kaio screamed in disbelief, after which they were swiftly eliminated by Killer J. Negary simply watched as 7 rushed towards him while maintaining absolute calmness. Not a hint of joy of killing the protagonist could be seen on his face. And then all of a sudden, the sound of a clock ticking resounded in his ears. His surroundings became illusory and faint. If Negary's own property of error hadn't been improved recently, he might have not noticed this at all. Opening his eyes again, Negary found Fang Zi still alive. clutching his own chest while trying everything he could to expel Negary's invasive Dissus force from his body. 7 had just revealed her own Dissus force while rushing at him. Both Liu Shi and Hikayo were alive and well, fighting against Killer J, and he had also been reverted to where he stood a few seconds ago, the Dissus force still being gathered in his palm. So it's not going to be that easy, huh? Negary wasn't furious, nor did he feel the need to be so. After all, could a protagonist who couldn't revive once or twice before they were killed actually be called a protagonist at all? Wasn't it perfectly normal for a protagonist to have experts appearing out of nowhere to help him resolve a battle he couldn't win? Negary had already assumed that such things would happen. Not once had he forgotten, without counting himself with Otherworld Invasion, there were a total of 10 of these so-called Disaster Kings. And among Disaster Kings, only Fang Zi was relatively active. The Disaster King of Continental Sinking, 7, refused to utilize her authority up until just now due to personal reasons. And the Disaster King of Super Plague, Lan Shan, had been persuaded by Negary to be on his side. There were still 7 other Disaster Kings: Heaven Collapse, Solar Storm, War, Planetary Cores Shift, Great Flood, Order Collapse, and Temporal Displacement. This sensation, then as I had thought, temporal displacement had already been born. As if nothing had happened at all, Negary continued rushing towards Fang Zi. If there weren't any new variables introduced, Negary would still manage to kill Fang Zi. So what if time had been displaced? If he wasn't dead after being killed once, then Negary could simply do it again. For him who had grasped the formula, killing Fang Zi was essentially the same as solving a mathematical puzzle. Having solved it once, he would be able to solve it an infinite amount of times. Furthermore, Negary was sure that this kind of authority couldn't be utilized again and again without paying a heavy price. If the other party could really play around with time as they pleased, then it didn't matter what he did. The number of variables a person had was limited, and for Negary, who held perfect grasp over the majority of Fang Zi's variables, Fang Zi's life and death was completely under his control. An axe spun as it flew in from afar, just in place to block Negary's path. Being obstructed like this, if he forcefully faced this axe that had Dissus force drifting around it, he wouldn't have the leisure to also face 7, who was rushing towards him from behind. Without regret or unwillingness, Negary immediately gave up on what was a certain kill and turned around to clash against 7's quaking Dissus force with his own Dissus force. Borrowing the power of the impact, he leapt backwards, just enough to attack Fang Zi again. Only to see the axe changing directions in the air, once again making its way to accurately cut into Negary's leaping trajectory. Using the air as a foothold, Negary surged Dissus force from his feet to change his trajectory and landed at another location. While 7 had arrived to shield Fang Zi, a muscular, bald man in a military coat showed up, wielding the obstructing axe from before. Negary's attention was mostly focused on the bald man. Both his physique and skin color suggested that he was a foreigner. He was extraordinarily buff, his muscles bulging full of power. The gruff beard on his face increased the sense of aggressiveness he gave off, while his reflective bald head had clearly put a unique tattoo on display. His appearance was such that you would never forget him as long as you saw him once. The bald man's Dissus force was clearly roiling. Any observer could almost see visible flowing blood, fire, death, and murder that it gave off. It was Dissus force with a considerably complex property. From his Dissus force fluctuation as well as its properties, this man's identity could be inferred. Disaster King, War, Chapter 175. Come at me, all of you. How? Interesting. Standing in the middle of the battle zone, Negary observed the Disaster King of War, who had a visibly excited expression on his face. 7. Who was the Disaster King of Continental Sinking shielding Fang Zi, who was the Disaster King of Asteroid Impact, while also staying wary of the Temporal Displacement Disaster King hiding in the shadows. Counting Lan Shan, who held Super Plague, that was standing behind Negary, there were a total of 5 Disaster Kings here, if Negary's Otherworld Invasion was taken into consideration as well. That would be 6 disaster kings. At this point, Negary thoroughly understood the irritation of the villains he saw in his previous life. They clearly had numerous chances to kill off the main protagonist, but would always get tied up in one way or another. Even if they went through great efforts in order to kill the protagonist, as long as the job wasn't thoroughly enough, they could even be resurrected. But so what? Finally, Negary displayed a bit of emotion on his face, a smile of ecstasy, to be exact. If the variable introduced was too insignificant, where would be the fun in domination? So what if they're openly cheating? So what if the odds are against me? So what if destiny had decided it all? Being able to slowly grasp everything in the palm of my hand, thoroughly dominating it all despite the odds, only that would truly make me feel ecstatic. Negary started to stretch, causing the germs all over his body to constantly morph and transform as he declared to the group, "Come at me, all of you. You must buy Fang Zi enough time, otherwise I will be able to kill him at any time I wish during this period." Fang Zi clutched his chest, his face warped in frustration. Since when did I, a disaster king, become an obstruction that held my allies back? It's been a long time since I got a good workout. You're an opponent that's worth me fighting at my full power. The bald man spun the axe in his hand, his expression slowly turning to ecstasy as well. My name is Alkman. He had no trouble cooperating with 7 in this fight. He was the disaster king of war, not the disaster king of fair fight. The disaster king of war was actually born during the previous era. Despite him looking to be around 40 years old, he was actually over 100 right now. Over 100 years ago, it was during World War II that he obtained his authority of war. At the time, disaster authorities had only just started coming into the public eye, which meant that besides Solar Storm, he was the oldest disaster king. Unfortunately, after World War II, there hadn't been any large-scale wars in this world, only small skirmishes and political strains. It had been a very long time since he had last fully unleashed his Dissus force and lost himself in all-out combat. 7 was suppressing her nausea, putting her Dissus force under control bit by bit, trying her best not to recall the carnage of the U-Bu earthquake. Negary smirked and headed straight for 7. Although 7 being a disaster king was outside of Negary's expectations, the construction of her personality model was still one of his works in progress. The fact that she was a disaster king was nothing but another variable, while her strength remained the weakest of everyone here. Great power must be under the control of a similarly great mind to be truly meaningful. Otherwise, a man who wielded the power of God himself would still be nothing but a mortal. 7's mind and mentality might not be weak, but the trauma of the U-Bu earthquake had caused her to hide her authority for over 10 years, barely ever using it. Without practical experience, even if her foundation was sturdy and she understood the theory behind everything, she was still far inferior compared to Fang Zi when it came to fighting as a disaster king, let alone Alkman, who became a disaster king through fighting in war. And in a battle, it was common sense to strike where the enemy was weakest, after all, who wouldn't pick the softest persimmon in the yard. However, before Negary even reached 7, that hateful axe came flying over again. This was originally just a normal axe, but ever since Alkman became a disaster king, it had been bathing in his Dissus force through his every waking moment. The Dissus force derived from the War Authority had many properties, one of which was weaponry. Using this property and Alkman's expert control over Dissus force, he gradually forged this normal axe into a Dissus force weapon. Although he wasn't a practitioner of spiritual inception, he had access to his overwhelming combat talents and the information from the U-Bu ruins. Through trial and error, he eventually managed to release his origin through this axe, at the same time turning it into the supernatural weapon it was today. After over 100 years of companionship, the axe had practically become a part of Alkman's body, allowing him to make it fly back to his hand even from a distance. The Dissus force infused within it was also quite terrifying. Even Negary didn't want to be struck directly by this weapon. An attack of this level was already enough to break through his soul armor and harm his real soul. As for Fang Zi's attack earlier, that was nothing but his arrogance. How could a newly acquired attack possibly reach, let alone destroy Negary's soul? Through his deduction, Negary assumed that the original script wanted Fang Zi to borrow Lan Shan's power to defeat him. But now that Lan Shan belonged to Negary, the only way for the script to return to its original plotline was for Fang Zi to somehow obtain a soul-related ability. Because of this, Negary had already prepared a countermeasure against a soul-based attack, which was created from a combination of the Roya's kingdom's supernatural technology of ancestral armor and his own secondary soul technology, the soul armor. The secondary soul would be forged into a layer of defense attached to the outermost layer of the soul. This layer of defense would produce a constant interference force capable of defending against soul-based attacks. Even if Fang Zi actually managed to destroy this soul armor, Negary would be able to use the time gap to transfer his soul through the connection of the soul's blood germs. The germs in Negary's fingers started to mutate. Several bone blades shot from his wrist to strike against the flying axe. As their discus force clashed, Negary's body rolled forward, raising the bone blade in his hand into the range of sunlight. The miniature mirror structure of the bone blade gathered the sunlight, then reflected it straight into Seven's eyes. The bright gleam caused her to instinctively close her eyes and turn away, which caused a brief but clear lapse in her focus. As if he traveled with the light itself, Negary's figure appeared illusory before arriving in front of Seven, plunging his hand towards her. He wanted to take advantage of this brief moment of lapsed focus where she couldn't fully control discus force to kill her. Just in the nick of time, a hand filled with blisters reached out, covered in discus force as it lightly caught Negary's bone blade. Alkman heavily grunted, transferring some sort of power through the bone blade into Negary's body. Affected by this, Negary seemed to lose control of his body briefly as Alkman's other hand threw a punch straight at him. Detaching the bone blade from his hand, Negary twisted his body in a way that was impossible for humans to do, making Alkman's punch and wrist barely miss his neck. Borrowing the power of that twisting motion, one of Negary's hands slashed towards Alkman's neck like a blade. At the same time, another bone blade grew back to replace the detached one, focusing the sunlight into a dazzling beam that shined on Alkman's eyes. However, Alkman was a soldier that had lived for over 100 years, not a rookie fighter like Seven. Even as he closed his eyes, he unhesitatingly focused discus force in his hand and pushed forward in retaliation. Negary's twisting body straightened again as he showed clear ecstasy on his face. The beam of light reflected off the bone blade in his arm as several holes started to appear on parts of his body, big enough that wind could flow through them. Chapter 176, School of Ice. Negary's body was composed entirely of germs, and under Negary's viral manipulation, this body could easily perform inhuman transformations. Because of this, fighting purely with human close combat techniques would be a waste of this body's potential. Due to having discus force as a means of offense, most of the inhuman close combat techniques that Negary had created leaned more on the supportive side. The bone blade on Negary's arm used techniques that came from the Flame World Lancer clan's School of Light. Although respiratory art had lost most of its supernatural abilities due to the environment of a different world, many of the applications of light from the School of Light was still highly inspirational. It was from those techniques that Negary created the bone blade. Although the material seemed to be bone at first glance, the blade was actually made up of numerous mobile mirror surfaces that could reflect and focus light, utilizing it in various ways. Furthermore, the reflective surfaces on the bone blade were razor-sharp, not losing to any weapons. The holes on his body were actually unique biological devices that Negary had created, capable of absorbing and releasing air from the atmosphere. As air began to flow through the holes on his body, Negary rushed straight at Alkman while the bone blade on his arm gave off another gleam. Following Negary's movements, a portion of the holes on his body absorbed air while some others released it, forming a layer of air around his body. The light from the bone blade on his hand moved, resonating at the exact frequency of the layer of air, causing Negary's figure to vanish with a flash of light, achieving invisibility. Alkman wielded his axe and narrowed his eyes, staying on guard for any sudden gleam of light that might abruptly be shone his way. His ears slightly twitched, closely listening to his surroundings. A bit further away, Ainz felt a chill run down his spine. In hindsight, Negary didn't use any of these techniques while he fought against Ainz, but still managed to defeat him easily. If no one had come to aid him, Ainz would have lost his life, or rather, he actually did lose his life once. The sensation of his head being mercilessly popped open was still fresh in his mind. Ainz clearly understood that he had in fact died once. If not for the sound of the ticking clock back then, he wouldn't be standing here right now. No, that's not it. I'm just not experienced enough. As long as I have time to refine myself, I would definitely be able to exert my true strength. Ainz consoled himself, then checked on Negary's force inside his body. He refocused his mind on trying to expel it while also pondering on how to become stronger. Over here. Alkman completely relied on his intuition and swung his axe. Negary's figure flashed into existence and appeared to be cut apart by the axe before turning into a puff of air. That was only an air current that Negary purposely created, followed by refracted light in order to create a mirage of himself. If it's not here, then it's over there. Alkman wasn't panicking. In a battle, the most useless emotion was panic, especially when an authority holder's force barrier was practically linked to their own emotional state. A single moment of lapsed consciousness could create a gap in the force barrier, allowing the opponent's force to slip in. It didn't matter how strong his body was if it came into direct contact with force, even the weakest grade of force, that would surely spell his death. Borrowing the momentum of his previous swing, Alkman's body moved and swung his axe at a different location. A bone blade appeared from the air, blocking his axe. Negary's arm then twisted in an unnatural way to grab Alkman's hand. Force barriers weren't flawless because humans were flawed. For example, breathing. While using a force barrier, even the surrounding air would be excluded, so if one wanted to breathe, the force around them would need to move around and circulate air from outside. Then, school of ice. As Negary observed the circulating air, the color of his right hand immediately changed. Using the principle of the vapor compression refrigeration cycle 1, Negary created a cooling cycle within his own arm, composed of the compressor, condenser, expansion valve, and evaporator, these 4 main components. Negary's bodily fluids had also been converted into a unique type of refrigerant through his germs. Using his body as the conduit, he was constantly changing the state of matter of his bodily fluid within a closed system from gas to liquid and liquid, to gas achieving a stable and continuous source of cold temperature, as a fridge would. The vaporization of a huge volume of liquid inside his body instantly siphoned the heat from the surrounding air causing the water vapor in it to turn into fragments of ice, and followed Alkman's force circulation of air through his force barrier. As the frigid ice fragments and air came into contact with Alkman's skin, the sudden neurological signal from the abrupt change in temperature broke his focus, causing his force control to briefly falter. Negary didn't need to continue the cooling process for a very long time. As soon as Alkman showed that opening, he actively canceled the cooling cycle and used the internal steam to power his right arm. Using the same principle as steam brakes, he fully converted thermal energy into kinetic energy 1. This punch carried extreme speed, combined with Negary's force and the calculations he did to accurately attack the gap in Alkman's force barrier. It easily went through Alkman's protection and heavily struck his chest. After an intense shockwave, extreme hot steam was slowly expelled from his right arm, causing large wounds to appear all over it. A huge amount of germs had undergone necrosis and turned into black fluid as they dripped to the ground. However, the wounds on Negary's arms quickly proceeded to mend itself. Soon enough, School of Ice would be usable again, whether it was long-term freezing or an explosive burst like earlier. This technique was terrifying. In fact, if he had kept it up, Negary might be able to utilize that extreme heat from earlier to create blood at the temperature of lava. However, high-temperature blood wouldn't bring too much benefit in the current fight. Negary didn't try to pursue. Even if Seven was a rookie fighter, she was still a disaster king. She immediately reacted when Alkman was attacked and used a Dissus Force material dagger to slash at Negary. The oscillation property of her Dissus Force enabled this dagger to vibrate at an extreme frequency. An attack of this level would already be enough to cut through Negary's Dissus Force barrier. Alkman had fallen to the ground, the skin on his chest charred black as he coughed up both blood and pieces of ruptured organs. However, he simply laughed as a bright red glow manifested around his body. The axe that had fallen away returned to his hand, also glowing bright red. This was this origin ability, Blood of War. This ability could only be activated once he had received heavy injuries, but once activated, it would prevent his wounds from deteriorating while also putting both his body and spirit into a highly stimulated state. While in this state, as long as he killed his enemy, Blood of War would also rob vitality from the person he killed. No matter how bad his injuries were, it would be completely healed by this vitality. Although if the vitality he absorbed wasn't enough, he would fall into a weakened state after the ability ended. He stood back up, laughing maniacally as he rushed towards Negary. During his long life, only combat could make him feel alive, and for the first time in many years, he had finally gotten heavily injured again to exert his full strength. Negary tilted his body to evade Seven's high-frequency dagger. The holes on his body once again expanded and contracted to release air. Under the refracted light, he slowly faded away. Author's note: The School of Ice written here was originally based on DIO's ice powers. After finding that it was actually impossible for it to work that way, I tried learning about how freezers worked, which took a lot of time. What was written in the chapter is purely fictionally created through my own understanding of the principles. After all, I wasn't that great of a student, so if there were any misconceptions, readers may go ahead and correct me. Chapter 177. Laurel Crown of the King. Negary's figure flickered in and out of sight, constantly weaving between Alkman and Seven as he attacked. Alkman, who had entered his stimulated state, was frighteningly strong, capable of exerting the full extent of his ridiculous combat prowess. His axe was practically flying around his body, freeing up his hands and feet for the close combat skills that he had honed for over 100 years. While it was heavily individualistic, it wasn't too far from what Negary was capable of. Even when facing Negary's inhuman techniques, he could quickly adapt and come up with his own countermeasures. For example, Negary's ice fragment attack. By the second time he used it, Alkman had already prepared a countermeasure. When circulating his Dissus Force to take in air, there was an extra step to rub against itself to cause friction, using the heat from that friction to warm up the air. Later on, Negary took advantage of this extra step by silently mixing a bit of dried plant dust into the air. As the circulated air contained this dust, the heat generated by the friction ignited it and caused a small dust explosion. However, Alkman managed to react in time and blocked over half of the explosion damage with his Dissus Force. With Alkman as the main attacker and Seven as his support, the two of them were evenly matched against Negary. On the other side, Ainz had stood up, showing an unprecedented light in his eyes. The Dissus Force that Negary infused into his body earlier had flowed out together with his blood, but this mass of Dissus Force didn't dissipate, nor did it return to Negary's control. Instead, as Ainz's hand continued to move, a sense of understanding suddenly appeared in Ainz's mind. So that's how it is. Ainz let go of Negary's Dissus Force that he grasped in his hand, suddenly manifesting both Hikayo's plant abilities and Zhang Wei's worsening authority. These two abilities had manifested at once on Ainz's body. Following the control of Ainz's own ability, they started to fuse. The vitality of plants combined with the worsening authorities' understanding of wounds allowed the injury on his chest to quickly heal. Before this, Fang Zi could only use a single ability at a time, having to change it constantly. Although this allowed him to be extremely flexible, it didn't actually increase his power by much. The limit of what he was able to do remained basically the same. However, when he rescued Hikayao, he managed to achieve the second stage of release. In his rush to fight, he didn't manage to explore his abilities after releasing his origin for the second time. Only after borrowing Negary's Disus Force did he understand the sensation of having two kinds of Disus Force in his body at once. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and since he now understood how to balance the existence of two abilities at once, his strength once again skyrocketed. Observing Negary, who was fighting in the middle of the battlefield, his expression was cold. The Disus Force on his body started to change, fusing Liu Shi's authority and his own asteroid impact authority. Combining the impact property of asteroids with the sharpness and control properties of Liu Shi's authority, Fang Zi caused the countless small pieces of rubble around to hover and orbit around himself. Steadily moving towards the battlefield, some of the rocks orbiting around him exploded, the countless tiny fragments scattered into his surroundings. Borrowing the feedback from them, Fang Zi quickly discovered the concealed Negary. "I caught you." Fang Zi lightly muttered, shooting the remaining rocks around his body forward like tiny asteroids. Each rock was enveloped in blazing flames. The Disus Force imbued on them had clearly changed. At the same time, a bright red asteroid appeared in the sky above. During its descent, the asteroid's shape changed to look like a downward arrow, causing it to accelerate even more. Negary's body twisted and swung both arms forward. The bone blades on his arms cut the flaming projectiles heading towards him apart, then were used to block Alkman's thrown axe head-on. Cracks appeared on both bone blades, and his body barely moved in time to evade Seven's dagger from behind. Observing the three disaster kings who were approaching him, the ecstatic expression on Negary's face became more pronounced. After using his cheats again, Fang Zi, who had grown explosively stronger. The long-term disaster King Alkman, who wouldn't lose too badly even if he fought against Negary alone. And lastly, Seven, who had quickly adjusted herself to the fighting style of a disaster king during their battle. The combination of these three spelt out a clearly terrible situation for Negary. "Wang Yuan, accept your defeat and face your retribution. End this calamity, that is your only choice now." More rubble continued to hover and orbit around Fang Zi. The bright red arrow in the sky was also locking onto him. Looking up at the red dot in the sky, Negary smirked. "So you've regained your confidence by being self-assured that you'd win." "This isn't self-assured, but simple truth. You, who became the enemy of all people by creating the great calamity, will never be able to win." Fang Zi's tone was indifferent, seemingly unfazed by his total defeat earlier. Having grasped his origin ability in full, Fang Zi could now utilize many abilities at once, exponentially boosting his strength. Even without Alkman and Seven's help, he was confident that he alone would be able to defeat Negary. "The only thing I need to pay attention to now is Wang Yuan's soul transfer ability," Fang Zi thought in his mind. However, he had already come up with a solution to this issue. Transferring the soul would require a path, and the transfer could be considered a type of traffic. Traffic jam by itself might not be able to completely cut off Negary's soul traffic, but when combined with bone fracture, I would be able to completely break all transfer routes. Even if the break doesn't last for too long, all he needed was a small bit of time to rally the interference force from the people in his connection, and use his earlier ability to destroy Negary's soul. On the other hand, Alkman was also the same. His axe combined with Disus Force could directly harm Negary's soul if it connected. Facing the team of three disaster kings, Fang Zi, Alkman, and Seven, Negary seemed like he couldn't possibly win. But on the contrary, it was at this exact moment that his chances of winning were actually the greatest. The nature of the so-called protagonist aura can actually be seen somewhat from Ainz's title on the Apocalypse stone tablet. Negary recalled the words written on the Apocalypse stone tablet. The king's laurel crown shines brighter and brighter. Under the eyes of all living beings, he would eventually become the king of all, the crimson seal in the sky. The laurel crown was referring to the protagonist aura. A king held the expectation of all his people, responding to that expectation, and that very expectation made up the laurel crown for the king of people. Earlier on, Ainz was able to borrow the interference force of the omniscient eye to build a connection with the numerous survivors, further confirming Negary's conjecture. Every individual in this world was a part of the protagonist aura, and the protagonist aura was the collective manifestation of every individual's expectations. At least, that was the case for this world. The protagonist shoulders the expectation of everyone, thus becoming their representative, becoming bound by them. He was the one with the most freedom, but also the one with fetters attached the deepest. The fact that Ainz's personality model constantly changed actually represented his change to fit the expectations placed on him. He was changed by the protagonist aura that carried the expectations of all humans, from a young teenager with a bit of selfishness and a scheming mind to the so-called king of people with nothing but the good of humanity as his interest. Chapter 178. Contaminating the protagonist aura. There are most likely many kinds of protagonist aura. This type that is created from the expectations of others can be called the Alea protagonist aura. Alea being the name of the collective human consciousness. Naturally, there should be more factors that make up a protagonist aura. The collective expectations of humanity is only a part of this. According to Negary's general conjecture, the so-called concept of destiny was most likely the course of events marked out by the collective human consciousness. As the apocalypse that threatened to bring about the extinction of humanity appeared, the 10 disaster kings appeared in order to resist against it, followed by the king of people. This is the predetermined course of events of humanity, and any entity that tries to veer off this course will be faced with correction from destiny. However, this Alea's tolerance of me is too great. Negary's body began to transform. Or rather, it seemed as if this was Alea's expectation in the first place. According to the Apocalypse stone tablet, in order to fight the apocalypse, the so-called existence of the Lord of Aberration was necessary. The dragon of eternal sin's humongous figure appeared on the battlefield. Compared to the previous dragon of eternal sin, the current form had greatly changed. Originally, there were a large number of irregular barbs grown on top of the dragon's head, while its scales were full of nonsensical patterns. But if one focused their attention right now, they would find that the patterns on top of the scales were actually moving about almost like eyes. The 3 pairs of fleshy dragon wings flapped and spread open wide, completely obscuring the sky above. Several sharp bony spikes protruded from the edge of the wings, seemingly enough to cut apart anything unfortunate enough to pass through while the wings moved. 3 layers of razor-sharp teeth were clearly displayed on top of the dragon's chest. As it breathed, the jaws opened to reveal several bloodied hands inside, as if ready to grab and pull anybody foolish enough to approach them. Occasionally, some faces or skulls could even be seen peeking out from within. The long tail at the dragon's back split into numerous tentacles at its tip. As the tip of the tentacles opened, toothy maws could be seen inside each of them. This was a monster capable of inflicting fear to countless people at its mere sight. Weaved within the inappropriateness of its existence, there was a certain beauty to its error, seemingly inheriting Negary's fatal charisma. It's useless. The crimson arrow in the sky shall judge your sin. Ainz was unfazed by Negary's transformation. Under his authority, any struggle would only be faced with defeat. Negary flapped his dragon wings, unleashing his dragon's pressure for the first time in a very long time. In the flame world, because the dragon race had their authority, they were able to force the rhythm of the world to match their own rhythm through dragon's pressure. The dragon race naturally had no such authority in the disaster world, so dragon's pressure lost this effect. Currently, it was nothing but invisible mental pressure, which was also the reason why Drakatung had lost half of its power, forcing Negary to imbue Drakatung with Dis's force in order for them to exert the same power they used to. However, this time was different. Something else seemed to have been added to Dragon's pressure. A kind of power similar to Dis's force was exuded together with the Dragon's pressure, causing everything around Negary to be repelled. Negary's dragon of eternal sin form raised its head. The immense power of Dis's force resonated with his dragon's pressure, forming a twisted power that was mercilessly unleashed. Jaliast. Unlike Drakatung that was imbued with Dis's force, the power of this Drakatung immediately broke through its previous limits, forming a visible pillar of light that clashed against the burning crimson arrow in the sky. This power, Fang Zi's expression warped. This pillar of light was blindingly eye-catching, visible to anyone that looked up. As the pillar of light clashed against the crimson arrow, immense light was scattered into the surroundings. The survivors on the ground couldn't see anything but white in their eyes, as the loud boom drew their attention. Fang Zi had had an expression of disbelief. The presence of that power was extremely familiar to him. It was the same presence that he exuded as he borrowed interference force from the people. In other words, Negary was using his ability. Although Negary already had the omniscient eye that could siphon and store interference force, all he could do with that before was create an illusion, and one that couldn't be finely controlled. But now, he was able to unify that interference force, put it under control of a certain ability, and allowed his dragon's pressure to once again obtain a level of authority in this world. How is that possible, my ability? Fang Zi suddenly felt himself to be completely foreign, as if there was another himself within his body. Since the protagonist aura was created from the expectations of the people in this world, when Negary infected the majority of the people, he had also infected the protagonist aura to a certain degree. As Fang Zi continued to use the power of the people, he was also infected by Negary in return, turning Fang Zi and Negary into two sides of the same coin. At the deepest reaches of Fang Zi's heart, a Negary had been created. In essence, Killer J and Noah could also be regarded as Negary, yet they were still capable of using their own abilities. In other words, the Negary derived from Fang Zi was also capable of using Fang Zi's ability. Borrowing Fang Zi's King of People authority, Dragon's pressure once again gained authority and power in this world. A portion of power from the people infected by Negary were converged within this Dragon's pressure, then imbued with Negary's own Dis's force. Through Noah's God's words realized ability and Fang Zi's ability, everything was manifested as this superior Drakatung. The crimson arrow that Fang Zi manifested in the sky was curtly destroyed by Negary's Drakatung. Alkman roared furiously and attacked Negary with his axe, only to be stopped by Negary's giant dragon claw. His large dragon tail swung and easily sent Seven, who was trying to attack from the back. Flying, faced with that overwhelming strength, Fang Zi no longer had the will to resist. Not only could Negary use his prided ability, but he was also using it even more skillfully, displaying far more strength. Negary flapped his dragon wings, expanding the range of Dragon's pressure once more, just in time for the sound of a ticking clock to resound. Keel it. The Drakatung that meant surging force was uttered, scattering the power of the people into the range of Dragon's pressure through Negary's control. The power of time might be great, but as the power of the people was surging through every inch of this vast space, to reverse time of this location meant they would also need to reverse time for the collective people as well. Come, Disaster King of Temporal Displacement, I'd like to see you try reversing time now. Ha! A long sigh was uttered with several different tones at once. The sound of the ticking clock within the area gradually stopped as a man slowly revealed himself. At first glance, he seemed like a young man, but the next time you looked at him, you'd see him as a middle-aged man. Carefully observing him would reveal that he was actually an old man, and sometimes you might catch him as a young child. King from another world, I ask that you stay your hand temporarily. Please, this person whose entire timeline seemed to have overlapped at once slowly spoke. His voice sounded like a person at different ages in his life speaking all at once, which sounded incredibly eerie. Negary's large dragon eyes coldly stared at this person. The Disaster King, who wielded the temporal displacement disaster, had finally come out to the front stage. I am merely pleading for your Excellency's approval. Would your Excellency care to listen to what this one has to say? The Disaster King of temporal displacement spoke in an unprecedentedly sincere tone. Quite obviously, he understood Negary very well and wouldn't meaninglessly attempt to control Negary's will Chapter 179, the enemy that had yet to arrive. Negary cut off his connection with Ainz and felt the authority of people gradually receding from within his dragon's pressure. At this point, his germs had already infected over half of Ainz's protagonist aura. In fact, he sensed that if he actively pushed the rate of infection, he would even be able to steal this protagonist aura and transfer it onto himself. That might sound like a nice thing, becoming the representative of all humans within this world, wielding the authority of the people. However, privileges were usually accompanied by responsibility. If Negary took over the protagonist aura, he would simply continue walking down Ainz's path and become bound by the people. For that reason, Negary might borrow this power for his own use, but he would never actually wield the protagonist aura. I'm here representing the Disaster Board of Directors. Greetings, Your Excellency Wang Yuan, the man respectfully said. My name is Ping, the Disaster King who wields temporal displacement. I will tell you everything, leaving the final decision for you to make, Your Excellency. And Ping's tone was humble, even when he was a Disaster King and one who wielded an authority like temporal displacement. He still remained humble as he faced Negary. Negary didn't turn back into his human form, but remained in the dragon of eternal sin form as he waited to hear what this Disaster King had to say. Negary was convinced that even if he had defeated Ainz today, the other party would still have other preparations, and perhaps had even predicted this exact situation. As Negary observed Ping, from his understanding of the human heart, he understood very well what kind of person Ping was. This was the kind of person who had a great ideal in his heart. For the sake of this great ideal, he could prostrate all the way to the ground or make any sort of sacrifice, even if that sacrifice was himself. This kind of person was both admirable and troublesome. Strictly speaking, Wang Yuan was also such a person. That was why Negary existed. And Chang Zia was also this same kind of person. For the sake of his own great ideal, he had done many unspeakable things, including personally killing the person that he admired and respected the most. After Ping's appearance, the battle gradually came to a close, but not without Ainz's side paying for their loss. Having activated his Blood of War ability, but not having scored a single kill within its duration, Alkman was now on the ground. His originally middle-aged appearance quickly deteriorated by at least a dozen years, as he laid completely limp, unsure of how long he would need to recover. On the other side, the authority holder of Pothole, Zhang Zijai, was affected by Noah's God's words realized curse and became permanently paralyzed. Xiao Ba Fu was a bit more fortunate, but still had numerous bones on his body fractured and broken by Noah's God's words realized rebound. Chang Zia was now unconscious, becoming a hostage. If Seven wasn't a Disaster King, Noah would have prepared to kill her as well. It was considerably worse on the other side, as Liu Shi and Lu Tong's entire souls were heavily injured by Killer Jatakes killing intent blades, causing them to fall into a comatose state, unclear if they would awaken again, while Zhang Wei was completely dead, his soul already dissipated and gone. The only person completely intact was Ikaio due to having achieved the second stage of release. But as she didn't know how to fight, she couldn't save her companions and was stricken by a heavy sense of self-blame. As for Ainz, seeing all of his companions either traumatized, crippled, or dead, he was heavily depressed. However, as long as the protagonist aura existed, he would soon return to normal. After all, what the people wanted wasn't a depressed protagonist. As the protagonist, even his right to feel depressed had been deprived. He would most likely regain his vitality through some senseless chicken soup for the soul and escape from the shadow of his best friend's death not too long after this. What a pitiful protagonist. Of course, this was also something that many others couldn't obtain even if they wished for it every day of their lives. After all, compared to being part of the mob, many people who had been ordinary their entire lives would be more than happy to become a protagonist, one that might occasionally face hardships and obstacles, but could always overcome them all while enjoying a smooth, extraordinary life. The main reason why Ainz was this pitiful was because the obstacle he ran into was impossible. This world will soon face the apocalypse, and Ping honestly explained. And the cause of it comes from the same place Your Excellency did. They are coming, and in order to protect this world, we have paid an extremely heavy price. Hearing and Ping's words, Negary finally confirmed his conjecture. The new deity and the progenitor dragon fled to this world from the flame world with their respective races in tow. But while Negary followed their passage to reach this world, he couldn't find a single trace of their existence, which was highly strange. According to the records of the flame world and Granny Seal's description of the ancient flame world, the new deity and progenitor dragon could be said to be terrifyingly powerful. The giant who came from the first flame managed to create the large majority of the flame world's creatures. As two entities who originated from the same place, the new deity created the divine race, while the progenitor dragon gave birth to the dragon race. The ancestral witch who was born near the first flame, founder of witchcraft as well the first witch, was a powerful entity who reached the third stage of release in the flame world. This meant that the new deity and the progenitor dragon who were created within the first flame had to have reached at least the third stage of release, perhaps even higher. It was because they left and took with them the majority of the flame world's power that the flame world slowly degraded, turning into a low-magic world from its high-magic origins. Entities of this level would leave an unremovable mark on this world by merely setting foot on it. Their mere existence would greatly influence it. This fact, combined with the words of the temporal displacement disaster, King made the truth very clear. Negary had arrived in this world before the new deity and the progenitor dragon. He followed their footsteps, yet he was the first to arrive in the disaster world. The only explanation for this would be that time was displaced at the very moment he entered this world, causing the situation today. Our world used to have a psychic civilization, but we were completely powerless to stop the foreign invasion. At that time, another Ping, a psychic with a temporal ability, managed to reverse time with the cooperation of the will of this world, Ping explained. His memory also traveled back 100 years thanks to his temporal ability. As the timeline went into its second cycle, the second Ping, who had essentially gone back in time 100 years, instigated the psychic revolution ahead of time, developing the world into an extremely prosperous psychic civilization, but that failed as well. Our powers were spread too thin, and those two otherworldly entities extended to us an invitation to join them, to join a never-ending conquest of war and flames. Some people wanted to escape, unwilling to spend their entire lives stuck in a single world, so the two entities succeeded. They turned a portion of psychics against the very world that nurtured them. Furthermore, they spread a super plague into this world. This plague caused the majority of psychics to completely lose control and turned psychically essentialized, or as you call it, underwent origin assimilation. But we did not completely fail either, as the Apocalypse Stone Tablet was the result of that second cycle. And so, we went into the third cycle, where the Disaster Authority Plan was officially put into action, Ping calmly narrated. Through the authorities, we managed to converge and focus all of the world's power, which we had thought would bring us victory, but still ended up with our defeat. Our world simply couldn't adapt to the powers of another world. We were in despair, and the will of the world also grew weaker from the numerous time reversals. It was your appearance that gave us hope once more, Your Excellency, Chapter 180. The fourth cycle. In other words, it is currently the fourth cycle Negary finally understood. It was during the final moments of the third cycle that he entered this world, and as the will of the world discovered him, it entered the fourth cycle. The Yu Guang Ming that he saw at Yu Bu was most likely a person from the later period of the third cycle, and the fact that he was able to borrow the error that Negary brought in order to go from the previous cycle to this one showed just how terrifyingly powerful he was. However, even such a powerful person was forced by the new deity and progenitor dragon to have no choice but to reset the world's timeline. Even though he had learnt of how strong those two were through the books of the flame world that he knew was one that had already been greatly weakened, it couldn't be helped that his understanding of their relative power was skewed. That is indeed the case, and this will most likely be the final cycle as well. The power of the world is not enough to reset the timeline again through Your Excellency's existence. We would be able to create a barrier aimed specifically towards the otherworldly power, called the Path of Error. This would be able to reject them from entering this world, thus protecting it, and Ping sincerely explained. If we were able to take control of Your Excellency through destiny, then it would naturally be best. But doing so had the risk of the Path of Error not being powerful enough. If we cannot control Your Excellency, then the Path of Error would only grow stronger, but we would lose our initiative. At this point, we could only put forth our own bargaining chips and hope to cooperate with Your Excellency. And Ping clearly stated their intentions without withholding anything. They had indeed tried to take control of Negary, but to their excitement as well as disappointment, they failed. They were excited that the measure they came up with to resist the otherworld, the Path of Error, would grow stronger, thus greatly improving their chances of success. But they were also disappointed, because if he decided against cooperating with them, they didn't have a lot of means to go against Negary. Naturally, they still had their trump card. This trump card, combined with the Path of Error, gave them the confidence to resist the invasion of the new deity and progenitor dragon. But if they had to use this trump card on Negary, then they would truly have no hope left. The will of the world had already been weakened to its extreme due to the numerous timeline resets, and this was already their final chance. If Your Excellency is willing to cooperate with us, we can compensate for our actions up to this point. We will hand over all the technologies we've developed through the 4 cycles, as well as fully cooperate with Your Excellency to allow you to grow stronger. Furthermore, I know that Your Excellency does not wish to remain in this world, and Ping put down his first bargaining chip. The will of the world can cooperate with us in utilizing our authorities, through which an authority can be stimulated and grow to its very limits. If Your Excellency would cast your mercy upon us, the will of the world has agreed to cooperate with Your Excellency in using the true otherworld invasion to help Your Excellency travel to a different world. And Ping continued with extreme sincerity. I can sign a contract with Your Excellency, ensuring that everything we've promised can and shall be fulfilled. If Your Excellency wishes for something, as long as we have it, we will hand all of it over. Negary was very sure that everything that the other party stated just now contained no lies. Other than a few hidden cards that weren't mentioned, everything else had already been put out into the open. Why should I cooperate with you? Negary's dragon of eternal sin form looked up, ensuring that no one would be able to tell his true intention from his expression, then questioned with its gaping, bloody maw. According to what you said, not too long after this, the new deity and progenitor dragon would both arrive. As their fellow kinsman who wields the otherworld invasion, if I wish to join them, they would most likely welcome me with open arms, and I would also be able to reach other worlds through them, Negary continued. And to a considerably safer degree, after all, they are much more powerful than you. That is indeed true. As the authority holder of otherworld invasion, if Your Excellency cooperated with them, that would be the same as our world opening the front gate for them to enter. In such a case, we would have no hope of winning. However, Your Excellency isn't the same kind of person as those invaders, correct? And Ping spoke with conviction. Your Excellency would surely never bow your head to others, allowing others to lord over Your Excellency's own will. If Your Excellency truly pledged your allegiance to those two personages, then Your Excellency would no longer be Your Excellency. And Ping's side had studied and understood Negary extremely well. The one thing that Negary could not accept was his will being under the control of anything other than himself. Indeed, he would gain great benefits by joining under the new deity and progenitor dragon, but a Negary who surrendered to them would no longer be Negary. It was because they understood Negary to this degree that as soon as they understood that they could not control him, and Ping's side immediately came forward, turned the initiative over to him, and situated themselves as the fish on a chopping board. By doing this, although they admitted that they had completely offended him, their attitude would not displease Negary. In reality, this was also the best choice. Not only would Negary not lose anything, but he would actually benefit greatly from it. However, Negary didn't trust in Ping. Although he didn't tell a single lie, that had nothing to do with whether or not Negary trusted him. Even without telling a single lie, Negary could manipulate correct information in a way that allowed him to have others dance in the palm of his hand. Firstly, he didn't trust that the plan and Ping's side came up with would definitely be able to go against the new deity and the progenitor dragon. After all, they also believed with conviction in their victory the last few times, but were still completely defeated without fail. Secondly, Negary didn't trust that the world did not prepare any hidden cards, or even an open one on his body. When he first entered this world, his soul was extremely feeble, and the other party must have read his memories. Otherwise, for the sake of the so-called Path of Error project, Negary would have already been put under their control. In a way, they might have already done so. The Otherworld Invasion Authority was their open card and means of restraint against him. If Negary actually cooperated with them to create some sort of path of error, he was sure that as soon as he let his guard down or when an opportunity showed itself, they would entrap him to death. I will need to see through the records that you keep before making my decision. Negary indifferently replied. He believed that as long as his answer didn't completely cut off all hopes of cooperation, they would comply without fail, because it was Negary who won this bout, and they were the side without a choice. Understood, Your Excellency. And Ping didn't refute him. Both sides had a clear tacit understanding and made no mentions of Fang Zi. As the king of people, he was the most crucial factor within this plan. If Negary truly wanted to touch him, it would be the same as flipping the bargaining table. Silently watching as Ping's side retreated together with Fang Zi, Negary flapped his dragon wings. Because he had escaped from destiny, his error property had grown stronger, allowing the dragon of eternal sin form to further evolve. He truly needed time to consider Ping's offer of cooperation, because relatively speaking, Negary actually didn't have a lot of choices. I'm still not strong enough at all. If I were powerful enough, I would have a lot more choices, including flipping the table as long as I wished. Negary closed his dragon eyes and silently finished the sublimation of his dragon of eternal sin form. He naturally had the choice of killing Fang Zi and flipping the table right now, but doing so would ensure that he was doomed. One day, I will triumph against all of this, then dominate them. Chapter 181. Disaster Authority Project. As time went on, practitioners of spiritual inception began to call themselves the New Humans. With people who had achieved the second stage of release as their foundation, they formed various organizations while the world eventually stabilized. Fang Zi's previous residential area had now completely changed. Several huge fleshy cocoon eyeballs were hovering in the sky, being supported by large tentacles. Negary's dragon of eternal sin form had finished evolving. The main difference was that it now had 2 more heads, becoming a 3-headed, 3-winged Western dragon. Furthermore, after there were enough people who had achieved the second stage of release using spiritual inception, he had begun working on the evolution of his soul. As for the practitioners themselves, After reaching the second stage of release, Dis's force was no longer enough to stimulate their origin at all. In other words, unless something unexpected happened, these people would be stuck at the second stage of release without being able to improve any further. This was natural, as the source of Dis's force had already grown considerably weak. The god written within the Apocalypse stone tablet, the one who distributed his authorities among the people and created the source pool, was actually referring to the will of the world. The will of the world here referred to the great collective consciousness derived from every living being and non-living being in this world. However, because of the Disaster Authority Project, the will of the world had detached a great number of authorities from itself, thus becoming closer to Alea, which was the collective subconsciousness of humans. Dis's force was, in fact, the power that the will of the world derived from itself. Due to the many timeline resets, this will had already been mostly drained. The fact that it managed to help so many people achieve the second stage of release was itself a miracle. The so-called Disaster Authority Project was a plan that was hatched in the second cycle, then put into action at the beginning of the third cycle to repel the invasion of the new deity and progenitor dragon. During the second cycle, due to their strength being too non-centralized, a portion of this world's psychics were away lured by the new deity and progenitor dragon's promise of conquest, thus betraying the world. The origin of those traitors were taken out from the world, no longer a part of this timeline. In order to avoid a repeat of this, the Disaster Authority Project was launched, converging the psychic factors that used to fill this world to create the foundation for the source pool. Originally, in the second cycle, this world used to be a prosperous psychic civilization, where any talented person could easily absorb the psychic factors in the air to release their origin and awaken a psychic ability. During the first cycle, psychics used to live in the shadows and were very few in number. Although there were strong powerhouses, they never truly appeared in the public's eyes until it was too late. The second cycle could be considered to be a second life script. The young and Ping obtained memories of the future, knowing the great calamity that was about to befall them. He actively pushed for the advent of the psychic era, greatly developing science and technology for psychic abilities. At that time, this world's supernatural civilization was at the peak of its prosperity. The Apocalypse stone tablet, the Disaster Authority Project, as well as many other plans were first proposed during this cycle. As the protagonist of this second life script, and Ping was naturally the greatest benefactor, fully confident in becoming the messiah of his world, but lost it all due to the betrayal of a few. Should I say, as expected of the new deity and progenitor dragon, playing with betrayal to this degree. Negary silently thought. It was the same in the flame world as well. Their betrayal caused the plans and preparations of the white light to become faulty, which resulted in everything that followed. Back then, they were the ones who committed betrayal, but here, they invited others to commit betrayal. Regardless, to prevent another betrayal, the Disaster Authority Project was put into action in the third cycle. All of the world's psychic factors were gathered to create the first form of Dis's force. After that, the will of the world divided that into authorities, turning them into the opposition against the source of disasters, which were actually the calamities brought about by the invasion of another world. And in the end, they would be converged under the authority of the King of People, thus successfully rejecting the invaders from entering this world through the combination of all the authorities. Indeed, by this point, the world had resorted to only considering how to shut the entryway and prevent the invaders from coming inside. This was one of the reasons why Negary didn't trust in Ping. Even if their plan succeeded, the most they would accomplish was preventing others from entering this world. There was also the issue of how improbable this plan actually was. The King of People during the third cycle was no weaker than the current Fang Zi, or rather, he was actually Fang Zi from the previous life. He would have had to gather all of the world's powers, repel the invasion and every enemy. Only then would he be able to seal off this world. In that sense, strictly speaking, the invasion of the new deity and progenitor dragon had already begun, but it existed in the other cycles. The timeline might have been reset, but the power of the new deity and progenitor dragon had still managed to infiltrate this world in the previous cycles. It would be necessary to also repel this invasive power in order to seal the world off. Knowing this, Negary would be a fool to believe a single word of Ping's plan. Even if they actually won, their victory would essentially cause the new deity and progenitor dragon no damage. In fact, Negary was sure that, when it was time for him to use otherworld invasion with the aid from the will of the world, his travel might even be intercepted by the new deity and progenitor dragon. After all, the only thing that happened was that the gate was slammed shut in their faces. Would Negary be so naive to think that the new deity and progenitor dragon would simply leave this world after they were shut out? During the conception of the Disaster Authority project in the third cycle, several people greatly contributed their wits and efforts, Lan Shan being one of them. In fact, she was one of the few who achieved the third stage of release, and it was she who perfected the abilities related to the Super Plague Authority. It was for that reason that she became the initial authority holder of Super Plague during this fourth cycle. Quite unbelievably, such a feeble little girl managed to mature enough to become an entity who achieved the third stage of release at the end of the previous cycle. Nothing could be said, except that the world worked in strange and mysterious ways. Putting the documents related to the Disaster Authority project down, Negary had various thoughts circulating in his mind. The temporal resets did not actually alter the origin. It had only made it return to an unreleased state. The only thing that was reset was the soul. Negary pondered this fact. This situation implied that the origin, to a certain extent, surpassed even the timeline of an individual world. Negary then thought of a certain technique that Ping surrendered to him. The main use of this technique was to cast the information recorded within the soul into the origin. The reflective cast technique, a technique that Ping and the rest relied on in order to accumulate the knowledge and technology from the previous cycles. It was similar to the transmigration technique that Negary knew from long ago, but there were also differences. The fact that they surrendered this technique so easily was probably because they know about me not having an origin. Negary nonchalantly tossed this technique aside, clearly uninterested. Although they claimed to have surrendered all of their knowledge, Negary knew for a fact that they would withhold a certain portion. For example, information regarding that seemingly useful, but was actually useless Apocalypse Stone tablet. On a surface level, it was essentially just a way to manifest destiny. But from how Yu Guangming from the previous cycle appeared, Negary knew for a fact that it wouldn't be as simple as a method to record destiny. Lan Shan was standing next to him. A faint golden gleam seemed to be flickering in her eyes. Since that's the case, let me accept their offer and play with them a little bit, Negary pondered to himself. I still need a little bit of time. Chapter 182, The Path of Error. Before we agree to cooperate, I need some clear confirmation, Negary said as he looked at the people in front of him. Even if I successfully help you erect the barrier, without the coordinates of another world, I would still not be able to accomplish an otherworld invasion and enter another world. We were the side that offered this, so we have naturally made the preparations, Ping replied. To be honest, during the second cycle, we had considered the option of moving the entire world as well as calling for reinforcements, a beautiful woman spoke up. At the time, the will of the world had provided us access to its information database, which contained the coordinates of other worlds. That world is similar to a planet that moves in a set orbit, constantly moving through space. In the 6 billion years of our world's history, that world had followed its orbit and passed by this world a total of 3 times. A middle-aged man pondered a bit and followed up. Our 2 worlds had once exchanged information, through which we obtained the coordinates of that world. Another old man explained. Through the temporal differences and the information we have, we can calculate the world orbit and its current coordinates. Is that so? Negary chuckled. This old man was the disaster king of planetary core's shift. The planetary core's shift in question was a periodic shift of the Earth's magnetic field, which could also be triggered through external forces. Before the shift, the Earth's rotation around itself would gradually grind to a halt, which would permanently alter the terrestrial magnetic poles of the Earth. This alteration would result in the rapid expansion of the Atlantic Ocean and rapid compression of the Pacific tectonic belt, thus forever affecting the face of the Earth. This would cause extreme weather conditions. Due to the gradual stop of the Earth's self-rotation, long periods of day and night would occur, resulting in the melting and refreezing of the new polar ice caps, as well as the shifting of the tectonic plates, thus giving birth to continental sinking. In the determined order, he was the disaster king who was born after war, called Yak-Toth. The middle-aged man was the disaster king of Great Flood, called Fang Shu-Nan, who was born at almost the same time as 7 of continental sinking, and used to be a soldier. The Yu-Bu earthquake greatly affected the terrestrial landscape, which caused a giant tsunami. As one of the anti-flood army, he and his comrades at the time leapt into the way of the tsunami as a last resort, using themselves as human dams. The beautiful woman was the disaster king of Solar Storm, or rather, the second holder of Solar Storm, called Zhu Xin-Yun. Her predecessor was killed in an assassination in 2012, which caused a huge solar flare disaster. At the time, Ping used temporal displacement to make the solar flare marginally miss the Earth, during which she inherited the Disaster King authority. In summary, out of the 10 Disaster Kings, other than Heaven Collapse and the newly born Order Collapse who was still getting used to his current state, Negary had met them all. The Disaster King of Heaven Collapse had his place completely switched by the messed-up timeline. The originally final Disaster King Temporal Collapse was actually the first to be born, while the one who was supposed to first, Heaven Collapse, was currently still unborn. Through reading the documents they provided, Negary also understood what kind of disaster Heaven Collapse was supposed to be. It was actually referring to the state in which the gate to this world was broken through, and its current sealed state being completely gone. Once this Disaster King was born, it would also represent the new deity and progenitor dragon breaking free of the seals of time and space, which would also be the advent of the apocalypse on this world. And this time, the world would no longer have a way out. The will of the world didn't have the strength to actually reset the timeline again. They would either need to chase the enemy out of this world or be conquered, after which their people would be turned into soldiers for the enemy and the world's origin would get sucked dry, turning this into a dried-up dead planet. Then let us get into the specific negotiations. Negary smiled. I can help you build the so-called path of error, but I want to leave immediately after it is constructed. That cannot be done, Your Excellency. Wang Yuan and Ping replied. Without Your Excellency's error property to organize the defensive arrays, the constructed path of error would be greatly weakened. Because of that, I will have to take control of the path of error and fight against the power of the new deity and progenitor dragon directly. Negary questioned in return. He didn't find this result to be surprising at all. If he could simply leave after constructing the path of error, there would have been no need for them to try and take control of him in the first place. Directly going into negotiations would have been the best choice. Then, can you guarantee that if you actually succeed, the will of the world would still have enough strength to transfer me to another world? Negary openly pointed out their machinations. At that time, the world itself would be sealed off, and there would be nothing I could say about remaining in this world. Do not mention the contract with me, because a contract can be ripped apart as easily as any other piece of paper. At that time, it would be hard to say whether or not you lot are still alive. Negary clearly laid out the issues between them. Following that, the two sides negotiated and haggled over numerous points before finally reaching a reluctant consensus. Negary would aid in the construction of the defensive array for the path of error, while the world coordinates must be given to him in advance. Only after the invaders had begun their attack and their side had fended them off enough could the source pool's authority be handed over to Negary. This negotiation ended a lot quicker than originally expected, after all, and Ping's group had no other choice, and Negary himself didn't have much of a choice at all either. The source pool was the will of the world's pool of power. As long as they knew how to, any authority holder had the authority to access it and utilize the origin power of the will of the world, which was also where all Disus Force was derived from. Negary's current Disus Force level had reached Disaster King, and he had also learnt of the way to access the source pool from the Leather Jacket Man. But he doesn't have the access authority. Regardless of how much he tried, he couldn't access the source pool, simply because he hadn't been granted the authority from the will of the world. By borrowing the origin power within, Negary would be able to use the Otherworld Invasion Authority and the coordinates of another world in order to directly transfer himself to another world. After this negotiation that didn't have any binding power concluded, the construction of the Path of Error began. The so-called Path of Error was actually a means devised to specifically repel the power of the new deity and progenitor dragon. Negary's error property would be used as its foundation, the Otherworld Invasion Authority as its skeleton. The people infected by Negary would also be used by borrowing their powers as the flesh and blood, all of which would form the complete defensive array. As the new deity and progenitor dragon begin their invasion, the first thing to happen would always be their power infiltrating this world, thus paralyzing over half of the world's natural defensive mechanisms, before opening the gate to this world from the inside. Since Negary's error power actually had a certain level of common origin with the new deity and progenitor dragon, both properties were exploited in the Path of Error. The presence of a power with the common origin that specifically had the error property would confuse the infiltrating powers of the new deity and progenitor dragon, allowing the defensive mechanisms to still be usable. When the invaders come in with these defensive mechanisms still usable, they would essentially have the home field advantage. By converging all of the world's power like before, it should be possible to chase the invaders away. That wasn't their entire plan, as they surely had other trump cards to use against the new deity and progenitor dragon, but that had no relations to Negary. Various structures of mixed biological and mechanical nature were being built all over the world. This would be the foundation for the Path of Error, and Negary had obtained the Otherworld coordinates. Chapter 183. Leisure. Negary began his time of rare leisure in this world. Of course, his leisure was only relative, as the majority of his time was still spent in his lab, flipping through the various science and technological records he obtained from the DER Division's Board of Directors. Whenever he felt inspired, he would attempt an experiment. The construction of the Path of Error was currently being managed by Noah, who had brought a large portion of spiritual inception practitioners, who had pledged their allegiance to Negary in order to build the mechanical biological hybrid machines all over the world. A portion of the biological composition was derived from Negary's dragon of eternal sin form. By fusing it with the mechanical portions, they essentially created power conduits. This mechanical biological hybrid technology came from a psychic during the second cycle. That psychic's ability was biological heat, in order to make up for his shortcoming of not being able to attack from a ranged distance. He developed this technology to allow the convergence of biological tissue's power that could then be fired like bullets. The current machines had gone through modifications to better fit Negary's needs, as well as including another device that, when activated, would also gather the power of spiritual inception practitioners all over the world, manifesting it as the flesh and blood for the Path of Error. As for whether or not these things could actually repel the new deity and progenitor dragon, Negary didn't clearly express his opinion. After all, he had never personally experienced the strength of the new deity and progenitor dragon. His only understanding of them were through records that were supplied by the DER Division's Board of Directors. This so-called Board of Directors was created with an ping at its center. Through the use of the reflective cast technique, they were able to retain their memories of the previous cycle. And unlike the second cycle with an ping as the only regressor, the Board of Directors had been formed since the third cycle. Of course, the reflective cast technique wasn't quite that simple either. The only people from the third cycle who had performed reflective cast to regain their memories of the third cycle only included the previous members of the board. Some of the board's crucial members like Fang Zi and Lan Shan hadn't completed the recasting of their memories either. The essence of the reflective cast technique was the casting of the information contained within the soul into the origin, which created a reflection of oneself. When the origin entered their mother's wombs and matured, the origin would once again derive itself to form a soul, during which the reflection would also be copied, thus resulting in a form of resurrection. This needs to be improved further. Negary took a mental note, but didn't express much interest in this technique. When he entered this world, those people had most likely read through his memories. Even if they didn't read through everything, they would most likely have seen quite a bit. Furthermore, there was also the open monitoring tool called Authority. Once he expressed too much interest, and the other party realized something, nothing good would come of it. I still need to wait for a short while. At that time, I will have my opportunity. Negary remained still while continuing to flip through another book. It really must be said, through 4 cycles of accumulation, the rich supernatural knowledge of this world was truly beneficial for Negary's path of advancement from this point on. There were already quite a few among practitioners of spiritual inception who had reached the second stage of release, allowing Negary to stably reinforce his soul, improving its quality to the second stage of release as well. Negary couldn't help but admit that when it came to sheer individual strength, he wasn't particularly powerful. The bulk of his strength was manifested more so through his way of thinking and the knowledge he possessed. As his soul reached the second stage of release, Negary's own strength didn't actually grow much. After all, he didn't have an origin. The only thing that actually improved was the quality of his soul, while the virus manipulation ability he obtained from his pseudo-release wasn't strengthened much. This is because my ability did not receive information transmission from the origin as it became released through the various records from the psychic era. Negary noticed more of his own issues. For a normal person, as they released their origin for the very first time, a portion of soul information stored within the origin would be released, which contained certain properties from it. For example, Wang Yuan's origin property was domination, so the soul information it released was related to the concept of domination. This soul information would take the individual's bodily information like emotions, body state, mental needs, and manifest into an ability that the individual wished for, which also happened to be the structure of their soul. I've always maintained Killer Jaitak's soul structure, which is why his ability of hostility manipulation had also been retained. Negary pondered. When I infected Fang Zi, as a secondary soul developed from within Fang Zi's heart, due to it having the same soul structure as Fang Zi, I was also able to utilize Fang Zi's ability. This means that as long as I hold the soul information of a certain soul structure, I would have access to the corresponding ability. Negary waved his hand, after which Lan Shan, who was standing on the side, came trotting. What is the progress of your origin release? Negary tried asking. It's pretty fast. After a short while, I'll be able to achieve the first stage of release, Lan Shan cleverly answered, her small head looking up at him with an earnest expression. Keep on working hard. Negary stroked Lan Shan's head and casually told her to continue trying harder. According to the information from An Ping's side, Lan Shan's origin was related to the plague and diseases. During the third cycle, there weren't a total of 10 disaster kings. Among them, continental sinking, order collapse, and super plague had yet to evolve to become disaster king-level authorities. The Plague Authority used to be just a Grade E authority. It was only after Lan Shan released her origin for the third time and caused a plague that she successfully complemented the Plague Authority, evolving it to the Disaster King-level Super Plague. While both continental sinking and order collapse had only managed to accumulate enough power to evolve during this cycle, Negary thought to himself, once Lan Shan releases her origin, regardless of what her ability is, it would be related to the plague and germs. Since I had implanted soul's blood into her body, I would be able to copy her ability and soul structure, fusing them with my own ability and soul structure in order to truly advance. If not for this, even if the quality of his soul had reached an equivalent to those at the second stage of release, his raw strength would still be weaker than a normal person of the same level. After all, his ability wasn't improved despite having achieved the second stage of release. After confirming the progress of Lan Shan's release of her origin, Negary went back to his studies. The prosperous psychic civilization described through Ping's words weren't just his one-sided boasting. They had truly gone in depth with the research of psychic powers, or rather, supernatural powers. How to optimally explore one's psychic powers, how to release one's origin, even the creation of supernatural artifacts had been researched, all for the sake of improving one's strength. Due to Negary's lack of an origin, every step of his advancement was a bottleneck to him, so he needed to seek out other ways of strengthening himself. Technique, perfect control and understanding of abilities, psychology, chemistry, physics, mathematics, biology, weapons of various kinds, all of these were crucial means of strengthening oneself. Despite only being a remnant soul, an incomplete being, Negary managed to surpass and defeat humans who were whole that should have been stronger than himself due to these factors. At another location, Fang Zi sat by Liu Shi's hospital bed with stubbles all over his chin, having completely lost all of his previous vigor and drive. Hikayo sat on the other side, worriedly watching over Fang Zi. Liu, she will definitely be okay, Hikayo tried consoling him. For some reason, she felt like she was a lot more fidgety compared to normal, or perhaps not. I understand. I'll go wash my face. Fang Zi went into a nearby bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, he sighed. Some sort of illusory sound seemed to be resounding in his ears, as he felt like he heard the sound of something shattering, but the feeling quickly faded. At the same time, Hikayo, who remained in the hospital room, seemed to have noticed something as a flash appeared in her eyes before vanishing. Chapter 184, Prelude. Yang Zing, this is my turf, you've crossed the line. Chen Dai Zai wielded his biomass gear as well as his Dissus Force weapon, staring coldly at the opposition. A young man like yourself shouldn't be trying to act like a gangster, seriously. Yang Zing was a middle-aged man with glasses, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. In this apocalyptic world, everyone has a certain need to maintain their health and mentality, so those in need would come to me seeking help. Isn't that completely normal? There's no such thing as crossing the line, wouldn't you say so, little ma? Yang Zing smiled while narrowing his eyes, glancing at the young man next to him. Yang Zing's words caused the young man next to him to be startled before he turned to shout at Chen Dai Zai. That's right. They only came to Uncle Yang seeking medical attention. I only went around spreading the news of Uncle Yang's clinic for a bit, and they already came running. That just means there's an issue with your management, completely unrelated to me and Uncle Yang. In this apocalypse, Chen Dai Zai had managed to recruit many people under him thanks to his soul blade ability. Those who couldn't find a Dissus Force weapon, and had no confidence in being able to retaliate against the collective consciousness of the germs, would pledge their allegiance to Chen Dai Zai, and relied on his ability to achieve their first stage of release. However, Chen Dai Zai wasn't the only person who had a useful ability in this apocalyptic setting. Yang Zing was the leader of another area, one of the first to find a Dissus Force weapon, and quickly released the first stage of his origin, thus obtaining an ability, Lightning Blade. Without mentioning its high destructive capabilities, Yang Zing had combined the medical and psychological knowledge he had with Lightning Blade to explore another use for it. Through stimulating their bodies with electric currents and using psychological suggestions, he had the ability to hypnotize or even brainwash others. This use of his ability led many to pledge their allegiance to him, expanding his faction's territory, and grew to be the force they were today. While earning a livelihood on my turf, you deceived my people to run to this old Foji's territory. You think this is going to end with your pathetic excuses? Chen Dai Zai narrowed his eyes and glared at Yang Zing. Little Ma was nothing but a pawn that he sent out. In this apocalypse, population was one of the most crucial resources for an organization. Without people, a faction's base would have no potential to expand, let alone reclaim land, grow crops, or rediscover industry. It hadn't been just once or twice that survivor factions fought against one another in order to steal people. A little while ago, this young man called Little Ma came to Chen Dai Zai's turf, but didn't join his faction. This was common, as there were many capable people who chose to run from place to place without settling down. Chen Dai Zai didn't mind such people, as long as they did not cause too much damage after failing to recruit them. After all, a faction couldn't stay closed forever, and a bad reputation would deter others from migrating to him. Back then, he didn't predict that this man would sneakily beguile a large number of people to defect from Chen Dai Zai's side to Yang Zing's faction, which ended up with this confrontation. However, due to the lack of population as well as the existence of superpowers, ordinary people were mostly delegated to production and birth, leading to the two leaders directly facing off to resolve the dispute, despite how big their factions were. So a patient needs your permission to even seek medical help from me. That's a dictatorship if I've ever seen one. No wonder they have so many psychological issues. Yang Zing kept his eyes narrowed and a smile plastered on his face. From the looks of it, Leader Chen also needs medical help. Courting death? As Chen Dai Zai brandished his Force weapon, the sword started to change, becoming almost incorporeal. With the aid of his biomass gear, he directly lurched forward. Yang Zing was also the same. The sword in his hand became slimmer and smaller with electricity circulating along the blade. A suit of biomass gear also covered his body as he received Chen Dai Zai's blow. Their swords clashed, allowing the electricity to transfer into Chen Dai Zai's body, causing him to feel a numbing sensation. Yang Zing's electricity grew stronger, transferring even more through their interlocked swords into Chen Dai Zai. And here I thought you'd be a lot stronger, have a taste of my lightning. Yang Zing's amiable smile completely vanished, revealing an expression of cruelty as he directed the electric current towards Chen Dai Zai's head. Electricity could affect neurons in the brain, hijacking and stimulating the release of various hormones in the body, thus affecting a person's chain of thought. If this was used in conjunction with psychological knowledge, it was very possible to brainwash another person. This was something that Yang Zing was used to doing, and also what he was attempting to do now. First, he would shock Chen Dai Zai into being heavily injured, then brainwash him through this electrotherapy for a long period of time, eventually gaining a loyal general. Is that all you have? Chen Dai Zai's biomass gear shifted, causing the muscles on his arms to bulge as he swung his soul blade, repelling Yang Zing's sword. It turned out that he wasn't paralyzed by the opponent's electricity. In that split second, Yang Zing felt like he saw countless demons manifesting from Chen Dai Zai's body, followed by an overwhelming pressure of guilt. As every action that he had ever done that went against conscience flashed through his vision, he began to witness everything he found to be fearful. As he shouted in fright, his biomass gear began to break down, which resulted in Chen Dai Zai swiftly taking off his head with his sword. Having developed a faction as large as it was today, he didn't rely solely on his ability to draw people in, but also true strength. After realizing his shortcomings, he sought out people who could teach him swordsmanship. Through his relentless practice and studies, he also explored and developed various uses of his ability. The event that left the deepest impression on Chen Dai Zai was none other than his meeting with Negary, who bestowed him the knowledge of biomass gear. Although he didn't actually see Negary directly with his eyes, the immense pressure that personage exerted on his mind and soul was something that he would never forget. Combining his memory of that pressure with his soul blade, he created this technique. Revenant souls, he would cut off the souls of the enemies he killed, then used his ability to graft them to his biomass gear. When necessary, he could trigger these souls to unleash an attack that struck directly at his enemy's soul, giving them a feeling of being surrounded by demons, and thus create a gap in their mentality. When Chen Daizai was about to cut off Yang Zing's soul and add it to his collection like he always did to his enemies, he found that Yang Zing's soul had completely vanished. A sense of fear abruptly emerged in Chen Daizai's heart. Immediately after that, electricity began to pour from Yang Zing's headless body. The electric current instantly altered the shape of his dropped Dissus Force weapon, turning it into metal spikes that shot straight into Yang Zing's severed head. With a huge discharge of electricity, Yang Zing's body started to grow larger and larger until it turned into a jet-black sphere with countless metal spikes on its surface, arcing electricity. This sphere hovered in the air before rushing towards Chen Daizai. This eerie sight caused Chen Daizai to scowl and swing his sword, cutting this sphere in half. He then realized that it was actually a mass of material charred back from the electricity, which swiftly fell to the ground before once again being gathered by the electric currents. A sense of unnerving chaos and nausea began to plague Chen Daizai's mind. At the same time, Negary seemed to have noticed something as he put the book in his hand down, muttering, "So it has begun." Chapter 185, The Origin Plague. Chen Daizai was no stranger to Yang Zing's eerie change. In fact, he had even spent time researching this phenomenon. There was also a special mention of it within the spiritual inception cultivation method, calling it origin assimilation. When human willpower could not catch up to the rate of release of the origin, they could easily be corrupted by the origin. Thus, undergoing origin assimilation, their rationality would collapse and be destroyed, turning them into indescribable monsters. However, this phenomenon would only occur on those without a strong will, or those who were at the verge of releasing their origin. Once the released origin stabilized, its corruptive properties would gradually recede. Even if a person became depressed or unstable afterwards, they would not undergo origin assimilation. Otherwise, with Chen Daizai's ability to attack the gaps in his opponent's psyche and mentality, many would have been broken by him. So why was Yang Zing the only enemy to mutate this way? What Chen Daizai didn't know was that this phenomenon was actually the prelude to the new deity and progenitor dragon's invasion. During the second cycle, the psychic civilization had reached the peak of prosperity. Even when there were traitors, they were only the minority. The true calamity that caused the world's collapse was this super plague that they spread. This super plague caused the majority of psychics to go insane and undergo origin assimilation, thus causing heavy casualties to the disaster world. In essence, this plague was actually the power of the new deity and progenitor dragon that infiltrated this world. Their understanding of the origin had far surpassed the people of this world, allowing them to manifest their power as a plague. When the plague spread, if they did not have the home field advantage, the people of disaster world wouldn't have even noticed it. At the same time, countless cases of origin assimilation began to occur. Lan Shan. At the DER Division's Board of Directors headquarters, all of their crucial members had gathered, including Negary, for a total of 10 disaster kings. Fang Zi had awoken from his rut. Because that was the need of the people, he had no choice but to awaken. At a glance, he was still as enthusiastic as he ever was, completely ready to leap into action, as if he had managed to escape from his shadow of defeat under Negary. Although his expression became extremely sour when he heard that he needed to cooperate with Negary, he didn't act up and try to fight Negary, because the people needed Negary. This was certainly an extremely uncomfortable position to be in. Not only did Negary's men kill his closest brother that he had been with since birth, but he had also caused his woman to fall into a comatose state, and yet Fang Zi had no choice but to cooperate with him. "Miss Lan Shan, please use your authority to stop this plague," and Ping told Lan Shan, who had followed Negary here. But to Ping's grief, Lan Shan simply sat on her chair, one hand holding onto Negary's shirt and blankly staring forward, completely ignoring Ping's words. "It was my mistake. Your Excellency Wang Yuan, please have Miss Lan Shan act. And Ping regained his composure and respectfully turned to Negary, his mind feeling nothing but sadness. Lan Shan had been their ally for the past several cycles, but couldn't manage to perform the reflection cast technique during the third cycle in time, which ended up with her losing all of her memories and restarting from scratch in this cycle. Without her displaying her unique qualities, they had no way of discovering Lan Shan, because the origin would always return to an unreleased state after the timeline resets. They won't necessarily begin to grow immediately as the cycle began, so the birth of each person could be altered as well. For example, during the previous cycle, Lan Shan would have already been over 20 years old at this point, but she was still only 12 right now. This was the uncertainty caused by the origin. They had arranged people to come and pick up Lan Shan, but due to Negary's era property, the great cataclysm was brought about early, and Lan Shan's destiny was broken, leading to them losing a crucial comrade. Lan Shan Negary softly called her. "Understood, my lord." Lan Shan cleverly answered, then started to use her super plague authority, putting the plague derived from the new deity and progenitor dragon's powers under control. This plague. Borrowing Lan Shan's senses, Negary managed to observe the source of this plague, discovering that it was not a germ, but rather a sort of power that contained a will. They would abruptly manifest in this world, search for anyone with a released origin, violently invade it, and cause the origin to go out of control. Negary carefully observed the way this power plague operated. Any person stronger than yourself would always have 1 or 2 points that were worth learning from, and one shouldn't blame one's weakness on their lack of luck or the better backgrounds of others. And when it came to this, Negary was especially humble. He meticulously studied the techniques and tricks that the new deity and progenitor dragon utilized to produce this power plague, all of which were very useful skills that Negary might be able to utilize soon, saving a lot of his time and effort. Great. Negary sat with his hands supporting his lower jaw. An invisible change had begun to occur all over the world. If not for Negary's otherworld invasion authority, he might not have even noticed these changes. The invisible willful power penetrated this world through angles that Negary simply could not comprehend, which swiftly emanated a fluctuation to force this world to undergo some sort of unclear change. After that, the world itself seemed to have become extremely weak, as cracks appeared all over the world. Some of these cracks manifested in the sky like a bolt of black lightning that was stuck there, while others appeared on the ground and all over buildings as well. A certain power surged from inside these cracks. Some of the people who happened to be where the cracks manifested were either swallowed up and vanished without a trace, or struck by the sudden eruption of power and broke into grains of particles that faded into the air. A pair of hands suddenly reached out from inside one of the cracks, then pulled it apart. The crack immediately opened up for a person with a naked torso to emerge. "This time, I, Samira, will thoroughly destroy you all as soon as this person with the naked torso appeared in this world." He spoke in a familiar, yet also foreign language to Negary. Intense howling wind also started to manifest from where he stood. Samira, the Kachi people's god of the storm. Noah used to invoke this god's name in order to summon the wind to attack, while the language he was speaking was an ancient language of the flame world. For the sake of reading ancient records and books, Negary had studied this language. The flow of time between worlds was also different. Negary had such a thought. So many years had already gone by in the flame world, but Negary still managed to catch up to the new deity and progenitor dragon. This sensation of interweaving history and present was both strange and wondrous. "I wonder, would I be able to meet the god of disease and omens, Negary?" "Your Excellency Wang Yuan," and Ping requested from him again. "Please activate the path of error. After it is successful, we will hand the source pool authority over to you." Negary looked straight at Ping, then smiled. "Then it shall be done." As the biological-mechanical hybrid machines all over the world were activated, the expression of Samira who had entered this world changed. Chapter 186, Beginning of the Invasion. With a thunderous incantation-like roar, Numerous cracks were forcefully opened up, allowing gigantic dragons to emerge from within. They had wings that covered the skies, terrifying dragons' pressure, gigantic bodies, and glittering scales. Several dragons soared in from the horizon, opening their terrific maws to unleash scorching flames that destroyed everything in their wake. Other than the divine race and dragon race, there were several other invaders who entered this world through the cracks. Stop struggling, my dear mother. The burning crusade cannot be stopped. Lay down and become the fuel for the fire, a humanoid creature declared, full of emotions. Become a part of the flame. Both the new deity and progenitor dragon came from the flame world, as two of the three gods who originated from the first flame. Their understanding of the flame made it so that their powers were thick with the power of fire. At the same time, their origin came from the black abyss. So as they released their origin, they also gained an understanding of the black abyss twisted power. And these were also the two most prominent types of power within the new deity and progenitor dragon's allied army. They weren't willing to stay in the flame world and become firewood, so they were incited by the black abyss to betray the flame world. At the same time, they had no loyalty to the black abyss, so they declared themselves to be flames, vowing to plunge everything they saw into fire. Their goal for arriving at the disaster world was very clear: to infect and turn all creatures in this world into their soldiers. The will hidden within their infectious power would ensure their control over these soldiers, thus growing the allied army with every world they conquered. At the same time, the power of the conquered world's origin would be stolen and turned into firewood for their flames, allowing them to grow ever increasingly stronger. For some people, their ambition would simply not end with a single world, for example, people like Negary. Once they found out just how great and vast this universe truly was, how could they agree to subject themselves to a single world, forever bound by its restraints? It was for that reason that the new deity and progenitor dragon extended their hands to these people, inviting them to be a part of the burning crusade, as well as why these ambitious people had chosen to accept that invitation, betraying their own homeworld, and becoming the vanguards in this invasion. And Ping, this is true power, a humanoid declared. He had numerous black patterns all over his body, a pair of draconic wings on his back, a pair of dragon horns on his forehead, and burning flames on both his hands and feet that scorched the ground as he walked. You have been brainwashed by the will of the world. Humans should not be restrained by the limits of their world, but rather triumph against it. How could you, who has been entrapped by this world, still be a worthy match for me? This greatly mutated humanoid laughed maniacally as he declared. Coaster? And Ping sighed as he watched the live footage. During the second cycle, in order to repel the apocalypse, he pushed for the founding of the Global Psychic Organization, pooling their collective resources for the sake of scientifically exploring psychic abilities. At that time, Coaster used to be his strongest nemesis and opposition. From a perspective of talent and skill, the two of them were equals. But as he was working for the will of the world in order to prevent the apocalypse, Coaster, who became an obstacle to that end, was summarily defeated, which eventually led to him pledging his allegiance to the new deity and progenitor dragon's allied army. Wait a minute. Let's first retreat from this world. Something isn't right, Samira suddenly said. Another member of the divine race came out from the crack. He was clad in a bright red cloak with bulging muscles that exuded a sense of beauty, chuckling to his fellow kinsman. You aren't afraid of a fight, are you, Samira? Hurlo, this isn't the time for jokes. The wind is telling me that something is off, Samira sternly replied. Hurlo was the name of the Kochi people's god of health and vigor. Don't think too much about it. The will of this world has already been exhausted. No longer capable of retaliating against the might of the allied army, Hurlo wasn't too worried about Samira's warning. Although they had indeed been weakened from losing their authorities as they left the flame world, every member of the divine race had reached at least the second stage of release, each with their own unique ability. While the truly powerful members of the divine race had already achieved the third stage of release, not to mention the racial characteristics of the divine race, which allowed them to surpass humans of the same level. "All right, let's not allow those dragons to get one in over us." A person clad in a black cloak while wielding a scepter stepped out from another crack. The dark power of omen drifted around his body, exuding a sense of extreme eeriness. This was the god of disease and omen, Negary. He had 2 crows perched on his shoulders as he sensed the air of this world. The atmosphere this time is quite refreshing. Although the new deity and progenitor dragon allied themselves, migrating from the flame world with their entire races in tow, and established themselves as the Burning Crusade, the divine race and dragon race weren't actually at complete peace with one another. Back in the flame world, the divine race used to love killing dragons as a representation of heroism. While the dragon race loved killing the divine race, their corpses were top-quality magic materials, while the divine race's golden blood could be refined into magic gold. For this reason, even as they became allies, the divine race and dragon race were still at odds with one another. The new deity and progenitor dragon didn't really care to address this, as a certain level of competition would instead give the allied army more vitality. Wait a minute. Those things are. The divinity called Negary's expression changed. He had discovered a kind of biological, mechanical hybrid machine that gave off a familiar yet foreign aura. As the machine operated, a power started to exude from it. At the same time, every spiritual inception practitioner in the world felt an overwhelming will descending on their bodies. At first, they were silently frightened as they thought it came from those terrifying creatures who appeared from the cracks. They then found their powers being stripped away, or rather, siphoned and converged towards the various machines around them. A wondrous resonance was created from these machines, disturbing the permeating power of the new deity and progenitor dragon. The cracks in the air, ground, and buildings slowly closed up, while the invaders who had stepped into this world felt pressure being exerted on their bodies. It was as if the air itself was rejecting them. Any power that left their bodies would also quickly become corroded and dissipated away. This sensation of home, was there a traitor among us? It feels a bit like that of a dragon, but it is half real, half fake. Samira's expression was stern as he assessed the situation. From the looks of it, they had been temporarily trapped in this world. However, they weren't worried at all, as these mortals would never understand just how powerful their godfather was, and his power would surely turn this world into a torch. Wang Yuan, the disaster king of Solar Storm, Wang Xinyan slammed the table in anger. "What are you trying to do? Activating the path of error so late and letting so many invaders into our world? How regretful. This is the first time I operated this machine, so I was a bit clumsy." Negary indifferently smiled. "It's okay. The authority of the source pool has already been handed over. Mr. Wang Yuan, please go ahead and leave as soon as possible." And Ping stopped the angry Wang Xinyan and coldly declared. With just a bit of time, Negary confirmed that he was now able to sense the source pool and access it through his authority. By borrowing its source energy, he would be able to activate otherworld invasion and head towards another world. "There's no hurry. I'll wait here a bit longer. There is something I need among those people." Negary stood up and started making his way outside. Chapter 187. Invading. "We've fulfilled our end of the deal and handed the source pool authority to you. I hope that you won't do anything rash, as we can take that authority back any time we wish." And Ping threatened. "I'm merely getting a few things before I leave." Negary halted his steps slightly and casually replied, not at all concerned with using the source pool authority to activate otherworld invasion and leave. "We also need to prepare, enact the final phase of the plan." And Ping sighed and declared, "The path of error was only put in place to ensure that they retained as much of the home field advantage as possible, as he understood the overwhelming terror of those two more than anyone else. 3 cycles, 3 wars, all of which ended up as his loss. This 4th time would be his, as well as this world's very last chance. "Fang Zi, I'll leave everything else to you, the hope of this world." And Ping turned to Fang Zi and told him, "Believe me, I will definitely succeed." Fang Zi flashed a confident smile. As the main fighting force against the invasion, he needed confidence, which he currently had ample of. "Chang Zia, come with me." And Ping told Chang Zia, who was standing outside the door, then turned to the other disaster kings. "Ladies, gentlemen, it is time to face our enemies, push back their invasion and protect our world. Woo-woo-woo-woo. War is causing me to boil." Alkman uttered a blood-curdling battle cry. His wrinkled, aged appearance couldn't stop him from burning himself as he leapt directly out from the window with his battle axe. Only in a war would he be able to exert his full power. The others also made their ways to their respective enemies. Only 7 stopped for a moment to glance at Chang Zia, who just came into the room. He was still as he always was, wearing his D.E.R. division uniform, a pair of glasses on his eyes, as well as a long blade at his waist, ever calm and composed. "There is a secret weapon that requires your cooperation," and Ping calmly told Chang Zia, "I will be waiting for you below." After saying so, and Ping unlocked a large metal door at the side of the room, then rode an elevator downwards. "Be careful." Chang Zia flashed a rare smile towards Seven and pushed up his glasses. "I know." Seven walked forward and gave Chang Zia a hug to his surprise. Before I knew it, the little girl all those years ago had grown into a woman. "It'll be okay. Everything will be okay." Chang Zia stroked Seven's hair, then massaged his temples before making his way into the other elevator. As Seven watched Chang Zia's leaving figure, she heaved a small sigh, her face became flushed and made her way outside. Everything will have to wait until we repel these invaders. As Chang Zia rode the elevator, he felt another headache and massaged his temples. Ever since he killed Yu Guangming 17 years ago, he seemed to have been afflicted with some sort of after effect, as he would frequently suffer from headaches. For some reason, as he made down his way to this place, his headache gradually became amplified several times over. As he walked out from the elevator, the security doors automatically unlocked one after another. As he made his way through this facility, he found this place to be somewhat familiar. He then recalled that this place was always the background in his video conversations with the D.E.R. division's director. As the final security door was opened, he saw the Apocalypse Stone tablet hovering in the middle of the room, surrounded by glass. However, what drew his attention more was a person that stood below the tablet, as a sensation of head-splitting pain and suffocation invaded his psyche. He stared in disbelief at the man he saw, muttering, "You are." As Lan Shan followed Negary, Killer J and Noah also showed up next to her, both waiting behind Negary. Although the dragon of eternal sin form would continue to grow as long as more error was supplied to it, this kind of advancement was simply too hard. Rather than trying to blindly create more error, it would serve his purpose much better to witness what the correct form looked like. If he personally killed a true dragon, dissected and performed various experiments on them, Negary believed that his dragon of eternal sin form could be greatly improved. On the other hand, Negary had also easily noticed a different aura through his otherworld invasion authority. This ominous aura that was greatly related to germs and diseases allowed Negary to easily infer who it was, from whom he might be able to benefit greatly. What an interesting solution, a young'un who came after us. A voice resounded throughout the entire world. A sensation of a scorching flame not unlike that of the sun manifested out of nowhere, exuding the unique light and temperature that belonged only to himself. The new deity. Negary continued moving forward. He understood quite clearly who this voice belonged to, as only the new deity could give off such a sensation. The names New Deity and Progenitor Dragon were actually just 2 titles that humans gave to these 2 entities. They both had real names, both of which Negary had seen from the ancient records of the Flame World. The Kachi spirit shamans even regarded this god's name as the ultimate power that could not be surpassed. The new deity, the god of beginning, the father of all gods, the ruler of the sun and sky. If Negary invoked the other party's name directly, there might be some serious consequences, so it was best that he referred to him as the new deity. Jaliost. The ancient Drakatung resounded throughout this world, destroying everything in its wake with overwhelming, unrivaled violence. A huge amount of Dis's force began to gather as the final disaster king. Heaven collapse had officially been born. That direction. Observing where the Dis's force had gathered, some of this world's secrets silently revealed itself to Negary. He now had a more thorough grasp of this world's trump card. However, he simply shook his head. This matter couldn't be rushed, and it would be best for him to obtain what he wanted before anything else. He had purposely delayed the activation of the path of error. Firstly, in order to allow some members of the divine and dragon race to enter this world. Even if they had reached the third stage of release, Negary would be able to counter them by borrowing the Otherworld Invasion Authority. Since the Otherworld Invasion Authority would lose its effects once he left this world, it would be a waste not to take this opportunity to trap and kill one or two members of the dragon and divine race. Secondly, it was to pull a fast one over and ping Group's eyes. Negary was a very petty person, so as long as the opportunity was ripe, he wouldn't hesitate to push them down a pitfall. Thirdly, he wanted to borrow these enemies' power to probe and Ping's side. Indeed, they had handed the source pool authority over to Negary, using it to demand that Negary didn't interfere with their plan and even threatening to retrieve it. It all seemed to make perfect sense. However, if he foolishly left right away, there was a very real chance of him being lured into a death trap. The Otherworld Invasion Authority was theirs. The source pool was theirs. Even the world coordinate was provided by them. If he fully entrusted a serious matter, such as traveling to another world to a method that the other party provided, he would be nothing but a fool. Among the things that they provided, only the world coordinate was trustworthy, of course, even if it was real. It might still have been booby-trapped, a world that had intersected with this world several times, but only resulted in an exchange of information. Do you think I am that easily deceived? Negary recalled what he found from their archaeology records and smirked, then continued making his way towards a dragon flying in the sky, chapter 188. The disasters. Negary had managed to discover a few things about the ancient era of this world from its archaeological records. This world's archaeological society believed that before humans were born, there was another sentient race who ruled over the world. However, history had already been cut off, which resulted in most of that era being a complete mystery. The only thing that could be confirmed was that a certain war caused huge geological changes. The archaeological society of this world came up with countless theories, while Negary simply used the formula and current coordinates provided to him of the other world to calculate, thus finding out that the time of the war was exactly when the two worlds intersected for the third time. A war had broken out between these two worlds. This was Negary's conjecture, which meant that his treatment when he traveled to that world through the Otherworld Invasion Authority would be a mystery. At the same time, Negary didn't really have much of a choice. He only had a single set of coordinates of another world. He could only use it. Negary looked up at a dragon flying in the sky, despite the fact that Negary's current foundation was based on soul's blood, which was mutated from dragon's blood. This was actually the first time he had ever seen a real dragon. The world continued to change. The progenitor dragon's Drakatung attack only represented the start of the invasion, causing the world barrier to grow extremely weakened, followed by the new deity's power permeating into this world. This power was like that of an intense solar ray, causing countless electronic implements to explode, and that was only just the first wave of the new deity's power. The new deity had the title of Sun God, so the power he exuded had the same explosive effects as a solar storm. If this power was left to continue ravaging the world, humanity's communication networks would be thoroughly destroyed. And the inability to transfer information in an age of mass information was nothing short of a disaster. However, this world was prepared for it in the form of the solar storm disaster king, Zhu Xinyun. Right as she noticed this power, she began using her authority to counteract its effects. Through 3 cycles of war, they had already gotten used to the tricks and techniques that the other used. As she held the explosive solar flares under control, Zhu Xinyun's expression suddenly changed and leapt to one side, avoiding the fireballs that came flying towards her. Numerous winged invaders circled around in the sky, tossing fireballs towards Zhu Xinyun one after another, as they attempted to stop her from exercising her authority, causing her to focus more of her efforts on evasion and less on offense. They were the traitors of this world. Having received the power of the new deity and progenitor dragon, they were no longer humans. From the moment that they used this power, they would permanently transform into flaming dragonutes, then further infused with the twisted power of the black abyss, which gave them the appearance similar to that of devils. Rather, dragons and devils were originally related to one another. Numerous places used the same word to describe both dragons and devils. The fireballs they were firing from their hands were a gift from the new deity, so even a disaster king wouldn't find it comfortable to be struck by that. Zhu Xinyun wasn't a warrior. She could only marginally protect herself against the horde of pursuing devils. Oiler, oiler, oiler! An inexplicable battle cry resounded, followed by a flying axe that came howling in the wind. The axe gave off a bright red glow as it directly struck the body of a devil, though Wardis's force within instantly destroying his body. Alkman leapt into the sky, his body clad in a crimson glow as he grabbed the leg of a devil and exerted his strength. The other party could only utter a surprised yell as they were pulled down. Using both his arms and legs, Alkman restrained the devil's movements, then swiftly shifted his body so that the devil was under him when they crashed to the ground. With a swift punch, he split open the devil's head before swinging the devil's body by his tail to block the incoming fireballs. With a swipe of his hand, his beloved axe had perfectly returned. Alkman's wrinkled, aged face slowly regained its youth, and the battlefield was his territory. While uttering inexplicable mad battle cries, he excitedly leapt towards the devils. Regardless if they were from the divine race or dragon race, he had full confidence in being able to defeat them. Naturally, the war authority would only exert its full power in a war. Alkman had become the manifestation of an unbeatable war god, slaying all his enemies with his axe. However, the invasion wouldn't halt with only his interference alone, as a gigantic dragon claw broke through space to reveal itself above the atmosphere. A single scale on the claw appeared to be as large as an entire residential district, while the gaps between the scales seemed like a wide road. Keelit, the ancient Drakatung, resounded once again, gathering intense power over the dragon's claw. The power gathered in the huge claw was like that of a celestial body, interfering with the Earth's magnetic field and rotation. The planetary core's shift disaster was brought about by the immense power of the progenitor dragon. Like a chain reaction, planetary core's shift then caused continental sinking. The stability of the ever-shifting tectonic plates of the planet was disrupted, causing them to crash into one another. The horizon itself was rising as a huge volume of seawater started flowing into the land. The world-class disasters of continental sinking and Great Flood both erupted at once. The disaster king of planetary core's shift, Yektoth, propped himself up with his walking cane and started coughing dryly. His authority sprang into action, isolating the magnetic forces that interfered with the Earth's magnetic field, allowing the planet to resume its rotation. Seven also gritted her teeth as she used her own authority to stop the continental sinking, while Fang Shunan was also using his Great Flood authority to put a stop to these disasters. They weren't doing this because they wanted to take care of the people's lives during an otherworldly invasion. If they could push back the invasion by sacrificing 90% of the world's population, the DER Division Board of Directors would gladly do it. They were putting so much effort into stopping these disasters because these disasters would cause the foundation of the planet to falter, which would make it difficult for the world to exert its power. Seemingly noticing that the disasters it brought about had been put under control, the giant dragon claw fully unleashed the power in its grasp. That power started to converge and descended like a giant meteorite. This was completely different from the miniature asteroids that Ainz summoned in the past, as it contained enough power to truly destroy the entire planet. Once it crashed down, at least half the surface of the Earth would be plowed away. Ainz uttered a loud shout as he raised his hand, retaliating against the descending power in the sky with his authority. From the looks of it, the disasters caused by the new deity and progenitor dragon's invasion were being handled very well. But this scene of world-ending carnage had caused the originally unstable societal order to completely collapse. However, a paralyzed woman in a wheelchair then reached out her hand. The panicking mobs all over the world who were about to throw their rationality away swiftly regained a sense of clarity from this power. This woman was Yikong's colleague who pursued him during the mass collapse of buildings in the fifth domain, Qin Ying. At the time, either Yikong had held back or she had been lucky, but his gunshots didn't manage to kill her. On the contrary, she had inherited Yikong's order collapse authority from her originally mundane authority. Chapter 189, Hunting and Killing. After order collapse, super plague would have manifested, but the plague of the new deity's power had been in effect since a while ago, and Lan Shan had constantly been using her authority to retaliate against it, following Negary's orders. Negary didn't care too much about the invasion disasters and the authorities that held them back. Instead, he was heading towards a dragon who was ravaging the land by melting everything into magma. Who would have thought the Dragon Slayer achievement that I failed to accomplish in the flame world would be completed here? Negary swiftly made his way forward, the temperature around him rapidly rising, magma flowing all over the place as the growling of the dragon resounded in the air. This presence, are you that traitorous descendant? The dragon that was circling in the sky noticed Negary and questioned with a loud roar. The smell of sulfur from the dragon's mouth filled this entire area, so much that Negary wouldn't be surprised if a single spark caused everything to spontaneously ignite. The words he spoke were similar to Drakatung, but was unlike Negary's Drakatung, which contained power in every syllable. Perhaps this was the dragon's language for everyday communication, essentially an ancient intercam dialect. Considering its origin, Negary was still able to understand it somewhat. Pledge your allegiance to the burning crusade, use your authority and open the door to this world. Only then would the ancestor forgive your sin. The dragon slowly descended on top of a mountain and threatened him. You know Versace. Negary didn't respond to the dragon's threat, but instead asked this question. Versace was the last pure-blooded dragon in the flame world who died at the end of the Third Empire. His death represented the fact that the dragon race's power could no longer lord over the flame world. That fool, Versace? A wave of nostalgia washed over the dragon as he heard that distant but familiar name. When we left the flame world under the guidance of the ancestor, there were a few dragons who refused to leave. All of them had their own reasons, but the most foolish one was Versace, who fell in love with a human. From the looks of it, you must be the descendant of one of those fools. Compared to the divine race's chaotic relations and nature, the dragon race placed very heavy emphasis on their bloodline, so the dragon's tone subconsciously grew softer. Not at all. Negary's answer suggested that he had more to say. Then why did you mention him? The dragon was taken in by Negary's words and couldn't help but question, only to see Negary's body rapidly growing bigger. His clothes exploded. His skin started to grow scales, the masses of muscles bulging and writhing all over his body. Almost instantly, an eerie three-headed dragon had manifested itself in front of the dragon, exuding a foreign presence that struck fear into the dragon's mind. He was led around by Negary's words. After all, he had left his home behind, so when he ran into someone that might have been his kinsman who mentioned an old friend's name, he couldn't help but feel a bit distracted, curious about the current state of his home and his old friend. And the result of that was Negary immediately morphing into his dragon form, utilizing the Otherworld invasion authority on this dragon. The dragon felt his powers becoming completely stuck, unable to move a single bit, and this all happened in a brief moment where he let his guard down. Negary's dragon of eternal sin form pounced forward. The three jaws on his chest opened up to chomp down on the dragon's large head, while Negary's three heads bit down on his body, ripping piece after piece of flesh from it. The dragon's body was trembling non-stop, partly due to anger. By being deceived by this descendant, he lost the initiative in just a moment of lapsed concentration. The other part was due to fear. The dragon of eternal sin didn't only have the era property. Its name came from the other meaning that it represented: the sin of the dragon race who betrayed the flame world. The betrayal of the dragon race led to the flame world's rules and laws becoming flawed, resulting in the birth of evil spirits. This was the sin of the dragons. When Negary manifested the dragon of eternal sin form, he also manifested this sin. Compared to the era property, the sin property didn't have a lot of uses, so Negary didn't bother to pay attention to this bit of sin. Who would have thought that, when he attacked this dragon, the sin would fully manifest itself? While Negary bit and ripped the dragon apart, this sin became the sharpest knife, rousing fear from the dragon's heart. Meanwhile, some bright red flames were also starting to burn from the dragon's body. The blood-red flames scorched the dragon, causing him to writhe and struggle in pain, only to find that it did him no good whatsoever. Negary's body twisted. The three jaws in his chest crunched down to rip the dragon's head away from his body. The hands from inside the dragon of eternal sin's chest grabbed the pieces of the dragon's severed head and pulled it into Negary's chest. At the same time, the blood-red flames were attracted by Negary and were absorbed into Negary's dragon of eternal sin form. This was the representation of the dragon race's sin, as well as the best weapon to be used against them. However, even as his head was severed, the dragon didn't die. Instead, he used this opportunity to escape from Negary's chokehold. He immediately exerted his dragon's pressure. The fleshy bits at his neck writhed and moved as large numbers of tentacle-like tissues weaved together, trying to grow back another head. His dragon wings were flapping like mad, ignoring the various wounds that Negary caused all over his body while trying to flee. Negary swung his tail. The tentacles at the tip coiled around the dragon's tail. The teeth at the tentacles' tips bit into the dragon's flesh, transferring Dis's force into his body. The dragon continued to struggle, trying to use his massive vitality and strength to escape from Negary's restraints. However, losing the first initiative meant losing the entire match. The dragon couldn't retaliate from a passive position. His every means was completely countered by Negary, even though he managed to explosively exert his potential at death's door that only served to delay the inevitable. Blood was still gushing out from the wound at the dragon's neck. The golden liquid had practically dyed the entire mountain in a golden color. The golden dragon's blood let out a strange smell as it seeped into the dirt and rocks where they fought. The two giant creatures continued to wrestle with one another, rolling down the mountain as their bodies destroyed its landscape. The dragon gradually became limp, all signs of life slowly disappearing from its giant body. Blood poured out like a golden spring from where the dragon's neck was severed. Negary, however, still didn't let his guard down and continued to pour his Dis's force into the dragon's body, destroying it bit by bit. It was only after the dragon had practically turned into a mass of pulpy flesh that he slowly stopped. If he had allowed the Dis's force to ravage it any further, this mass of flesh and blood would lose the research values it held. Negary's chest was now bulging as the dragon's severed head was inside. Countless tentacles invaded it from the inside, studying the information inside the dragon's blood. His tail lifted the dragon's body up, but as he looked at the blood splattered all over the ground, Negary noticed something amiss. His Dis's force then surged forward again to destroy every last bit of blood-soaked dirt. It was only after Negary had plowed the mountain to barren dirt did he stop. The volume of blood is wrong. That one's ability was most likely related to blood. After losing the initiative, he decisively left his body behind and used his blood to escape. How resolute. Let's hope that you will be able to escape with your life. Negary turned around and left. The commotion from that battle just now was considerably great, which would soon attract the attention of other enemies. Chapter 190. Your name is somewhat an eyesore. This dragon might have had some relations with the Intercam Kingdom's ancestors, which meant that Negary and this dragon could be considered to be close relatives. All dragons were capable of infusing their information and will within their own bloodline. This was the true nature of the dragon's bloodline inheritance. While this dragon that Negary hunted was able to move his entire origin into his blood while maintaining a vitality-filled facade to wrestle against Negary. At another location, a stream of golden blood had just broken through the ground and infused itself into the body of a snake. That damned traitor, causing me to lose so much, the dragon Ainz begrudgingly cursed. His belief was that his noble dragon bloodline was his everything, and so the origin ability he awakened was one focused on his blood. When necessary, Ainz's blood was able to explosively exert itself. Through the connection of blood, he could even resurrect himself. This resurrection wasn't the crude method of memory imprinting, but rather the migration of his origin onto another creature's body. Ainz's dragon blood would constantly alter the host creature's body, slowly turning it into his own dragon's body before fully taking it over, thus achieving true resurrection. Once a life form dies, the links that connected their soul to their origin would usually break. Their origin would once again revert to an unreleased state and enter reincarnation. This ability that allowed the origin to remain in a released state with all soul links intact and resurrect at relatively full power, even after the body's death, could be considered to be quite rare. Of course, in order to deceive Negary and buy time for him to escape, Ainz had to give up a part of his soul to create a fake Ainz in his old body and stimulate his struggling. I had better be careful and wait until the great ancestor conquers this world before I try to resurrect Ainz silently slithered into hiding with his current reptilian body. The internal affairs of the Burning Crusade weren't exactly peaceful in the first place, and with the addition of this world's traitors among their ranks, exposing his current state would definitely draw malicious intent. However, as he had lost the majority of his soul, Ainz couldn't detect that some unique germs that followed his blood infected his soul and slowly hid themselves. So, did you like my trick? Negary sensed the germs that were gradually invading the dragon's soul and displayed a clear look of interest in his eyes. If this was any other place, Negary definitely wouldn't have discovered the dragon using his blood to flee. But in this world, Negary wielded the Otherworld Invasion Authority, which was technically the management of all Otherworld invaders. Although this description was highly exaggerated, it was still simple for the authority to allow the detection of invaders. As Negary severed the dragon's head, he had already noticed the dragon's plans of sneaking away, so he mixed a bit of his own soul's blood within the dragon's blood, then acted as if he had only found out after the fact in order to deceive the dragon. After all, a dead body didn't have nearly as much research value as a living soul. Ainz didn't notice Negary's soul virus at all. If he was at his peak and was highly cautious, he might have been able to notice, but now he could only stay ignorant as the soul virus stole his thoughts and memories. Although the majority of it was unimportant, Negary would still occasionally obtain some very useful knowledge. For example, Dracatung. Negary had only managed to extract a total of 3 Dracatung syllables from Nala's dragon blood, which immediately lost their powers after he left the flame world due to no longer having the reinforcement of the world. The progenitor dragon naturally noticed this as well. Since Dracatung was one of the dragon race's embodiment of power, losing it meant losing a lot of their strength, so the progenitor dragon modified Dracatung, turning what was originally a natural-born talent and improved it to become the so-called Dracatung magic. In the flame world, if utilizing Dracatung required the rhythm of the world to harmonize itself with dragon's pressure and form a special rhythm, then the current Dracatung magic only required the use of dragon's pressure to actively stir up one's surroundings. Although this wasn't quite as convenient as how it used to be in the flame world, it was much easier to control, And if one's strength was enough, the upper limit for Drakatung magic would even surpass the original Drakatung. However, the information that Negary was most interested in, their method of otherworldly travel, was being withheld completely by the new deity and progenitor dragon, not common knowledge. While slowly stealing Ainz's memories, Negary also prepared a few traps while waiting for his next prey to arrive. The fact that he was able to kill the dragon Ainz during this ambush came as a surprise to even Negary himself. Firstly, Negary managed to take the initiative through his words. Secondly, Negary had the home field advantage and used the Otherworld Invasion Authority to restrain the majority of Ainz's powers. Thirdly, the dragon of eternal sin form was unimaginably potent in counteracting the dragon race as a whole. But finally, this dragon was much weaker compared to what Negary had assumed. According to Negary's initial thoughts, the majority of the soldiers from the dragon race would have already reached the second stage of release, with no shortage of those who had reached the third stage of release, and that the dragon race's high achievements should have been reflected with their considerable willpower. Ainz managed to make the resolution to use his origin ability and immediately escaped right as he found the situation unfavorable, which was decent, but far from the level that Negary had expected to encounter. However, it made sense in hindsight, as the main reason why they could achieve the third stage of release was due to them having enough resources. A powerful soul would certainly carry an individual's willpower up to a certain point, but due to the lack of competition from having sufficient resources, they also lacked self-training. The dragon race didn't need to worry about how to become stronger, as the majority of their knowledge was inherited from their bloodline. The main way for them to train their willpower was to rely on the willpower of their forefathers. While they usually just slept all day or collected riches for themselves, after arranging his trap, Negary used his otherworld invasion to attract his next target. Killer J sat next to him, singing a folk song with strange lyrics. Looking up above, oh how far the sky is. The shroud of night falls, stars fill the sky, the prosperous age had ended, the end of the world is here. Break through your limit those days. There he comes. Negary abruptly looked up. A 5-meter-tall giant covered in a layer of glowing dark light appeared from above. He exuded an ominous aura, followed by the buzzing of flies and mosquitoes, as well as a greatly nauseating scent. A member of the divine race was typically 5 meters in height. They were born with various natural advantages like a strong body and spirit, keen senses, as well as an intelligent mind, even without releasing their origin. They could easily match the strength of 100 human soldiers by themselves. The god of disease and omens, Negary. In the beginning, Negary had taken on his name in order to survive past his hardest period. This wasn't anything shameful to admit, as everyone had their time of being weak. However, the two Negary individuals were definitely different from one another, as the remnant soul Negary had expanded the meaning of this name to a greater degree. It would be one thing if they hadn't met, but now that they had run into one another, to Negary, the name of this divine race member had become a bit of an eyesore. Chapter 191. Worship of Impurity. Traitor of the dragon race, was it you who led me here? The divine race Negary, also known as Shenai One, landed on the ground. His dark blue eyes stared closely at Negary. The divine race's naturally giant body allowed him to tower over Negary. Weren't you the real traitors? Negary casually replied. His gaze observed this member of the divine race in interest. Noah and Lan Shan had retreated a considerable distance, while Killer J had already vanished without a trace. The authority this entity used to wield in the flame world was omens and diseases, so his abilities had a relation with germs, but not much. Strictly speaking, his previous divine authority should be the hated people hated ugliness, so that was reflected on Shenai's body as his ugly face. People hated diseases, so that was reflected on his body as his putrid black aura capable of rousing the plague. People hated the crows who brought news of death, so the crows became his messengers. Most of what the Kachi people of the Flame World hated would be more or less attributed to Shenai. Comparatively, even the goddess of bad luck menus was better received compared to Shenai, as Shenai was the embodiment of the concept of being hated itself. Omens and diseases were only his most prominent characteristics. There were others characteristics like gloominess and filthiness as well. I am loyal to the Godfather even as I burn. The path of the burning flames had never been restricted in a single world. Shenai replied. He understood that Negary was referring to the betrayal of the flame world, but he wasn't angered by Negary's words. You surely didn't lead me here only to say such meaningless words, did you? Shenai raised his hand. The black aura circulated on it as he spoke. By capturing you, the world defensive network that you created would also collapse. So struggle, mortal. At some point, shackles that carried a black aura had manifested where Negary was standing, surrounding Negary from all directions. These black aura shackles carried the sound of buzzing flies and an ominous aura. If one were to be caught in these shackles, the aura of diseases would follow the shackles into one's body. Although, rather than diseases, it would be more accurate to call it a curse. Those inflicted by the aura of diseases would suffer from negative effects like feeling weak, pain, fatigue, dizziness, and overall corruption. From the very moment that Shenai appeared, he first used words to stall for time while secretly preparing these aura shackles for an ambush, completely ignoring his status as a divine race. As soon as his preparations were completely, he instantly sprang them into action. How decent. Negary's Dis's force erupted, accurately striking each of the shackles around him to break them. At the same time, the ground below Shenai also broke apart as several jet-black tentacles rose up from below to grab him. The two of them had the same thing in mind while they first tried to talk. It was actually for the sake of stalling for time. It really must be said, other than just their names, the two of them had quite a bit more in common. Shenai's black aura swirled and started to spread into his surroundings like ink that had dripped into water. As the black tentacles came into contact with the black mist-like aura, they started to sizzle as a yellow and green liquid dripped down from them. The two crows on Shenai's shoulders took flight and spread their wings wide. Their bodies rapidly became larger as they uttered a loud, strange cry. This sound felt almost like it had a hypnotic effect, causing those listening to feel unable to concentrate, unable to help themselves from savoring the sound of this cry. As the two large crows approached Negary, their talons were aimed straight at him, the surface of which drifted with Shenai's ominous aura. The black aura around Shenai's body continued to swirl as he wielded his staff. Using the ancient language of the divine race, he began to chant a strange poem. Life is born from the ashes. Their remains turn into filth. Flies and maggots are born from filth. Their remains used to nurture crops. Food is born from crops. Their remains become the hotbed. Diseases are born from hotbed. The withered thus burn to ashes as far as the eyes can see. All things are impure. I am the ashes. I am the filth. I am the crop. I am the hotbed. And I am the impurity. I bring about life. I bring about flies and maggots. I bring about food. I bring about diseases. He who worships me. Only impurity is eternal. The marks of filth are the armors that I granted you. The stench is a smell originating from the soul. The rotting is a process to becoming eternal spirits of the impure. Bring it all. Pull it all down into the dim mire. Shenai's poem was extremely eerie. As he recited it, the ground had begun to manifest large patches of yellow-green bubbling puke, where something seemed to be wiggling. Writhing inside, some white insects with half-transparent bodies quickly appeared from inside the vomit. Each of them had a pair of transparent wings. If one took a closer look, they would notice that the bodies of these insects contained a phantom silhouette of a human, who were completely encased within mucous membranes inside the insects. Occasionally, the insects would even swallow some of the yellow-green vomit, causing the visible portion inside their bodies to appear even more nauseating. This was Shenai's origin ability. Worship of impurity. Some bards, artists, or authors with naturally potent spirit vision might even receive inspiration of the impurity from his recitation, from which point on they would refuse to clean themselves, dance with the filthy, and make friends with maggots. They would eventually become filthier and filthier, exuding indescribably rancid smells, until finally their bodies would gradually rot away. At the end, when they had become completely rotten, they would become a part of impurity itself, the so-called spirits of the impure, and obtain eternal life. The masses of vomit quickly grew larger and larger until it completely filled the surrounding grounds. Negary softly chanted the Siaul Drakatung and took flight. The ground itself seemed to have turned into a yellow-green muddy swamp where countless insects crawled and swam. A large number of insects gathered together and formed a moving mountain of insects. The yellow-green mucus became a sort of adhesive that allowed them to stick together. This mountain of insects stretched their writhing appendages unceasingly, followed by the unified flapping of their wings that unscientifically allowed them to take flight as well. Or rather, the fact that they were able to flap their wings while being stuck together with mucus in the first place was already unscientific. Shenai stood still in the middle of the muddy swamp, still wielding his staff and reciting his chants, causing the black aura around him to become thicker and thicker. While circling in the sky, Negary frowned. He could feel that his otherworld invasion authority was being obstructed within this muddy area. It was different from Negary's era property, as this entire area of filth and impurity seemed to have dirtied the authority, causing it to lose its effect. Sure enough, even in the same environment, there would always be a difference between elites and common soldiers. While they were both entities at the third stage of release, the difference in strength between Shenai and the dragon Idane was like heaven and earth. Although Idane was suppressed by Negary's otherworld invasion authority and couldn't exert his full power, Shenai was currently able to turn a foreign environment into his home field. Perhaps there were elites within the dragon race as well, but quite obviously, Idane wasn't one of them. Observing the monstrous mountain of insects approaching him, Negary put his hand forward. His dragon's pressure surged forward to fill the area, harmonized it into the appropriate rhythm, and activated his newly learnt Drakatung magic, Jaleost. The Pinean for Negary's name is Nai-Ji-Lai, and the Pinean for God is Shen. So God Negary equals Shen Nai equals Shenai, chapter 192. Drawing power from the impurity, the immense force of impact erupted and struck the monstrous mountain of insects below. However, even that torrential power had only managed to cause the monstrous mountain of insects to shake a bit, flinging some of the mucus and insects back into the vomit before it reformed to its original state. Sure enough, as lifetime adversaries that now became allies in the burning crusade, the divine race and dragon race understood one another's strengths and tactics quite well. The strength of the dragon race was mostly focused on their raw physical strength and Drakatung magic, as well as the emphasis on power of the bloodline, so they didn't need to delve into the power of their origin abilities too heavily. But the divine race wasn't the same. Their natural physical strength was certainly superhuman, and even without the use of their spirit verse, which was the equivalent of the dragon race's Drakatung, they would still be formidable warriors. But very few members of the divine race actually spend the time and effort to study the powers of their bloodline, instead focusing more on releasing their origin and delving into that power. As Shenai faced Negary, as soon as he realized that Negary had a dragon's bloodline, he had been paying attention to a Drakatung attack. Jaleost was the Drakatung syllable that represented irresistible force, a favorite of almost every dragon. So when the spirits of impurity manifested in the form of a jelly fruit, the power and effect of Negary's Drakatung magic was cut down to its minimum. The countless insects manifested into the form of a hand, carrying the rancid stench of the mucus and vomit as it reached out to grab Negary. Under the gigantic hand, Negary felt a huge number of the germs that made up his body immediately dying off, turning into mucus. This was a form of drawing power from the impurity, as any creature within the cycle of life could fall under the influence of this impure power and become rotten. Once they were pulled into the swamp of vomit below that embodied the collective concentration of impurity as a concept. Any living being could and would be assimilated into that impurity. This was the ultimate aim of all worshippers of impurity, and thus they actively strived to become closer to that muddy swamp. The world is irredeemably rotten, and we are all part of it. Escaping from this is to betray oneself. Only by becoming one with it could one truly find themselves. The chants of impurity continuously resounded in the air. This was a truth of the world. If one felt compelled to agree with it, they would also become closer to it, thus turning into a part of the impurity. Ainz stood still, as if he wasn't observing Negary at all and simply focused on chanting the verses of impurity. Negary's force surged forward, crashing against the gigantic hand of insects, turning it into a shower rain of insects. But then, even more insects gathered from within the swamp of vomit to form gigantic hands that continuously tried to grab Negary. All the while, the impurity continued to affect him. A portion of his germs were either dying off or becoming mutated, escaping from Negary's control to become mucus that caused even more germs to also mutate. Tumors grew all over Negary's body, which were constantly dripping mucus down his body. With a flick of his hand, Negary's fingers detached from his body. They were infused with force as they soared towards Ainz like arrows. The black misty aura swirled and mutually ate away at the force. The fingers inside were swiftly turned into mucus that merged into the swamp of vomit, dealing no damage to Ainz whatsoever. Your very existence is an impurity, even closer to it than any other creature. You cannot fight against the power of impurity. Turn yourself in and become a part of it, Ainz slowly muttered. The swamp of vomit that had now rose to his waist started to move, exuding a foul, rotten aura. He wasn't wrong, as Negary's essences were germs and virus, which themselves were considered to be impure. If Negary's dragon of eternal sin form was said to perfectly counter the dragon race due to the sin contained within, then Ainz's power of impurity would perfectly counter Negary. As Negary's body continued to bleed mucus, the viscous liquid slowly turned into tentacles that writhed and coiled around Negary's body, turning his body into a terrifying shape. It's almost enough. Negary, who had been staying silent, suddenly spoke up. As he did, golden blood started to mix into the mucus dripping all over his body, flowing into the tentacle-like insects that grew from his own body. Immediately after that, his body collapsed, turning into a mass of liquid that was swiftly assimilated by the muddy impurity. However, a new Negary quickly manifested outside the range of the vomit swamp. His power had never truly been measured through sheer strength. The property of his soul that allowed him to continuously transfer through soul's blood was also a part of Negary's might. Unless one could directly attack his soul or prevent his soul from transferring away, they would not be able to truly kill Negary. However, this newly formed body also quickly became influenced by the impurity. It could be seen just how much the power of impurity countered Negary's viral body. If his willpower wasn't rock solid, even his soul would have been corrupted by this impurity. However, this time seemed different, as the thing dripping from Negary's body was no longer the yellow-green mucus from before. It is as you said, I myself am impurity. Negary's body was dripping in a sort of black liquid. This vessel of his quickly lost its human visage, and almost seemed like it had melted into a puddle of black liquid. A different power of impurity had been born within this black liquid, which caused Ainz's expression to change. Under the influence of Ainz's impurity, Negary didn't try to struggle or put up his guard. He simply allowed the power of impurity to corrode his own body bit by bit, from which he examined the changes of every germ until the very end, eventually deriving it into an impurity that belonged to Negary himself. This was only possible because Negary himself was extremely close to impurity, and it was because he had Ainz's power of impurity as a reference that Negary managed to construct a model to derive the power of impurity for himself. This might have seemed simple, but Negary had relied on his wealth of mysticism knowledge as well as the accumulation from several previous cycles of the disaster world in order to achieve this. Otherwise, how could the power of impurity that Shenai had obtained from exploring his origin ability for over 1,000 years be copied so easily? Even now, the power of impurity that Negary was using was extremely weak, completely incomparable to the strength of Shenai's power of impurity. So what if you had managed to learn it? Your origin is different from mine. The fact that you had created this new impurity would only serve to complement my own impurity. Allowing me to grow stronger, Shenai quickly regained his senses. The impurity was a power that he created from studying and examining his origin ability, taking over 1,000 years to complete. Even if Negary had managed to learn it due to being close to the concept of impurity, that power was merely in an embryonic state, which, on the contrary, would improve Shenai's understanding of impurity if he was able to absorb it. That is indeed true, but I merely need the power of impurity in order to allow the Otherworld Invasion Authority to exert its power. Negary understood this perfectly. For an ability copied from someone to somehow be able to defeat the original, that was nothing but a daydream. Perhaps if Negary took the time to study and experiment with it, his impurity would grow to become stronger than Shenai's current power of impurity. But that is a big if. The main reason Negary had copied the power of impurity was merely to allow the Otherworld Invasion Authority to become usable. It was rendered useless earlier because it became contaminated, but once Negary had also become a part of the impurity, the contamination could no longer achieve the same effect. Chapter 193. The victor is truth. Something is ever only an interference because it is a variable. Once Negary had a grasp of a certain variable, then that variable could no longer interfere with Negary exercising his authority. A fake will always be fake. It shall never defeat me. Shenai's body was now fully submerged in the swamp of impurity. His power of impurity originated from inside this swamp of impurity, and the more worshippers of impurity were poisoned by his ideals to become spirits of impurity, the stronger his power would become. Negary learnt the power of impurity from him, yet he wasn't assimilated. This meant that Negary had created a new type of impurity, which once absorbed, would allow his worship of impurity to grow stronger, capable of poisoning the minds of even more creatures. In the beginning, Shenai only fought Negary to dispel the path of error and earn his contributions to the war. But now this had become a personal fight to strengthen his power. After achieving the third stage of release, it was extremely hard to improve one's origin ability any further. Before the first stage of origin release, as long as there were enough resources and a sturdy will, anyone could quickly achieve release. In fact, for some races who lived in worlds with especially active supernatural factors, they could be born with their origin already released. For those who were truly strong, only by achieving the third stage of release could one be considered a powerhouse. The rest were nothing but fodder that could be easily created. With Negary's Otherworld Invasion Authority in effect, Shenai's utilization of his power was greatly hindered, as if he was fighting against the force of the entire world by himself. In this state, Shenai couldn't even exert half of his original power. With the howling wind, a 5-meter-tall member of the divine race appeared not too far from where they were, then quickly headed towards the site of the battle. The other disaster kings either mistakenly or purposely released a member of the divine race, the embodiment of the storm, Samira. Although the divine race's internal affairs were full of scandals compared to the dragon race, they would still be able to band together as one during an invasion. Otherwise, their father, the new deity, would show them true hell. Samira, help me. I'll concede the contribution of breaking through the world's defenses to you in order to consume the huge piece of fat that was Negary. Shenai no longer cared about a bit of contributions. As long as he could become stronger, there would always be more contributions to earn. This place forbids passage. Before Samira could respond, a huge mass of Dissus force erupted right in front of him, followed by a small human. The immense Dissus force exuded clearly displayed her status. You alone wish to stop me. Samira laughed. Although his opposition wielded great power, her body hadn't even matured. Her soul hadn't even been fully derived from her origin. And such a person couldn't possibly be that powerful. Storm, heed my command. As Samira raised his hand, the air started to intensely shift. Violent storm winds howled, turning into hundreds of wind blades that promised destruction to all that stood in its wake. Lan Shan's Dissus force surged forward to stop the storm wind, but the property of her Dissus force wasn't suitable for direct combat in the first place, not to mention how she still couldn't fluidly control this Dissus force. Some of the wind quickly got out of her control. The breezes that brushed past her cheeks gradually grew stronger and stronger, the protection provided by her Dissus force weakening as time went on, her weak body clearly displaying its lacking characteristics in the storm. All commotions shall cease. Noah's voice resounded to help relieve Lan Shan somewhat of the wind pressure, but only somewhat. Rags for clothes, catch? A detestable voice suddenly came from behind Samira. Right where the wind was picking up, a plastic bottle was cut up by the blades of wind, releasing the rancid yellow-green liquid within. With a closer look, one would see Killer J wearing a face mask while raising several lengths of ropes in his hand, each of which was tied to a plastic bottle that was filled with the liquid inside Shenai's swamp of impurity. Without anyone knowing how he did it, this guy actually managed to bottle those things, which he tossed away together with the lengths of rope. Almost immediately, bright red razor-like blades flew through the air, weaving in between the plastic bottles as they flew towards Samira. Detestable insect, Samira grumbled, full of disgust. Although that liquid contained Shenai's power, it wouldn't actually hurt him even if he ignored them, but it was extremely nauseating. After all, other than Shenai, who had no choice due to his origin, every other member of the divine race carried themselves with superiority and pride. How could any of them feel even the least bit of affection for anything impure? The storm wind became slightly gentle as they came into contact with the plastic bottles, blowing them in another direction. However, Killer J seemed to have grasped Samira's mentality from the start, as his blades of killing intent abruptly exploded into countless fragments that broke open the bottles. The fragmented killing intent then continued flying towards Samira while being coated in that yellow-green liquid. At the same time, Lan Shan abruptly retaliated as her immense Dissus force surged towards Samira. Facing Dissus force on one side and the impurity liquid on the other, Samira opened his mouth and blew, forming a layer of wind barrier around his body, then turned around to stop the surging Dissus force with his storm. "Insects, you've angered me," Samira shouted furiously. "Just a bit, if it was only just a bit more, I would have been successfully attacked by these insects." Although with his abilities, the most these insects would be able to do was cause a few scratches and the nauseating liquid to stick to him, but being hurt by insects was something that a god could not forgive. "Die!" Samira swung both hands forward, drawing the wind towards him. Everything in the vicinity was sucked towards Samira as his body became obscure within the intense storm. Those insects must be your subordinates. What good can they actually do? Angering Samira like that, Shenai remained submerged inside his swamp of impurity, controlling large numbers of spirits of impurity to attack Negary and fight against his Dissus force. But he was slowly being suppressed by Negary. However, Shenai wasn't worried. He had confidence in Samira. With his strength, Samira should be able to kill those people very quickly and come to help him. Although he was being suppressed, he wouldn't have any issues surviving until that time. You'd be better off worrying about yourself first. Negary, who was now a black mass of liquid, moved forward, swinging tentacle after tentacle, controlling his Dissus force to chip away at Shenai's defenses within the swamp of impurity bit by bit. From within Negary's black liquid body, a dragon claw reached out, followed by 3 dragon heads. The entire dragon of eternal sin form swiftly emerged. It took quite a bit of time to temporarily incorporate the power of impurity into the dragon of eternal sin. As his dragon's pressure reached out into his surroundings, Fang Zi, who was also in battle, sensed something amiss. By borrowing Fang Zi's ability, Negary had once again converged the power of all spiritual inception practitioners into himself. How dare he? By taking this power, the world barrier that was made up of this power would collapse. Does he not care about this world? Ainz was in disbelief. But as Negary had already gathered this power, he could no longer afford to be thinking about this, but rather about how to keep his own life against this power. Chapter 194. Foolish. The irresistible power clad in Negary's power of impurity spread into its surrounding, easily breaking through the defensive arrays created by Ainz's power of impurity. After all, the power that was able to fuel the path of error and halt the invasion of the new deity and progenitor dragon was fully withdrawn by Negary to form a dragon's pressure domain and unleash a Drakatung attack. How could Ainz possibly defend against it? Ainz's body shot backwards, bleeding the golden blood of the divine race from all over his body. It was almost like dazzling liquid gold or molten gold, putting a crucial point of your survival on the flimsy hope that another would or would not do a certain thing. How foolish. Negary spoke in disappointment. So this is already your limit. Negary's dragon of eternal sin form slowly faded as he walked towards Ainz in his human form. You are in the very same boat as us. This world can no longer be saved. Without a source of power, that defensive barrier is rendered useless. Godfather's power has already infiltrated this world. Even if you put the barrier back up right now, it would still do you no good. Everything in this world, including you, is finished. Ainz laid in a pool of his own blood and gunk. The black cloak he wore was tattered like rags. His 5-meter-tall divine body was like a bag full of holes, in a state where he could die at any moment. His glittering golden blood flowed like streams from all over his body. But unlike the dragon from before, he didn't have an ability to revive himself. Even if he somehow managed to revive now, it would only be a different organism with his memories. That is none of your concern. Negary didn't approach him too closely. He simply used his Dissus force to thoroughly destroy what remained of his body. Unless one had a unique racial feature or origin ability, the death of the body would also signify the death of a life. The connection that linked the soul to the origin would break. The origin would return to how it was. Perhaps not too long later, it would reincarnate and derive a new life, a new soul. But whether or not that new life could be considered to be the same being was completely debatable. After he extracted Ainz's remnant soul, Negary cut off his own hand. That portion of flesh morphed into the shape of a box that stored Ainz's remnant soul inside without absorbing it. There would be no telling what kind of traps that a member of the divine race who had achieved the 3rd stage of release would be able to set up in their soul. One wrong step and Negary might be infected by Ainz's consciousness, through which he could take over his soul and resurrect. Negary had also made similar modifications to his own soul. If somehow his soul fell under the control of someone else, and they tried to study his soul, there would be a very real chance where they were corrupted by Negary's willpower and have their body taken over. Compared to that, Negary was a lot more straightforward as an existence, since he had no origin. Everything that he currently owned fully belonged only to himself. As he once said, Negary himself was a kind of meaning, a goal for others to pursue. When some deep portion within Fang Zi's heart was infected and formed the Negary personality, that personality would also be none other than Negary himself. Anyone could have a Negary in their heart. Once Negary had carefully put Ainz's remnant soul away, the embodiment of Storm, Samira, had already left somewhere far. Even Killer, Jay, and the others who had supposedly offended him were ignored. After the power of the path of error was siphoned by Negary, the defensive barrier had already lost its effect. The sound of battle resounded from far away. Even at this distance, Alkmund's furious roars were still audible. A transparent figure appeared in front of Negary not too far away. It was Ping. He had borrowed the temporal displacement authority to create a fake body. His face full of anger, no longer feigning the humility from before as he was considerably displeased with Negary decommissioning the path of error. "You've broken our agreement, Wang Yuan." And Ping coldly said, "Since that's the case, we will revoke your source pool authority. You will perish with this world, as you who had killed both a member of the divine race and dragon race will no longer be accepted in the burning crusade." After saying so, and Ping's faint figure disappeared, as if his only reason for coming here was to deliver his final sentence. How interestingly said Negary focused his mind, and found that his authority to access the source pool really was being peeled away bit by bit. If he acted right now and robbed it, he still might be able to steal enough of the world's source energy to use the otherworld invasion authority and travel to another world. However, Negary completely ignored it and simply watched as the other party stripped him of his authority. Anyone could be a traitor. One could even betray oneself as long as there was enough benefit. A truly wise superior would never give their subordinate the chance to betray them. Like how Negary treated Noah and Killer J, constantly holding numerous contingency plans for each of them. Even when they worshipped him with all their hearts, every once in a while Negary would still spend the time to reinforce their relations. Negary didn't believe for a single moment that an old monster who had lived through several cycles like Ainz Ping would not understand this principle, being so confident with Negary that he wasn't restrained a single time until he had essentially dispelled the path of error for his own gains. This could only mean that Ainz Ping was an utter fool, or that he had ulterior motives. Right after the fact, Ainz Ping had even specifically come to tell him that his authority would be removed, but the speed that they were removing it wasn't fast nor was it slow. It was as if they were urging Negary to quickly connect to the source pool, quickly use the otherworld invasion authority, and hurry up to leave this world. Human intelligence was variable. Once they had no other choice, the foolishness of humans could be predicted. Even if an action was stupid beyond any doubts, they would still attempt it without question. For example, when many people were being scammed through crowdfunding campaigns, even if you told them that it was a hoax and that there would be no way it would be that profitable, they would still refuse to believe you, simply because their money was already invested and they had no other choice but to believe. If anyone else was in Negary's current shoes and found out about this supposed last chance to escape this world, even if they knew that there might be issues, they would still subconsciously refute it, consoling themselves that there was still a chance and step straight into a trap. A person directly involved would almost never see through everything. It was best not to believe one's own intelligence with absolute confidence, because that thing could be thrown to the dogs at any moment without you knowing it. However, they were looking down on Negary too much. As a monster who lived to complement his own shortcomings, these psychological tricks were things that Negary himself employed on a regular basis. There was no way he wouldn't watch out for things like these. Not to mention, Negary had never intended to travel to another world using the Otherworld Invasion Authority in the first place. It was the same as what he had thought before. Everything provided for the sake of traveling to another world was prepared by the other party, so they had more than enough room to sabotage or interfere with it however they wished. How regretful he didn't try it. And Ping sighed and no longer hesitated. He thoroughly stripped the source pool authority from Negary. Negary then sensed his connection with the Negary inside Fang Zi's heart and the Otherworld Invasion Authority to both be severed at once. The path of error was restarted. This time, even Negary was being repelled by the path of error. Chapter 195, Unified Timeline Battlefront. We were too greedy, and Ping curtly sighed. From the very beginning, everything related to Negary's access authority had been a trap. Before Negary helped them build the path of error, they had no other choice, but after the path of error had been constructed, they had a chance at being greedy. If Negary chose to access the source pool and utilize the source energy within, then as Negary used his otherworld invasion authority to invade another world, the source energy would naturally flow throughout his body. At that time, the hidden cards in both the source pool and the otherworld invasion authority would activate at the same time, thus swaying Negary to their side. The beliefs and convictions of human elites as well as humanity as a whole for the past few thousand years of struggle and war would be forcefully injected into Negary, thus brainwashing him. From the perspective of this world, It would be thoroughly whitewashing Negary into a prideful anti-hero character. Even thinking about it makes it feel emotional. That was the reason why Ping's group refrained themselves from taking away Negary's otherworld invasion authority. At the same time, they weren't completely passive during this period of waiting, as they had found a way to control the Negary personality that had infected Ainz, which they could easily use to take over control of the path of error whenever necessary. It was at this point that Ping's side got greedy. They hoped that they would be able to brainwash Negary and take control of him, turning him into a henchman of this world, then send him off to other worlds to collect power. After all, this world had gotten much too weak, having been forced to reset its own timeline 3 times by the new deity and progenitor dragon. After this war, the amount of total supernatural factors in this world would greatly decrease as time passed. At this point, if they had the help of an invader to invade other worlds and return with those worlds' resources, through absorbing another world's characteristics, this world could quickly recover its strength, or perhaps even grow. Plunder had and always would be the quickest way to amass wealth. However, invading other worlds wasn't quite that simple. The invading being would either need to be extremely powerful like the new deity and progenitor dragon, have unique methods that would allow them to infiltrate another world, or have unique individuals working for it. The disaster world naturally had no unique technology for invasions, even if it wanted to create powerhouses for the sake of invasion. It was afraid of ungrateful fellows like the new deity and progenitor dragon. On the other hand, with the disaster world's current situation, it wouldn't be able to produce such a powerhouse anyways. It just so happened that Negary's era property was essentially the greatest virtue that an otherworldly invader could have. If the flame world didn't have its huge flaw, it might not have been able to create an entity like Negary. Without these conditions, even if they spent great effort to send people to other worlds, they would only be trying to fish with a broken tree branch. The invader would reincarnate in another world, get discovered by it, then begin a life anew. The characteristics of their original world would eventually be absorbed away until they truly believed that they originally came from the invaded world, making the entire invasion a big joke. The so-called Otherworld Invasion Authority was nothing but an experimental authority created from data they had collected from the new deity and progenitor's invasions. It might be usable for defensive purposes, but was absolutely useless for an actual invasion. There would only be a slim chance at success by combining it with Negary's era property. It was for this reason that they had tried to take control of Negary over and over again, giving up the source pool access authority as promised, while not retaking the Otherworld Invasion Authority with the safety measures they had prepared. They couldn't imagine that Negary would rip away the facade between them so readily, and be so indifferent about the source pool authority. The reason why they had accidentally released Samira to help Chennai was to force Negary to use his source pool authority and quickly flee through the Otherworld Invasion Authority. The fact that Negary immediately withdrew the power of the Path of Error was beyond Ping's expectations, forcing him to remedy the situation by sending an ultimatum to Negary with a clone, once again urging him to use the source pool. Unfortunately, Negary wasn't deceived, and Ping's calculations were completely off. They had already lost the initiative and had no choice but to once again set up the Path of Error through the Negary personality from Ainz. But since this Negary had fallen under control, he was no longer Negary, and since he didn't have Negary's error property, he couldn't fully exert the Path of Error's power. On the other hand, the new deity and progenitor dragon weren't fools. During the short time that the Path of Error lost its effectiveness, they had already infiltrated this world with their power. Where the Path of Error used to be able to completely suppress their advance, it could only now marginally stall them. "Are you done with your preparations?" Chang Zia. And Ping didn't wallow in self-blame, as the more benefits one wished to obtain, the higher price one must be prepared to pay in the case of failure. If they had succeeded with their plan against Negary, not only would they obtain a world invader for themselves, they would also get Negary's full cooperation through this hardship. If they failed, the only consequence was a weakened path of error. They still had other means to remedy this. It was only after he weighed the cons against the pros that Ping decided to put the plan against Negary into motion. Failure only meant that the execution was flawed, not that this line of thinking was incorrect. You need to understand clearly, by sacrificing the two of us, we will be able to save this world. Otherwise, with how things are going, we would still fail in the end, and Ping encouraged him. Chang Zia watched the man sitting in front of him while rubbing his forehead, trying to relieve his headache. The man sitting across Chang Zia was the chairman of the DER division, his superior, as well as the leader of the government's Special Ops Department. Chang Zia had cursed him in his mind too many times to count, as most of the bullshit that Chang Zia has had to deal with over the years was by his orders. For example, Wang Hengyong's attack on Fang Zi to urge him to grow, as well as many other unnamed operations. Chang Zia had never actually seen his face, as they had always spoken through phone or video call. Even in video calls, the only thing he would ever see was a backdrop with a floating pair of eyes reflecting through the darkness. It was only now, when he had faced his superior, that he understood. The man sitting across from him looked almost the same as him. The only difference was their age, as the man looked to be either 10 or 20 years older than the current Chang Zia. The more he looked at the man, the more memories would surface in his mind through the headache. In a flash, he saw the life of his other self, even somewhat understanding the thoughts of that man through a faint soul connection. The man sitting across from him was him from the previous cycle, who had appeared in this cycle for some unknown reason. His chronic headache was the result of none other than the existence of his other self, who had only just appeared since after the Yubu earthquake. In other words, it was at that time that he arrived from the previous cycle. Chapter 196. Bridge. Every origin was unique. At least, that is how it currently was. Even when the timeline of the world was reset, the origin would only enter an unreleased state. Never had there been a situation where there were two of the same origin at once. It was for this reason that the general consensus of the current universe was that the origin was the true essence of an entity. When the soul was detached from the origin, people would generally agree that the origin was the main component. After all, for individuals of a certain power level, it wasn't difficult to make artificial souls. During the second cycle, we drafted many plans against the apocalypse, one of which was the Unified Timeline Battlefront project, and Ping explained honestly. By utilizing my temporal displacement authority, we would summon the power of the previous cycle. The converged power of 2, or perhaps even 3 cycles together would exert an explosive force enough to force the invaders into retreat. However, using my authority alone to summon the power of the past is nothing but fake power, an illusion of smoke and mirror. To truly forge the bridge that connects to the previous cycles, we still need the disaster king of heaven collapse and the power of error. And I'm that bridge. Chang Zia looked at his other self and quickly understood, as well as the so-called disaster king of heaven collapse. The Apocalypse Stone tablet didn't just record the course of destiny. That was only a side product of its true function, the creation of the bridge that connected the timelines. From a logical perspective, since this world had undergone a timeline reset for the 4th time, its previous timelines should have already disappeared. But it was undeniable that those timelines used to exist. And since they existed, there was a possibility to connect them, for which purpose the Apocalypse Stone tablet was created. Aside from the first cycle, the remaining 3 cycles all kept a record of that timeline's progress, which was the Apocalypse Stone tablet. At the time that the destiny of the apocalypse becomes inevitable, which was also when heaven collapse occurs, the 3 timelines would intersect with one another, as the course of events was always exactly the same. Under the effects of temporal displacement, the 3 times that this world had undergone heaven collapse would become interconnected. When the power of error was applied at this point, the past and present would essentially bug out, causing the three timelines to overlap with one another and combine their power. The Yubu earthquake of 17 years ago was planned by none other than Ainz. On one hand was to promote the birth of the continental sinking disaster king. But on the other hand, it was done for the sake of this unified timeline battlefront plan. At the same time period in the previous timelines, a similar disaster also occurred in Yubu. But during the third cycle, it was Yu Guangming who killed Chang Zia, who had gone out of control, sealing his soul inside the Apocalypse Stone Tablet. During the fourth cycle, when Chang Zia killed Yu Guangming, his soul was sealed into the Apocalypse Stone Tablet, at the same time releasing Chang Zia from the previous timeline, thus creating a looping cycle. It wasn't until Negary's arrival that the unified timeline battlefront plan became truly feasible. By combining his error property with Ainz's temporal displacement authority, Yu Guangming's soul from the previous cycle was successfully led into this one. Under the influence of the path of error over this world, by using you and me as the bridge, we will completely burn through the temporal displacement and heaven collapse authority to summon all the powers of the three cycles at once. This is our final trump card. And Ping explained it all with a casual expression, because he was simply this kind of person, capable of sacrificing everything for the sake of his own great ideal, including himself. It was like this during the Yubu earthquake, and it was the same right now. At the same time, Chang Zia was the same kind of person he was. Chang Zia hoped that a disaster like Yubu would never occur again, while Ainz hoped that the disaster of the apocalypse would not occur at all. Then let us begin. Chang Zia rubbed his forehead to ease the pain. Although he felt irritated with some of Ainz's means as well as the actions of his other self, he was, in essence, a man always ready to sacrifice himself for his cause. "I'm really sorry." 7. Chang Zia softly mumbled in his heart. To become the bridge that connected the timelines meant that he would need to bear the pressure from the timelines. The power of the timelines would use the bridge to overlap themselves, after which the bridge would collapse in a split second. The outside world had become hell on earth. The power of the new deity and progenitor dragon couldn't be stopped at all. Anyone who was corroded just a bit by their powers would instantly mutate without fail. First, intense flames would erupt from inside their bodies, burning them, causing their genes to change. The power of the new deity and progenitor dragon would thus turn them into burning dragonutes, in other words, into living devils. This was also a type of hybrid soldier race, jointly created by the new deity and progenitor dragon. Their willpower, hidden within the burning flames, would cause these people to instantly become loyal to the burning crusade as they were converted. Their past memories would be removed, and they would lose themselves, replaced by a set soldier personality model, becoming accomplices to invade their own world. Only very few who displayed their excellence and potential would be allowed to keep their previous memories, fusing with the memories transferred by the burning crusade to form a completely new personality model. Comparatively, this was better as they still got to keep a part of themselves. The remaining 7 disaster kings had their hands busy with suppressing the disasters while also keeping the enemy occupied. Meanwhile, the armies couldn't do anything but provide support. Even with their extreme high-tech weapons, the most they could do was kill any newly converted devils among the people and themselves. A faint projection of the new deity and progenitor dragon started to manifest in this world, causing the world to become even more abnormal. Once they fully manifested themselves in this world, their power would no longer be suppressed, and everyone in the entire world would be converted into devils in no time at all. Losing the support of its life forms, the world's consciousness would also be destroyed, no longer able to resist these two entities. Fang Zi was hovering in the air. The ability to fly was something he borrowed from a survivor. As he saw the projections of the new deity and progenitor dragon slowly manifesting, he no longer cared about collateral damage and immediately summoned a burning red asteroid to fall from the sky. The intense temperature of that asteroid, made the transparent projections of the new deity and progenitor dragon to become even fainter. But this was nothing but stalling, without being able to completely close this world off. The powers of the new deity and progenitor dragon would constantly flow in without interruption. Negary was heading somewhere without a care to observe the invasion of the new deity and progenitor dragon, as there was no benefit to him even if he did. Negary was currently still too weak when it came to mysticism. As long as Negary's soul hadn't reached a certain prerequisite, he wouldn't be able to understand anything even with long-term observation. Because of that, there was no longer any reason for him to remain in this world. If he stayed here, regardless of if the new deity and progenitor dragon won or if the disaster world won, the only thing waiting for Negary would be settling grudges after the war. Naturally, for my own benefits, it would be best that the new deity and progenitor dragon are stopped. Although Negary had confidence in his transmigration method, the new deity and progenitor dragon were still two unpredictable variables. If the two of them were free to act, Negary wasn't sure that he would actually be able to transmigrate without issues. Chapter 197. Attendant. However, before that, I will need to resolve this issue. Negary glanced towards Lan Shan briefly as he led his 3 subordinates into a secret base. His body started morphing into the dragon of eternal sin form, enveloping this secret base within his dragon's pressure. With a swing of his tail, he pulled a lever and released an incubator from its latch, which revealed a humanoid with the exact same appearance as Lan Shan lying inside. This was a viral body created by Negary, mixed with Lan Shan's blood. Not too long later, Lan Shan's complexion became pale, her facial features appeared haggard, while the other opened her eyes. The eyes of the other Lan Shan first appeared a bit blank, then as her body started producing Dis's force, her eyes quickly grew more lifelike. However, compared to the real Lan Shan, this Lan Shan appeared very ordinary even while she exuded Dis's force. Soon after that, a Negary with a blank expression also showed up in front of the dragon of eternal sin, then led the other Lan Shan out and away from this base. Attendants, artificial souls created by Negary to remedy his lack of subordinates and personnel. Through the mass collection of human data and creation of personality models, Negary was able to modify other souls into these attendants, or forge the soul essence he collected into them. They didn't really have any unique abilities nor creativity, with only 2 notable advantages: their obedience and wide range of application. Included within the personality models created this way was a certain level of common sense, as well as general knowledge equivalent to university students. They could learn any basic series of actions very quickly, thus capable of perfectly executing any of Negary's mundane arrangements, essentially the best kind of fodder. Negary created these 2 attendants in order to migrate their authorities, Otherworld Invasion and Super Plague. Although Negary's control over the Otherworld Invasion Authority had been stripped, that didn't mean the Otherworld Invasion Authority had actually detached itself from Negary. On the contrary, since Ping didn't feel relieved about Negary, the Otherworld Invasion Authority was still tightly attached to Negary's soul, which would serve as a means of restraining Negary when necessary. Since the authority was attached to the soul, whenever Negary transferred his soul around before, the authority would also transfer with him, so there were a few extra steps required to escape from this attachment. That's why Negary had created an attendant from his own soul in order to shift the authority to it. He also did the same to Lan Shan, but since Lan Shan wasn't Negary, having a piece of her soul cut off caused her to be incredibly weakened. "Are you ready, Lan Shan?" Negary's gigantic dragon head turned to Lan Shan and asked her. "There's no issue, Lord Negary." Lan Shan nodded her little head and sincerely answered him. Then let's begin. Negary's body started to morph again. Standing behind them, Noah's expression was full of respect as he had knelt down on his knees and prostrated to Negary. Killer J, on the other hand, helplessly waved his hand. "I'm temporarily leaving the front stage again, but I'll definitely be back." Negary's dragon tail moved, splitting into tentacles that attached themselves to the 2 of them. their bodies swiftly becoming withered as their light vanished from their eyes. Negary had reabsorbed their souls. The dragon of eternal sin form then seemed to melt into several black tentacles that started to wrap around Lan Shan's small body. On the outside, the battle still waged on. The army was cooperating with the Disaster Kings to eliminate the invaders, attempting to repel the invasion of the new deity and progenitor dragon. If the path of error hadn't lost its effect for a brief moment, this method might have actually worked. But now, more and more native living beings were being converted into devils. The projections of the new deity and progenitor dragon had gotten solid enough that they wouldn't grow fainter no matter how they were attacked. Seven swung her fist, unleashing her violent Dissus force to cause several devils to rupture and collapse into mucus. From the corner of her eyes, she saw Negary and Lan Shan standing not too far away, staring closely at her. For some reason, Seven felt that this Negary seemed off. Feeling a swift moment of unease, Seven put some of her attention on guarding against this Negary. But surprisingly to her, he simply stood there smiling at her without doing anything. As time went by, Seven's feeling of uneasiness grew stronger and stronger, causing her to realize that this unease didn't come from Negary, but rather somewhere else. Very briefly, Seven recalled one of their first meetings, when Negary surrendered himself to the DER division. At the time, he said, "If there is ever a time when you feel helpless, feel free to come to me." Currently, Seven was still far from feeling helpless, but the invasion had reached a point where it could hardly be pushed back, coupled with the sense of growing uneasiness in her mind, caused her to make a decision that she would never do so otherwise. Erupting her Dissus force to dispel that wave of enemies, Seven landed near Negary. "You aren't Negary?" As Seven closely observed the Negary in front of her, she finally realized what was off about him, as this Negary didn't have the unique presence that he exuded. "I am now." Negary suddenly chuckled. His body relaxed slightly as his aura itself changed. "My apologies, I was busy with something earlier." "I know what you're wondering about," Negary smiled. "The only thing you've ever actually paid attention to was never this world, but rather Chang Zia. Unless I'm wrong, the so-called Disaster King of Heaven Collapse should be none other than him," Negary slowly spoke. "So why hasn't he appeared on the battlefield yet, even now?" "What are you saying?" Seven's expression changed slightly and asked in an urging voice. "And Ping and Chang Zia are the same kind of people. What do you think the most common thing for people like them to do?" Negary gradually explained. "Other than sacrificing other people, that would be sacrificing themselves." The figure of Chang Zia walking into the elevator flashed through Seven's mind, the moment when he left to finish the secret weapon that Ping mentioned. The fact that they still hadn't appeared caused Seven to feel uneasy, so she immediately turned to leave. Watching Seven leaving her post, Negary lowered his head and smiled, an alluring smile of perfection. Negary did not transfer his soul into this body. The actions he performed just now were nothing but recorded actions. Since this attendant was created from the same soul, as long as his gestures and speech were no different from the original, he would still exude the same presence as the real Negary. Seven originally had gaps in her mentality, her trauma of the Yu-Bu earthquake, as well as Chang Zia as a person. Since Chang Zia saved her and raised her from her childhood trauma in Yu-Bu, she naturally harbored special affections towards him. She was willing to leave her post at the DER division to come to Chang Zia's aid in the 7th domain Yu-Bu, and she was now similarly willing to ignore the threat of the world, becoming a hard-headed brat that would not allow Chang Zia to sacrifice himself no matter what. Chapter 198. Emptying an Ocean with a Bucket. Seven practically stormed her way towards the DER Division HQ. This seemingly mature woman was actually an extremely emotional person. She didn't care whether or not the world would be destroyed, nor did she care about the so-called bigger picture, or perhaps her bigger picture was Chang Zia himself. So what if the world got destroyed? Worst-case scenario, they would just surrender themselves to the Burning Crusade. In fact, the Burning Crusade welcomed people with potential like themselves. No matter what happens, I won't let Chang Zia sacrifice himself. Seven understood very well what kind of person Chang Zia was. Her Dissus force surged forward, destroying the floor of the DER Division HQ, and jumped down after she located the path leading into the elevator. A large metal door made of Dissus force material stood in her way. Even her surging Dissus force could only cause it to become warped, but not destroyed. Standing in front of the Apocalypse Stone tablet, and Ping's expression remained unchanged as he saw the red warning lights and calmly stated, "The enemies have discovered us. It's time to discard your fear and emotions. Right now, the world needs us." In front of him, the older Chang Zia had thrust a dagger into his own head, fallen dead on the ground, while Chang Zia was sitting on the other side, Dissus force constantly fluctuating on his body as his expression was warping over and over. You and he were originally the same person. Do not try to resist him. Right now, there are people being converted into devils by the invaders at every moment. There are people losing their lives with every second we delay. A calamity much worse than the Yubu earthquake is occurring right in front of us. And Ping continued to speak. To become the so-called bridge between the timelines, the key of the entire operation, Chang Zia, would naturally need to have a connection to those previous timelines, which meant that he needed to fuse with his previous self. However, it was one thing for a person to rationally agree to something, and another thing entirely for his subconscious to also compromise. Fusing with another person's soul, even if that soul was actually your previous self, would be nigh impossible as long as the two souls did not have the same mentality. The resistance was even greater than what he had imagined. Although Chang Zia had agreed to the plan of sacrificing himself, the step of fusing with his own soul was extremely tough for some unknown reason. Is it because of that woman? How foolish. And Ping's expression remained calm. That damned Wang Yuan, even now he's interfering with us. If I hadn't prepared a hidden hand, he might have actually succeeded. Outside, Seven's Dissus force was constantly striking against the gates, quickly destroying one of them. The closer she got to the Apocalypse Stone tablet, the more intense her feelings of uneasiness became. Several DE.R. Division personnel had caught up to her, blocking her way while shouting at her to stop attacking, otherwise they would shoot. But Seven didn't care. While continuing to use Dissus force to protect herself, she focused on nothing but destroying the metal gates. She didn't understand her own feelings. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding, perhaps there were other reasons, or perhaps she was deceived by Negary's words. However, Seven trusted her own intuition, and she clearly recognized the feeling of loss as if she was about to lose the most important person in her life. Disaster King 7, why are you here instead of facing the enemy? A projection of Ping's body appeared in front of the gate, telling her, "We are still preparing the secret weapon. Your actions are interfering with us. Let me in," Seven said. Now is not the time, Ping rejected. You are a member of the DER division and a member of this world. Follow your orders and face the enemies. Otherwise, you will be treated as a traitor of this world and a sinner of humanity. I trust that Chang Zia would not want to see that happen. Let me in, ignoring Ping's words. Seven insisted, impenetrably thick-headed. And Ping closed his eyes, if not necessary. He really didn't want to lose a disaster king-level fighter. Fire the personnel behind her pulled their triggers at once. Seven's Dissus force surged forward again, striking at the gate. This level of Dissus force was already thick enough to make sure that not even Dissus force material bullets would pass through. However, Seven's expression immediately changed as she lost control of her Dissus force for a brief moment. The bullets swiftly pierced through her body, her blood overflowing as she collapsed in front of the gate, her hand still trying to reach forward. Foolish woman. That is the outcome of the world's traitors, and Ping's eyes were frigid cold, completely unlike a human. In the room, Chang Zia was soaked in sweat as he leaned back on his chair, doubtfully looking at the warped gate, and asked Ping, "What's going on outside?" An enemy discovered this place, but they've been dealt with. We don't have much time, Ping curtly replied. Get ready, got it. Chang Zia nodded, turned back and closed his eyes. then exercised his heaven collapse authority without noticing the red blood flowing from underneath the metal gate. As Chang Zia and Anping both utilized their authorities, the remaining source energy within the source pool started to boil and infused into their bodies. Layers upon layers of faint images started to manifest around the entirety of this world. Everyone seemed to have felt the same sensation. It was as if they had all experienced this before. The feeling of mass déjà vu caused many to become stunned for a short moment. Among them was the Fang Zi, the king of people. Two of his previous lives seemed to appear in his mind, one of which smoothly made it through all of his hardships, obtained nothing but victory after receiving his authority, then stood right here to struggle against the new deity and progenitor dragon as he currently was. Another of his life wasn't quite as smooth, in which he became a psychic. After obtaining his psychic abilities, he was only ever focused on training it and did not have so many girls close to him as he currently did, and was only struggling against a member of the divine race. A connection formed between these three lives. As Fang Zi used his power, he found that he was able to borrow a lot more strength from his origin ability, obtaining either twice or thrice as much power from each person. Just him alone had grown 3 times as strong in a short period of time. Every disaster king, every soldier was reinforced by the power of their other selves, causing the originally curb-stomping divine race and dragon race to be pushed straight back by the disaster kings. Fang Zi's power boost was even more significant, as he was essentially borrowing the power of 3 timelines worth of living beings at once. Endless power was coursing through his body, and the solidifying projections of the new deity and progenitor dragon suddenly started to become faint again. Fang Zi understood what he needed to do. All of his power was converted into the purest and strongest mental power, striking at the projection of these 2 powerful figures and completely destroying them. Both the new deity and progenitor dragon did nothing against that. They simply watched Fang Zi. Their expressions seemed to be mocking or laughing at something. Fang Zi froze for a split second. The immense power he had obtained made sure that he had nothing to fear. Then why did he feel so uncomfortable? Chapter 199. I became tired. As the visages of the new deity and progenitor dragon disappeared from the sky, Fang Zi hovered in midair, yet did not feel any joy. But why? Fang Zi questioned as he casually swung his hand to disintegrate a nearby devil. The people around him were cheering in joy, as the invasion had been completely pushed back, leaving only a few invaders behind. These stragglers were nothing but a small issue in the bigger picture, which could be cleaned up later on after things had settled down. Why do I feel so tired? Fang Zi wondered as he slowly descended. In the split second that he was reinforced by the power of the world, his strength wasn't simply boosted. Even now, without the overlapping power of the timelines, he was much stronger than he used to be. Without any notice, his origin had reached the 3rd stage of release, and a very deep level of release as well, but it was also because of this that he was feeling a sense of strange emptiness. Landing near the D.E.R. Division HQ, his mental power quickly noticed the secret room and the Apocalypse Stone tablet that was lying inside. He could also feel the exhausted will of the world, who had used up the last of its source energy to achieve the overlapping of the timelines. In the HQ's lobby was a spreading pool of blood. 7 laid there, dead from the bullet holes all over her body. However, the other people in her vicinity had fallen into a much stranger state. While their bodies remained active and lively, their souls were already gone. They were too close to the center of the overlapping timelines and lost their lives from the influence. Fang Zi only took a single glance at 7's body outside the gate before kicking it open. Inside, Anping and Chang Zia sat in their respective chairs, but were in a considerably worse state compared to the people outside, as their bodies crumbled into ashes and vanished from the gust of wind created by Fang Zi's entry. Standing in front of the Apocalypse Stone tablet and reading its inscription, Fang Zi stood still for a very long while. Without his notice, several people had already gathered behind him. The old disaster King Yek Toth was injured, but still spoke with a healthy tone. Mr. Ping had sacrificed himself to protect this world. I suggest that we change the name of the Disaster Emergency Response Division to the Post-Disaster Relief Department, from which we will resolve the various issues after this worldwide disaster. Mr. Fang Zi, please become the new department head as the strongest fighter. Fang Zi had touched the hearts of many people during his process of saving the world, as it was necessary for his ability to borrow their powers. As long as they wanted to, and with a bit of propaganda, he could become the Messiah, the most influential man in the world. 3 disaster kings had lost their lives, but their authorities did not go out of control. Fang Zi muttered in a hoarse voice, stating something completely unrelated to the matter at hand. He turned around to face everyone. Each of them had a hint of sorrow and pain on their expressions, but couldn't hide the joy of victory on it. "I'm tired. Leave me some space first," Fang Zi said. The others looked around and sensed that something might be amiss, but since Fang Zi was the strongest among them, his words convinced the others to leave, with only Hikayo remaining. "What am I supposed to do now?" Fang Zi's complexion became pale as he turned and asked Hikayo. "Wang Yuan." "So you've noticed?" Hikayo, or rather Negary, answered him without a single hint of surprise. "I'm going to leave soon, so you'll naturally be able to enjoy your reputation as the Messiah and live the rest of your life with your beloved, happily ever after." "Do you really think that's possible?" Fang Zi's eyes became extremely fearful. He has already begun to recall the authorities. "Even me, the world's savior, might lose my life in one of the post-war cleaning battles not too long after this. You already have an idea of what to do already, don't you? Otherwise, you would have already killed me as soon as you noticed." Negary smirked. "This is point when he is the weakest. Furthermore, don't you have a few natural allies? I'm sure they'll be thrilled to cooperate with you. It's all your fault." Fang Zi started sobbing while clutching his hair. His current appearance was nothing like a messiah. He was more like a coward or even a lunatic instead. "Now how could you say that? I merely gave you freedom," Negary chuckled. "The freedom of thought." "Well then, see you later, Mr. Fang Zi. I will be leaving very soon if you want to act. You had better do it quickly." Negary flashed a brilliant smile of indescribable beauty, followed by Hikayo's body collapsing to the ground. Before the world invasion began, Negary had given Fang Zi a little gift. By using the light casting technique, he implanted a portion of his own soul into Fang Zi's origin. That portion of his soul contained the information regarding the Dragon of Eternal Sin form, and had absolute trust towards Fang Zi. This way, when Negary used Fang Zi's ability, Fang Zi would also be able to utilize Negary's era property through the Dragon of Eternal Sin. It was when Fang Zi achieved the 3rd stage of release that he finally noticed Negary's gift, and also when he was the strongest. Without hesitation, he borrowed Negary's ability and created a miniature dragon of eternal sin within his own head. Under the influence of the era property, his thoughts became free. For the very first time, he clearly saw his own life, his predetermined path, and for that reason he felt pained. However, Fang Zi's sobbing soon faded. Just as Negary said, he had already made his decision with how much hostility there was between the two of them. Fang Zi would have already killed Negary immediately as he discovered him. The reason why he refrained from doing so was because if Fang Zi killed Negary, he would lose Negary's ability. He would once again fall under the absolute influence of the so-called protagonist aura, forced to walk the path carved out for him. He was nothing but a puppet who had been under another's control all his life. His sobbing started to turn into a twisted, eerie voice. "Perhaps I really was infected by Wang Yuan." He looked up, staring at the distant Apocalypse stone tablet. His original enthusiastic presence abruptly changed, turning into an eerie, ominous one that was inexplicably similar to Negary. With a swing of his hand, the reinforced glass was broken, and the Apocalypse stone tablet slowly collapsed. Fang Zi covered his face and turned around, embracing Hikayo's unconscious body. "Negary will leave very soon, and once he does, I will not be able to borrow his ability any longer, so I really have to act quickly." The final image before the new deity and progenitor dragon disappeared flashed through Fang Zi's mind. The gazes they gave him were still very clear, solid enough for him to practically feel on his skin. Just like Negary, those two had also given him a small gift. With their great power, even while they were off-world, they would still be able to lend Fang Zi their powers. As he made his way outside with Hikayo in his embrace, a scorching power began to burn through his body, causing his visage to morph. Similarly, that power was also being poured into Hikayo's body bit by bit through his hands. With the sound of his footsteps, the cheering crowd outside suddenly froze. Fang Zi's 5-meter-tall body was now clad in burning black flames. With a flap of his devilish wings, the devil horns on his head curved towards each other to form the shape of a laurel. The most powerful devil of the burning crusade had been born. The entire world once again started to tremble. Now, with Fang Zi as the insider, this world could no longer resist the invasion of the new deity and progenitor dragon. Flames erupted all over the world just in time when Negary was preparing to leave. Chapter 200. Departure and announcement. In Negary's base, muddy masses of dead and rotten germs were all over the place. Lan Shan sat still, silently waiting. "So you've made your choice, huh?" Fang Zi. Negary, who had taken refuge in Lan Shan's body, lightly chuckled, but it wasn't outside of Negary's expectation. They were too self-assured about Fang Zi. After all, as the king of people, he was the most crucial part of their plan, but also the hardest part to go wrong. Negary merely created a chance for Fang Zi, as well as an opening for the new deity and progenitor dragon. And they were even more impressive than Negary had imagined, immediately pushing Fang Zi to do something that Negary had failed to do, actively accepting their powers. The reason why Negary had convinced Seven to go search for Chang Xia in the first place was to draw the attention of Enping, the spokesperson for the will of the world, which was also why he had to make an attendant who carried his authority do it. When the invasion resumed, the chance that Negary had been waiting for had finally arrived. This world no longer had the leisure to pay attention to him, and neither did the new deity and progenitor dragon, since their main goal was the world's origin. This afforded Negary a relatively safe transit environment. As soon as the new deity and progenitor dragon manifested in this world, Negary activated the transmigration method he prepared. In the flame world, he had actually obtained a complete method of transmigration, which was the true spirit transmigration method. At the time, a member of the Gusar race transmigrated into the flame world by borrowing Negary's black crow germs, from which Negary obtained information regarding the true spirit, also known as the origin, as well as the true spirit transmigration method. The essence of the method was to retract one's soul back inside one's origin, and borrow its reincarnation property to travel to other worlds. Naturally, there were two prerequisites to using this method. The first was the existence of an origin, and the second was the coordinates of another world. Furthermore, there were also limitations to this transmigration method. The only thing that could be brought along during transmigration was one's soul and absolutely nothing else. Because of that, the Gusar race who used this method to travel usually only sought to obtain knowledge from other worlds, through which they would stimulate and further release their origin, as well as completing their abilities and path. Because they only take their origin and soul with them, this transmigration method was no different from reincarnation with their previous memories intact. This allowed the Gusar race to not draw the caution of the worlds they transmigrated into, and particularly not their hostility. However, since Negary didn't have an origin, this method was essentially useless to him, not to mention the fact that the user would only be able to take their own soul with them and no one else's. It was because of this that Negary didn't have a subordinate like Noah use this method to transmigrate and take Negary with him. The point of breakthrough was this world's light casting technique. Through each cycle's worth of studies and research, they created a lot of technological and supernatural knowledge, but once the timeline got reset, all of their efforts would be reduced to zero, everyone's memories would be reset, their origin returning to an unreleased state. To retain these memories and knowledge, they created the light casting technique, which cast the knowledge within their souls into their origin. This accomplished the goal of retaining their total memory, which included part of their previous technology. Negary had borrowed the principles of the light casting technique to modify the true spirit transmigration technique, and turned it into a transmigration method suitable for himself. He would compress his own soul, cast it into Lan Shan's origin for storage, then perform transmigration using her origin, his destination being the world coordinates that Ping's group had provided him. A world that is constantly moving along an orbit, and might possibly have invaded the disaster world once before. What a highly inappropriate choice, but I don't have the luxury to be picky. Negary's soul slowly sank into Lan Shan's origin, then followed a unique path of origins and left this world. The new deity and progenitor dragon who were destructively extracting the world's origin both seemed to have noticed, but decided not to pursue. In reality, they had expended quite a bit of power to attack the disaster world, so if they couldn't extract some of the world's origin to use as firewood, their flames would eventually be snuffed out as well. Fang Zi's giant devil form slowly walked towards the new deity and progenitor dragon. Welcome to the Burning Crusade. From today onwards, you are the captain of the Burning Crusade's Devil Legion, the King of Devils. Hopefully, you will mature soon and become the third Lord of the Burning Crusade, as we expect much of your potential. Negary's soul followed an obscure path and smoothly came into contact with the world from his coordinates. If nothing went wrong, the will of this world would communicate with the transmigrator through their thoughts, agree on a contract to follow certain terms during the course of transmigration, perhaps even cooperate with the world's will to accomplish some jobs whenever necessary. In return, the will of the world would inform the transmigrator of certain common knowledge and prepare a suitable body for them. The member of the Gusar race who transmigrated into the Flame World was actually a victim of the Flame World. Since the Flame World had no will of its own, they naturally couldn't agree to any contract, which led to them arriving in the world without knowledge of the world's languages nor a suitable body. They had no choice but to enter Negary's black crow germs, only to be restrained by Negary and forced to return without any preparations. Following regular procedures, Negary would now need to come into contact with the will of the world. But what appeared in Negary's consciousness wasn't a contract, but large numbers of broken, scattered images. A giant tree that couldn't be described with words, which housed 3 assorted types of fruits, a group of humanoids who prostrated themselves to the ground to pray. Their average height was around 3 meters, delicate white skin, long ears. They were all wearing luxurious robes reflecting moonlight while dancing under the shade of the tree. After that, the images started to flicker through a lot quicker, displaying abandoned chapels, dusty statues, abrupt mutations that differed during day and night, followed by rippling emotions of sorrow and despair. Swordsmen who stood in long rows within an archaic palace, ancient resounding sounds of grief-filled singing, more and more humans, as well as groups of people wearing various church attires. A swollen corpse in an underground sewer, horse carriages that quickly galloped through the streets, monsters that walked the streets at night, life forms lost in their madness, and various strange and unusual creatures. The images became closer and closer, making everything clearer and clearer by the moment. A giant underground city, a monster that screamed without a sound, followed by a horse carriage that slowly ground to a halt in the middle of a motley street of a small city. A 2-meter-tall middle-aged man came out from the carriage, carrying a gentleman's cane on one hand while lifting a trunk on the other. He put the trunk down to adjust his bowler hat and knocked on the door of a unique-looking building. "Good day, Dr. Sisha." The maid who opened the door slightly bowed to greet him. "Good day, Mrs. Lunchances," the middle-aged man replied, took off his bowler hat and coat before handing them to the maid. After hanging the man's bowler hat and coat onto a hook, the maid said, "The master has been expecting you." The middle-aged man followed the maid to the second floor and entered a room, where he saw a bald, middle-aged man together with someone lying on a bed. The image then flashed again in front of him before Negary finally felt his body.